The man known to history as Otto Skorzeny was born on the 12th of June 1908 in Vienna, the capital not only of Austria but also of the vast Austro-Hungarian Empire, which ruled much of the Balkans and Central Europe at the time. His father was Anton Skorzeny, an engineer and architect who was in his late 30s when Otto was born. The Skorzeny surname indicates the family's ultimate origins in northern Poland, from the village of Skorzykin in eastern Pomerania. Otto's mother was of more Germanic ancestry. Flora Skorzeny's maiden name was Siebersteiner Hart. Otto's family was relatively affluent by the time he was born, his father having run a successful construction business for a decade. His family was also deeply connected to the Austro-Hungarian Empire, his mother's family having had several generations serve in the Habsburg armies. The tradition of military service continued with the family into the 20th century, when Anton Skorzeny was called to fight for the Austro-Hungarian Empire as a reserve artillery officer upon the outbreak of the First World War. Otto was only 6 years old at the time. The war had a dramatic impact on Otto's early years. Like those of so many other people across Central Europe, Otto's childhood was shaped by the defeat of Germany and Austria-Hungary in the First World War, then known as the Great War. In 1918, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed into a patchwork of smaller nations, resembling to some extent the modern political map of Central Europe. Austria emerged as a small rump state, one which would face many difficulties in the years ahead. In school, Otto showed himself to be a keen student of practical, applied subjects like mathematics and engineering, while also demonstrating an aptitude for languages. Otto had little time for the humanities and read little for pleasure. In 1926, he ultimately chose to follow in his father and elder brother Alfred's footsteps by entering the Technische Hochschule in Vienna to study engineering. Otto spent many years there, studying for an initial 3-year degree and then advancing to work on an advanced degree. One of his hobbies while at the Technical University was fencing, and it was during a bout he acquired the notable dueling scar on his face that would give his countenance a characteristic edge for the remainder of his life. While at the university, Skorzeny developed his political identity that would influence the rest of his life. In the late 1920s, Austria's politics split into various factions, such as those who supported a communist system, such as had developed in Russia following the revolution of 1917, those who leaned towards fascism, and those who favored Austrian ultranationalism. Communists in Vienna attempted a poorly planned and even worse executed coup in 1927, creating a wave of fear among opposition groups, including fascists, who capitalized on setting themselves in direct opposition to communism despite the coup's quick suppression. The coup and the fallout from it overlapped with Skorzeny's student years, and he was soon heavily involved in local politics. In 1928, he joined the paramilitary organization, the Academic Legion, which was effectively a coalition of nationalist students throughout Austria. This was a university branch of the Heimwehr, or Home Guard, the leading Austrian nationalist organization in the late 1920s. By the early 1930s, the Home Guard had cultivated links to Benito Mussolini's Italian fascist government, the nationalist movement under Regent Miklos Horthy in Hungary, and the National Socialists or Nazis under Adolf Hitler just across the border in Bavaria in southern Germany. Otto did not hide his affections for fascism and became a platoon leader of the Heimwehr in 1931. However, his success was short-lived in the Heimwehr, as the actions of Walter Prima, the leader of the pan-German portion of the Heimwehr, destroyed support for the Home Guard after attempting an inept march on Vienna to seize power in imitation of Mussolini's March on Rome in 1922. The march received little support amongst the party rank and file, which resulted in the sudden collapse of the Heimwehr. While the Heimwehr floundered, many transferred their allegiance to the growing Austrian branch of the Nazi Party. The Nazis, initially deeply unpopular in Germany with few connections to power, had soared on the political windfall resulting from the Wall Street crash of 1929 and the Great Depression which followed it. As Germany sank into economic crisis, German desperation led to support for the extremist party, resulting in the rise of Adolf Hitler, who became Chancellor of Germany in early 1933, thus enabling the Nazi Party to solidify its hold on the German state. Meanwhile, in Austria, Otto finished his thesis entitled The Calculation and Construction of a Diesel Engine, and began active participation with the Austrian Nazis, joining the party on the 1st of May 1932 after hearing a speech Joseph Goebbels gave in Vienna. Less than 3 months later, the new Chancellor of Austria, Engelbert Dollfuss, banned the Nazis in Austria and instead, along with his successor Kurt Schuschnigg, attempted to establish a form of Austrian fascism titled the Fatherland Front, which rejected union with Germany. The Nazis, throughout 1933 and 1934, launched a dogged campaign to overthrow the Austrian government, using Bavaria as a base of operations. Ultimately, in the short run, the Fatherland Front government succeeded in staving off this first effort at uniting Germany and Austria under Nazi rule. However, it would not be the last attempt at doing so. In the political vacuum created by the prohibition of the Nazi movement in Austria, Skorzeny set about establishing himself in the world after college. He started work in a garage, but within a few years he acquired a more lucrative position working for Meidlinger Gerüstbau, a construction and scaffolding company. Skorzeny had been romantically involved with the company's owner's daughter, Margareta Schreiber, since 1930, and in the early summer of 1934, they married, and Otto went to work for his father-in-law. However, the marriage would only last until 1937, when Skorzeny, having acquired a stake in Meidlinger Gerüstbau, cynically divorced his first wife and married Emmy Linhart just a few months later. It was with her that he would have his only child, a daughter named Waltraud, born in 1940. By the time of his second marriage, Austria was fully under Nazi control. After years of German remilitarization in the mid-1930s, Hitler had begun applying pressure in 1937 on the Fatherland Front government in Vienna, through which he successfully achieved the unification of Austria and Germany in March 1938, when the Nazis moved into the country militarily and bloodlessly seized control. It is unknown if Skorzeny played any role in the Anschluss of March 1938, though he later claimed in his memoirs that he saved the Austrian president, Wilhelm Miklas, from being shot, though the lack of corroborating evidence leaves room for doubt. More likely and more sobering was his involvement in the Kristallnacht of the night of the 9th and 10th of November 1938, when Jewish businesses and synagogues across Germany and Austria were attacked as part of the growing radical anti-Semitism of the Nazis in power. Skorzeny, who by that time was a member of the SS, the radical paramilitary wing of the Nazis, is believed to have been involved in attacks on at least 2 synagogues in Vienna that night. Kristallnacht was undertaken at a time when the Nazi regime felt freshly emboldened. Not only had Hitler and his government managed to dismantle the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, which had brought the First World War to an end through remilitarizing extensively in the mid-1930s, but Nazi Germany was now beginning to annex the lands of her neighbors. Following the Anschluss with Austria in March of 1938, came the annexation of the Sudetenland from Czechoslovakia in the autumn of 1938. The rest of Czechoslovakia was annexed in March 1939, along with the city of Memel in what is now Lithuania. By that time, Britain and France were rapidly remilitarizing in an effort to stave off the invasion of Poland that all throughout Europe believed was soon to occur. Hitler had made growing demands on Poland for its eastern territory. When Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, after a false flag operation designed to make Poland appear as the antagonist, Britain and France had no option but to declare war on Germany 2 days later. The Second World War had commenced. As soon as hostilities began in September 1939, Skorzeny left civilian life and signed up for military service. Until this time, despite his membership of the Nazi Party and the SS, he had no real military experience to speak of. But he was a keen sportsman, was energetic, and at 6 foot 4 inches was unusually tall. Despite this athleticism, the authorities in Vienna deemed him at 31 years of age to be too young to be involved in the initial draft of soldiers into the German Wehrmacht. An effort to join the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, which had been constituted under the command of Hermann Göring in the mid-1930s, was also rejected, as Skorzeny's height was an issue. Fighter planes were simply not built for an individual that was 6 foot 4 inches. As a result, Skorzeny spent the first 5 or so months of the war and into early 1940 working in a military communications depot in Vienna, an office job which he loathed. An opportunity to escape appeared in the spring of 1940, and Skorzeny grabbed it. He was already a member of the SS by this time, but learned that the Waffen-SS, the elite branch of the SS, who were particularly committed to Nazism and racial purity, were looking for officers. Skorzeny believed that his technical background in engineering might be an asset as the SS was expanded to become an active part of the German war effort, one which would soon be in control of entire mechanized units of tanks and armored vehicles. Thus, it was that in the spring of 1940 that Skorzeny entered training as part of the Waffen-SS. The course of the war shaped where Otto Skorzeny ended up after his training. Following the outbreak of hostilities in September 1939, the Nazis overran Poland in a matter of weeks. A calm winter followed before a German takeover of neutral Denmark and Norway in the spring of 1940. Then came the much-anticipated clash between the Germans and the British and French, when Germany invaded the Low Countries and northern France in May 1940. The outcome was a swift success for the Nazis, as the French and British were roundly defeated in a matter of weeks. Paris was occupied and France effectively knocked out of the war. The blitz and blockade of Britain by air and sea in an effort to force the government of Winston Churchill to surrender followed. But then Hitler made his great strategic error. In the spring of 1941, he decided to largely abandon the campaign against Britain and instead turned eastwards to confront fascism's great ideological enemy, communism. In the summer of 1941, the German Third Reich initiated perhaps the largest land invasion in military history, as 3 million men crossed the border into the Soviet Union. The Eastern Front became the crucible of the Second World War. Skorzeny saw his first military action even before the invasion of Russia commenced. In the late spring of 1941, as the plans for Operation Barbarossa, the codename for the German assault on the Soviet Union, were accelerating, Hitler sent numerous divisions into Yugoslavia to secure the Balkans before the attack on Russia. Skorzeny was involved in these efforts in April 1941, though it was a relatively minor role in the baggage train with only a small amount of action against the Serbs. From Yugoslavia, he was sent towards the Russian border. Curiously enough, we know that Skorzeny was reading a copy of T.E. Lawrence's The Seven Pillars of Wisdom at this time. Though Skorzeny was not much of a reader, it seems that a work by the famed Lawrence of Arabia, who led the British involvement in the Arab resistance to Ottoman rule in Arabia during the First World War, appealed to his sense of military adventure. It was indicative of where he would end up as a commander himself within a short period of time. On the Eastern Front, Skorzeny was deployed with the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, which was directed towards Moscow in the series of pronged attacks which sought to secure cities like Moscow, Leningrad, and Kiev as part of Operation Barbarossa. The initial German onslaught was brutal in the face of a wildly unprepared Red Army, and by the end of September 1941, the Wehrmacht had reached the capital of the Soviet Union. Skorzeny had orders to lead his division of motorized SS as an advanced unit once the city fell. one which would capture several of the most important buildings in central Moscow, notably the Lubyanka, a late 19th century building which the Bolsheviks had repurposed as the center of their intelligence services. However, these orders could never be put into effect, insofar as the German advance stalled in the suburbs of the city in the early winter, and then as they were gradually pushed backwards. In the latter stages of the Battle of Moscow, Skorzeny was injured when he was hit in the back of the head by a piece of shrapnel. He was evacuated away from the front lines and was eventually sent back to Berlin to recuperate. Skorzeny's injury and return to Berlin occurred at a time when the German High Command were giving sustained consideration to the creation of an elite special operations division, or commando unit. Such units had been effectively established by the British in 1940 and 1941, and had been carrying out targeted missions against German and Italian objectives in France, the Low Countries, Norway, and the western desert of North Africa. What such special operatives promised was possibly valuable results at low cost and the availability of specially trained detachments to carry out unusual missions. Prototypes of such a German special operatives unit had already been put together in the early stages of the war, notably the Brandenburg Regiment of the German Army, but this unit was superseded in early 1942 by the creation of the Sonderlehrgang Oranienburg, or Special Trained Unit Oranienburg. Comprised initially of 300 members of the Waffen-SS, the Sonderlehrgang Oranienburg was established by bureaucrat Hans Juttner, a high-ranking member of the SS who lacked military experience. As such, Juttner needed someone to command the new German special operatives. It was quickly suggested to him that Otto Skorzeny, who at that time was recovering from injury in Berlin, was an individual who had expressed an interest in establishing such a unit himself. Thus it was that Skorzeny became the leader of Germany's Special Operatives Unit in the spring of 1942. Skorzeny spent 1942 selecting and training his men. However, the German command already had ideas for where Skorzeny's unit could be deployed. One proposed mission was codenamed Operation Osprey, an operation developed in response to the entry of the United States into the war in December 1941 and the subsequent landing of American troops in Northern Ireland, as well as Anglo-American occupation of neutral Iceland. In light of these events, the Germans conceived that a backup plan was needed should the Allies invade and occupy the rest of the island, which was held by the neutral Republic of Ireland. Under the terms of Operation Osprey, which followed from earlier plans to invade Ireland, occupy its ports and force its Prime Minister, Eamon de Valera, to ally with the Germans began planning to parachute special operatives into the country if it was occupied by the Allies and to make contact with elements amongst the Irish resistance which it was believed would emerge if Britain tried to reoccupy the country. These special operatives would then provide aid to the Irish Republican Army and other resistance groups against the Allies. In the end, the Americans and the British decided not to invade the Republic of Ireland, though they gave it serious consideration, and Operation Osprey was not needed. But it gives a sense of the kind of operations which Skorzeny's new unit was prepared to be involved in. In his first year as head of the Special Operatives Unit, Skorzeny was plagued by the overambition and quixotic ideas of his superiors. Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, for instance, developed a plan codenamed Operation Ulm, whereby he wanted Skorzeny and his men to strike at the Soviet Union's factories, which had been moved en masse east of the Ural Mountains to protect them during the German invasion. This was utterly implausible, but it took until 1943 for Himmler to abandon it, and then only so because the war in Russia had completely reversed, and the Germans were now being pushed back towards their own borders. More practical was Operation France, a scheme through which the Nazis aimed to provide support to anti-British and anti-Soviet elements within Iran, notably the Kashgai tribespeople of the south of the country. The Kashgai lived along a vital set of supply and communication routes where Iranian oil was shipped off to the Allied nations, and American-built weaponry and vehicles arrived to be sent north to Russia. If they could be supported in their opposition to the Allies, the Kashgai could effectively disturb communication routes here. However, only one commando unit ever arrived in Iran, and much of their equipment was lost on a runway in the Crimea without ever leaving Europe. But while Operation France was a total failure, it was a good lesson for the missions which lay ahead in 1943 and 1944 in logistical and operational terms. Skorzény's reputation as a special operatives commander rests to a very great extent on a rescue mission which he was commanded to carry out in Italy in the autumn of 1943. The course of the war had turned massively in 1943. That spring, the Western Allies had finally achieved victory over the Italians and the German North Africa Corps in North Africa by seizing the Axis' remaining positions in Tunisia. With this achieved, a southern front was opened with the invasion of Sicily in July of 1943. A month-long campaign here quickly resulted in further victory, and the Allies crossed to the mainland of southern Italy. These events led to a swift coup in Rome, where the fascist dictator Benito Mussolini was ousted by his colleagues and King Victor Emmanuel III on the 25th of July 1943. Mussolini was placed under arrest, and the new government arranged an armistice with the Allies in early September. Hitler now had little option but to intervene in Italy to prevent a rapid Allied advance towards Austria and southern Germany. He consequently sent tens of thousands of troops into northern Italy. He was also cognizant of the need to present a facade of legitimacy to the German presence in northern and central Italy, and to that end, plans were considered for how Mussolini could be rescued from captivity and installed as a German puppet ruler in northern Italy. Skorzeny was chosen for the mission. Following his arrest in late July, Mussolini had been held prisoner in various locations in central Italy. Eventually, his captors settled on imprisoning him at the Hotel Campo Imperatore near Gran Sasso. This hotel was located in an elevated region on an isolated plateau in the midst of the Apennine Mountains. The hotel itself was on such an elevated position that it was only accessible at the time via cable car. The place had been chosen specifically because it was difficult to either enter or leave. Skorzeny spent several weeks in the early autumn of 1943 planning the proposed raid and gathering intelligence, conversing extensively with both Hermann Göring and Heinrich Himmler, both of whom were anxious to claim credit for any potentially successful mission. Eventually, a date for the proposed mission was set for the 12th of September. By that time, the German advance southwards from northern Italy had succeeded in retaking Rome and ousting the remains of the Italian fascist regime, which had sided with the Americans and British. Consequently, Gran Sasso was much nearer the front lines by that time, and the operation could be launched directly from Rome. Skorzeny set off with his men just after lunchtime on the 12th of September. They traveled on board a number of Henschel HS-126 reconnaissance planes, which were towing DFS-230 gliders. These were extremely wide gliders that 9 men could be airlifted into a region aboard. Each Henschel towed 1 glider, the plan being that 90 men were to be airlifted to Gran Sasso and rescue Mussolini from the hotel. These were a mix of Fallschirmjäger, or paratroopers, and Skorzeny's SS troops. The 90 special operatives landed on the plateau near Hotel Campo shortly after 1400 hours, just over an hour after leaving Rome. One of the gliders crashed on landing, injuring some of Skorzeny's men, but approximately 85 continued onwards. In tandem, a separate squadron of paratroopers had landed down below the plateau and had captured the cable car base, while also severing the telephone lines there in order to prevent word about the raid being conveyed to the wider Italian position in the area. The garrison in the Hotel Campo was now isolated, but with roughly 200 carabinieri there, they still outnumbered Skorzeny's men by at least 2 to 1. Skorzeny and his men barely had to fight. When they entered the Hotel Campo, the guards there surrendered, unsure exactly how many Germans they were facing, while General Fernando Soletti, a veteran of the Italian War in Africa, had accompanied Skorzeny on the mission and convinced the Carabinieri to surrender. Consequently, at approximately 14:15, just 10 minutes after they had landed, Skorzeny and his men rescued Mussolini. However, they could not leave just yet. For propaganda purposes, it had been decided that the rescue mission would be documented. Consequently, even when a German plane landed on the plateau to fly Mussolini out, there was a delay in doing so, as photo and video footage were taken outside the hotel to record the rescue mission. This was further complicated by the fact that a rivalry had developed between Skorzeny and Major Otto Harold Moors, the commander of the paratroopers who had captured the cable car base lower down the mountain, to claim overall credit for the rescue mission. It was for this reason that Skorzeny changed the plan and decided to board the plane with Mussolini and fly out. This was a small plane, one which was now overloaded and only barely managed to take off along a short makeshift runway. As such, Skorzeny's efforts to claim credit for the mission very nearly endangered the mission. Yet, he was hailed in the aftermath of it as Mussolini was taken north to act as the head of the Italian Social Republic, operating from Sarlo in northern Italy. Skorzeny's actions ensured that he, the SS, and Himmler gained the credit for the Gran Sasso raid, a mission which even Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister, agreed was one of great daring. Even as the Gran Sasso raid was being planned and implemented, Skorzeny was possibly involved in an even more audacious operation, which would have had greater ramifications than the rescue of the Italian dictator from the Italian mountaintop. Following the entry of the United States into the war in December 1941, the leaders of the Allied powers had met at regular conferences in cities in North America and North Africa, notably the Casablanca Conference of January 1943 and the Quebec Conference the following August. In mid-1943, Nazi intelligence received word that now the heads of state of the three leading Allied powers, the US President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin, and the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, were to meet together for the first time. The city chosen for their conference was Tehran, the capital of Iran, which had been occupied by the British and Soviets in a joint operation in 1941 to prevent the country's rich oil fields falling under Nazi control. It is believed that the Nazis learned in the summer of 1943 that the big three Allied leaders were to be in Tehran in October 1943, and that Hitler then approved a plan, codenamed Operation Long Jump, to assassinate them if possible while there. The deputy chief of the SS, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, was allegedly given overall command of the initiative, which he quickly handed over to a number of operational heads, chief amongst which was Skorzeny. There is a debate to the present day as to whether or not Operation Long Jump was ever something that was planned by the Nazis. What we can be certain of is that it was never carried out. Instead, when the conference began in Tehran, Stalin presented evidence which he claimed had been gathered by the Soviet intelligence agencies, the NKVD, about the proposed German plan. He then claimed that the Nazis, under the direction of Skorzeny and others, had sent agents to the Iranian capital and were embedded in hotels near the conference site in early October 1943, but that a Soviet counterintelligence agent by the name of Nikolai Kuznetsov, who was posing as a German officer in occupied Ukraine, had uncovered the details of the plot. According to Stalin, the Germans had learned that the Russians knew about the assassination attempt days before the conference was due to convene, and had pulled their men out of Tehran. If what Stalin reported was true, then Skorzeny was central to an audacious plan to assassinate FDR, Churchill, and Stalin at the Tehran conference. But the evidence is very mixed. On the one hand, Skorzeny denied any involvement in his memoirs, published in the 1950s, but there is substantial enough evidence to suggest that the Nazis did at least consider and explore the possibility of assassinating the three Allied leaders. However, it seems unlikely that it went far beyond this basic planning stage. Around the same time that the plans surrounding Operation Long Jump were winding down, Skorzeny was becoming involved in a new mission which would become known as Operation Rosselsprung, or Operation Knight's Move. The Nazis in this operation aimed to capture the leader of the partisan and communist resistance in occupied Yugoslavia, Josip Broz Tito. Tito had been able to take advantage of the Allied invasion of Italy and Mussolini's initial fall from power in 1943 to expand his activities in the Balkans and seize control of large sections of the Yugoslav countryside. Through Operation Knight's Move, the Nazi High Command aimed to identify his Central Command headquarters in the Croatia region and launch a combined land and airborne assault thereon. Skorzeny was only one figure involved in the operation, one which was plagued by rivalry between competing factions within the SS, the SD, the Luftwaffe, and the German Land Army, to claim credit for it. It may have been for this reason that Skorzeny failed to pass on critical information he obtained from interrogating a detained Yugoslav partisan, that Tito's headquarters were in a cave near Drvar, in the Dinaric Alps of what is now Bosnia and Herzegovina. Around this time, Skorzeny also began excusing himself from further activity in the mission. When a considerable assault was finally launched against Drvar in the final days of May 1944, Tito and his closest followers were able to escape, despite intense fighting across the region. Yugoslavia was not the only region in Central Europe which was causing the Nazis increasing trouble in 1944. With the Western Allies having opened a southern front in Italy, the Russians advancing into Poland and Ukraine in the east, and a new Western front expected any month, many of Hitler's former allies in Central Europe and the Balkans were reconsidering where their loyalties lay. Romania soon changed sides in the war from being Germany's foremost ally in the invasion of Russia to allying with the Soviets. Fearing that Hungary might be next, Hitler had effectively taken over the country in March 1944 and forced the regent, Miklos Horthy, the ostensible king of the country since 1920, to remove Prime Minister Miklos Kale from power, as he had evidently been engaged in secret surrender negotiations with the Soviets. Thereafter, the Germans largely controlled Hungary, leading most tragically to the extension of the final solution to the country and the mass murder of approximately 400,000 of the country's 750,000 Jews in just a few months between the late spring and early autumn of 1944. However, by the autumn, it had become apparent that Horthy was also engaging in clandestine negotiations with the Russians. Accordingly, Hitler called on Skorzeny to lead a unit to Budapest to capture Horthy and try to keep Hungary solidly pro-German in the face of the advancing Red Army. Operation Panzerfaust, or Operation Armored Fist as it was codenamed, was initiated in mid-October 1944. On the 15th, Skorzeny and his men, who are now known as the 502nd SS Jaeger Battalion, having been renamed and reconstituted late in 1943, intervened at a planned meeting between Horthy's son and representatives of Tito's Yugoslav partisans, who were acting as intermediaries between the Hungarians and the Soviets. The regent's son was detained at this supposed meeting and sent straight to Vienna, eventually ending up at Mauthausen concentration camp. Meanwhile, in Budapest, his father responded by making a national radio broadcast in which he declared that Hungary was renouncing its alliance with Germany and had negotiated terms for the cessation of hostilities with the Soviets. But Hitler and Skorzeny had prepared for this eventuality and had coordinated with the Arrow Cross Party, an ultra-fascist organization within Hungary, for them to be given charge of the government. Hence, just hours after he made his broadcast from Castle Hill in Budapest, Regent Horthy found his position surrounded by tanks and men led by Skorzeny. Horthy ordered his men to stand down and was soon dispatched to Germany by Skorzeny, where he was held under house arrest by the SS until the war ended. Skorzeny's action led to the brief rise to power in Hungary of the Arrow Cross Party, headed by Ferenc Szalasi, a regime which in the few brief months it was in power was responsible for killing tens of thousands of civilians. If there is one operation which he orchestrated which Skorzeny is nearly as famous for as the Grand Sasso Raid, it is surely Operation Greif. As the Nazis were taking over Hungary in the autumn of 1944, the Western Allies had opened a new Western front in France with the D-Day landings. A swift campaign to capture Paris and then Brussels and the important port of Antwerp followed before the Allies began preparing for an eastward drive into the Rhineland in the winter. As this occurred, Hitler decided to undertake the last major German offensive of the war, a large counterattack in the Ardennes forest of Belgium and Luxembourg in December 1944. The goal of the Battle of the Bulge, as it became known, was to try to slow down the Allied advance into Germany in the hopes that the Western Allies would fall out with the Soviet Union and place the Nazis in a favorable position to negotiate peace terms. While the Ardennes offensive was primarily to be a traditional counterattack, there were also plans for a major special operation to spread disinformation amongst the Western Allies, sow chaos behind the enemy lines, and, if possible, capture a number of bridges over the River Meuse in the region. This was where Skorzeny came into the plans. Through Operation Greif, Skorzeny aimed to form a new unit of special operatives known as Panzer Brigade 150. The idea was for these men to dress as Allied troops in American uniforms and travel in captured Allied vehicles such as British tanks or American trucks. Men who could speak English were selected, and where possible individuals who could speak in passable Anglophone accents. These men would then travel behind enemy lines and begin trying to accomplish the goals of the operation. There were logistical problems in achieving all of this. For instance, only one operational American Sherman tank could be acquired for the mission, and finding men who could both speak English and do so without their accents raising suspicions was extremely difficult. Consequently, in the end, Skorzeny resorted to disguising German Panzer tanks as Allied M10 tank destroyers, while the language and accent problem was dealt with by placing one or two men in each unit who were the designated speakers for them, despite the risks if greater questioning was implemented by Allied military leaders. Operation Greif began on the 16th of December, the same day that the Battle of the Bulge commenced. Several dozen men headed behind enemy lines in different directions. Skorzeny had given his men instructions to try to destroy fuel depots and ammunition dumps in particular, while also interrupting the Allied advance in whatever way possible. Accordingly, over the first few days, his men roamed around the Ardennes region, turning road signs in the wrong direction and, where possible, passing on bogus orders to several units of Allied troops that they met. Telephone lines and radio communications were also severed. It was clear to Skorzeny, who was overseeing the units remotely from behind German lines, that a bridgehead over the River Meuse could not be seized. But the initiative was still markedly successful. In some instances, his men sent entire brigades of Allied troops in the wrong direction. In one particular case, they convinced an Allied detachment to abandon an occupied village. But the ruse could not last for long, and within a few days the Allies knew that there was a special operatives unit of some kind operating behind their lines. Accordingly, checkpoints were set up to question Allied troops, but this backfired and created further chaos in some cases, such as when U.S. General Omar Bradley was detained by American troops after he answered Springfield when asked the capital of Illinois by an inquisitive soldier at a checkpoint. The GI in question incorrectly believed the capital was Chicago and ordered Bradley's arrest, believing he might be one of Skorzeny's special operatives. Elsewhere, the British General Bernard Montgomery had the wheels of his jeep shot out from under him by some Allied troops who thought he and his men might be the Germans. While Skorzeny's men did succeed in creating a great degree of disorder behind the Allied lines in the second half of December 1944, ultimately there was little that could be done to stop the Allied victory. After General George Patton arrived with the U.S. Third Army on the 26th of December and began pushing the German counterattack backwards. With the Allied victory in the Battle of the Bulge, the stage was set for the Battle of Germany. In the first weeks of 1945, the Soviets began amassing in northwestern Poland for the descent into Germany and on Berlin, while the Western Allies were soon heading towards the Rhineland. As this occurred, many individuals within the Nazi regime began preparing for the end of the war. Some, like Skorzeny's superior within the SS, Heinrich Himmler, secretly began tentatively exploring possible peace terms with the Allies. But Himmler was also aware that these would most likely not result in acceptable terms. As such, since the autumn of 1944, he had been preparing Operation Werwolf, in conjunction with several senior commanders of the SS. Skorzeny was soon drafted into the planning. The idea here was for small bands of dedicated Nazis and SS members to be trained to continue the war even after Germany was overrun by the Allies. In the spring of 1945, for instance, Skorzeny was training hundreds of soldiers in tactics, including sniping, sabotage, manufacturing homemade bombs, and also how to act in guerrilla-type cells, which would act clandestinely to undermine the Allied occupation of Germany in the months or indeed years after the war ended. Exactly how advanced the preparations for Operation Werwolf were remains a point of considerable debate today. There is no doubt that it was a real program which was initiated by the SS, but many historians today believe that reports about the extent of the planned resistance have been exaggerated, and that in reality it was more propaganda than a coherent plan for initiating a guerrilla war once the conventional war ended. In any event, Skorzeny was only able to commit some of his time in the last month of the war to the initiative, as, at the end of January, he was appointed as a more conventional military commander. Such was the dearth of senior German military commanders available by early 1945. Skorzeny was given command of a division of the German 3rd Panzer Army and sent to defend the bridgehead of Schwedt in northeastern Germany as the Soviet 2nd Belarusian Front or Army Group tried to push through the region towards Berlin. Skorzeny managed to hold out at the Schwedt bridgehead for 31 days between the start of February and early March, but he was compromised in his efforts by a lack of heavy machine guns and artillery, compensating for the latter by placing anti-air guns on the back of trucks. Despite these impediments, when Skorzeny ordered the retreat on the 3rd of March, it was not owing to a defeat, but because he had not received any commands on what he should do and feared encirclement if he remained any longer at his current position. By that time, the war was nearing its end, and Skorzeny was briefly sent westwards to try to oversee the sabotage of some of the bridges over the River Rhine to slow the Allied advance, but was soon back in Berlin where the Russians were encircling the city. A brief final meeting with Hitler saw the Führer award Skorzeny with the Oak Leaves to the Knight's Cross, the highest military honor available within Nazi Germany. Before he could even receive the physical lapels to pin on, he was gone from Berlin again, this time heading south towards Austria. What Skorzeny's orders were during these final weeks of the war, or what his plans were, remains something of a mystery. He was in Vienna for much of the second half of April, before heading for the Alpine region between Bavaria and Austria, where the SS were preparing for a final stand. It was here that he would have received news of Hitler's suicide in Berlin on the 30th of April, followed just over a week later by the additional news that the war was over and Germany had surrendered. It was at this juncture that Skorzeny and several other senior SS commanders in the Alpine region along the Austro-German border determined that a final stand or guerrilla war in the mountains was impractical. There was always the hope that they could convince the Allies that they could prove useful as a police force in securing Germany now that the war was over. With this in mind, Skorzeny and several others descended from the mountains and surrendered to an American division on the 16th of May, 1945. Once it became clear to the Allied command that they had Skorzeny in detention, it might have been assumed that he would be prioritized for interrogation and trial. After all, with so many senior members of the regime dead or having committed suicide, the Allies needed well-known figures for the main trials, which were being organized before the International Military Tribunal to be held at Nuremberg. Ernst Kaltenbrunner would stand as the head of the SS in that trial following Himmler's suicide. But surely Skorzeny would feature in another of the bigger trials. After all, this was the same man who had rescued Mussolini from a mountaintop so that he could continue the war in Italy, allegedly plotted to kill the Allied leaders, and had overseen Operation Grafe and countless other missions. Yet this was not to be the case. Skorzeny was not even subjected to intense questioning and interrogation like other senior members of the SS. Instead, the Americans, whose zone of occupation Skorzeny had been arrested in, questioned him in a fairly relaxed manner throughout the summer and autumn of 1945. Yet, he could not escape judgment entirely, and early in 1946, it was concluded that Skorzeny would stand trial as one of over 1,500 individuals to be tried at the Dachau concentration camp in Bavaria, the first major concentration camp which the Nazis had opened in southern Germany in the mid-1930s to detain its political enemies. Now it would serve as a court to pass judgment on hundreds of members of the SS and other Nazis like Skorzeny. Skorzeny was not long at Dachau. After brief questioning by senior figures within American and British intelligence, it was determined that Skorzeny ought to stand trial at Nuremberg after all. There, he faced repeated interrogation for months on end, mostly relating to Operation Grafe and other missions he had overseen. The Ardennes offensive was a line of particular inquiry for the Allies, as they had information that Skorzeny had been given bullets laced with aconite prior to the operation, and it was rightly perceived that if this could be proven, it could be construed as a form of chemical warfare. These were difficult months for Skorzeny, who was regularly in solitary confinement and had multiple health problems, which were exacerbated by his decision to engage in a hunger strike in protest at the conditions of his detention. In late 1946, the situation was such that he had to be returned to Dachau to have his gallbladder removed. The following summer finally brought charges, as Skorzeny was accused of various crimes in connection with Operation Grafe. A trial followed through the late summer and early autumn of 1947. But the case against Skorzeny was always weak, and when Allied commanders testified to assert that they had effectively been planning something similar to what the Germans did in the Ardennes, the result was assured. Skorzeny was acquitted, but he was still not free to go, and as 1947 turned into 1948, he faced a denazification court and more than likely at least a few more years in prison. After over 3 years of detention, Skorzeny escaped in the summer of 1948. The exact details of how it was arranged are murky. Skorzeny, ever a self-mythologizer, would claim in later years that the US authorities had been clandestinely involved in helping him escape. But there is no evidential basis for this assertion. Instead, it seems relatively clear that a group of former Nazis or members of the SS entered the prison where he was being detained in Darmstadt in central Germany, dressed as US military police, and convinced the prison authorities to release Skorzeny in order to transport him to a hearing at Nuremberg. It was the last that was seen of Skorzeny for some time by the authorities. He spent much of the next year and a half in Bavaria on a farm rented by Countess Ilse Lütje, a niece of Hjalmar Schacht, the former finance minister of Germany during the Nazi era. Skorzeny would subsequently marry Lütje after requesting a divorce from his second wife. When next he was identified publicly, Skorzeny was in Paris, and it was 1950. Having been photographed and publicly identified in a cafe there, he absconded quickly from the French capital and headed to Austria. But eventually, in 1951, he determined to settle in Francoist Spain, which had remained neutral during the war, but where the regime of General Francisco Franco and the Falange movement was sympathetic to former Nazi war criminals and offered them refuge. Skorzeny spent much of the 1950s living in Madrid, feigning to work as either a journalist or an import-export merchant. Once he had settled in Spain, Skorzeny became a prominent figure in the network of former Nazis and SS members throughout Western Europe who were helping wanted fugitives to evade justice after the war. This network of individuals is usually referred to as the Rat Line and involved figures ultimately absconding to South America and Argentina in particular. Skorzény's own contribution to it, which he began managing from Bavaria shortly after his own escape from prison, is more typically known as Die Spinne, or the Spider. In the late 1940s and 1950s, this grew into a large network of individuals offering safe houses to wanted members of the SS and aid to provide them with money and papers to escape from Germany and Austria, often via Switzerland to Italy and Spain, and from there onwards to Argentina, Chile, and other Latin American nations. This extended further to efforts to break some figures out of detention facilities in Germany. In 1951, Skorzeny managed to acquire the aid of the German industrialist Alfred Krupp, who had been involved with the Nazi regime and in the Holocaust, but had been released from prison in 1950 after serving just 3 years of a 12-year sentence. Krupp allowed Skorzeny to use the Krupp Company's business connections to facilitate the work of Die Spinne. In total, it is believed that the Spider and Skorzeny managed to aid hundreds of former SS members to escape justice in the late 1940s and 1950s. Skorzeny's first years in Madrid were eventful ones in other ways. While there, he prepared his memoirs exploring his wartime record and his commando operations, for which he correctly assumed there would be an audience, as he had garnered a reputation as the most dangerous man in Europe in the latter stages of the war. He managed to acquire a contract to publish these in Le Figaro, the major French morning newspaper which had been in publication since the early 19th century. Not everyone was impressed with the idea. When the memoirs were published, it sparked a riot on the streets around Le Figaro's offices on the 5th of April 1950, during which hundreds of French gendarmes effectively engaged in a street battle with 1,500 French communists. Yet by then, it was the communists who were viewed as the bigger problem. With the Cold War heating up in the 1950s, Western governments were anxious to move on from the Nazi era, and tens of thousands of former collaborators within the Third Reich were deemed to be entnazifiziert, or denazified, subsequently being pardoned or released from jail early, and then often employed by the government of West Germany. Skorzeny was amongst them, and he was deemed to be denazified in absentia in 1952, though he would never return to live in Germany and had to travel henceforth on a Nansen or refugee passport. While he did not return to Germany, Skorzeny did not remain sedentary in Spain either. Throughout the 1950s and 1960s, he traveled extensively. One place where he spent a considerable period of time and seems to have wanted to settle in permanently was Ireland. The country was not entirely hostile to former Nazis in the post-war period, as it had remained neutral in the war owing to its historically hostile relationship with Britain. Skorzeny bought an extensive farm in County Kildare in Ireland and spent a considerable period in the second half of the 1950s living there. But the Irish government balked at the idea of him acquiring a visa to remain in Ireland indefinitely and refused his request. Elsewhere, Skorzeny visited Argentina on several occasions, where he was entertained by President Juan Perón, whose administration was extremely favorable towards former Nazis. Finally, and perhaps most significantly, Skorzeny spent some time in Egypt in the mid-1950s, helping the government train divisions after General Mohammed Naguib had overthrown the monarchy in 1952 in a military coup alongside Gamal Abdel Nasser. The units Skorzeny trained were possibly involved in the Egyptian capture of the British-occupied Suez Canal zone and the subsequent Suez Crisis in 1956. During these years when he was traveling and consulting with foreign governments in Argentina, Egypt, and elsewhere, Skorzeny continued to play a clandestine role in the neo-Nazi movement within Europe. For instance, SIDAD, or the Spanish Circle of Friends of Europe, was a Spanish neo-fascist group that aimed to resurrect fascist ideology in a time of emerging liberalism in Spain, and when it was founded in 1966, Skorzeny was one of its original members and played a key consultancy role amongst its leadership for several years. More significantly, in 1970, he set up the Paladin Group in Spain. This fascist group, was established as a species of neo-Nazi paramilitary group, one which would provide quasi-mercenary services to right-wing governments where they needed non-state agencies to carry out anti-communist activities both within and outside their borders. It was formed by Skorzeny in response to the growing leftist and communist paramilitary organizations in countries like France, West Germany, and Italy in the late 1960s and early 1970s. The activities of the Paladin Group are still cloudy today. They were most certainly aligned with Salazar's right-wing government in Portugal and with the anti-communist movement in Italy during the 1970s, while they were also likely involved in training Arab jihadists in Egypt to carry out attacks against Israel. But claims that Skorzeny's group helped train US special operatives who were sent to Indochina are largely without evidential basis. The last stages of Skorzeny's life perhaps ushered in the most bizarre episode of all. In 1989, details emerged from within Israeli intelligence circles and were published that Skorzeny had actually been recruited in the mid-1960s by Mossad, the Israeli intelligence organization. One might view this as a spurious and headline-grabbing claim, but the story was confirmed by a former senior Mossad administrator. Further investigative work and studies have been carried out since, though it has been difficult to get fully to the root of what happened. From these, it seems that there was indeed some involvement between Mossad and Skorzeny in the 1960s. One theory holds that Mossad agents visited his house in Spain and, under threat of assassination, effectively force-recruited him in order to have Skorzeny aid Mossad in its efforts to limit the flow of military intelligence and technology from Germany to Egypt at that time, as Israel was mired in a series of wars with the North African state between the 1950s and 1970s. Another theory holds that Skorzeny was employed by Mossad through intermediaries and didn't actually know who he was working for. A third argues that in the aftermath of the arrest, trial and execution of Adolf Eichmann in the early 1960s, who was one of the senior figures involved in the Holocaust, Skorzeny cut a deal with the Israelis to aid them against Egypt on condition they made no future effort to capture him. The truth, it seems, may never be known, but this was a highly curious coda to Skorzeny's already colorful career. Not long after his alleged involvement with Mossad, Skorzeny's health began to decline. In 1970, he was diagnosed with a cancerous growth on his spine. Surgery followed, which was invasive at the time, and left him temporarily paralyzed after being operated on back in Hamburg. However, it was not enough to stop the growth from spreading to his lungs. He died in Madrid on the 5th of July 1975 at 67 years of age. His funeral, like his life, was controversial. It was held in the Spanish capital according to a Roman Catholic ceremony, but it was attended by many former members of the SS and committed Nazis who, amongst other things, gave the Hitler salute during the ceremony. His body was subsequently cremated, and his ashes were then sent back to his hometown of Vienna, where he was buried on the Skorzeny family plot. A second ceremony was held in the Austrian capital, one which was also attended by former members of the SS and neo-Nazis, with Austrian plainclothes police monitoring the interring of Skorzeny's remains. From amongst the many senior figures and military commanders who made up the Nazi regime during the Second World War, Otto Skorzeny cut something of an interesting figure, a German equivalent of David Sterling, who established the British Special Operatives and led daring raids against the Germans and Italians in the western desert of Egypt during the North Africa campaign. Skorzeny's exploits were colorful, none more so than his leadership of the mission which plucked Benito Mussolini off a mountaintop in the mid-autumn of 1943 and took him to northern Italy to oversee Hitler's puppet state there, while Operation Grafe provided an edge to the ultimately unsuccessful Ardennes offensive. Yet these acts of great daring, as Churchill described the Gran Sasso raid, should not distract from the reality of who Skorzeny was. He was a fiercely committed Nazi from an ideological perspective, one who never gave up his views and who continued to operate within European Nazi circles in the post-war period. As a result, he may also have been responsible for aiding many senior Nazis in avoiding justice during the 1950s and 1960s. Admittedly, his possible ties to Mossad and the Israeli state in the last decade of his life adds a further complicating twist to his life story. What do you think of Otto Skorzeny? Has the tendency to see him as a daring figure embarking on audacious missions against the Allies deflected from the fact that he was clearly an ideologically committed Nazi? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Gregor Strasser was born on the 31st of May 1892 in the small town of Geisenfeld in Bavaria, in the southern part of the German Empire. His father was Peter Strasser, a member of a farming family from Upper Bavaria. Peter broke with a long-standing family tradition of agricultural work and became a bureaucrat instead, working for the House of Wittelsbach, the ruling family of the Duchy of Bavaria and the subsequent Kingdom of Bavaria since medieval times. The Wittelsbachs had retained their positions as kings of Bavaria, even after the unification of Germany and the emergence of the German Empire in 1871, though in a much more ceremonial capacity than when they had actually controlled the independent Bavarian state. Peter Strasser eventually rose to become a chancellery advisor at the courthouses of Windsheim and Deggendorf in Bavaria. Gregor's mother was Paulina Strasser, née Strobel, the daughter of a middle-class couple, her father being a museum warden in Dinkersbuhl. She and Peter had married in August 1891, and Gregor was the eldest of their 5 children. Paulina gave birth to 3 boys and 1 girl after Gregor: Paul in 1895, Otto in 1897, Olga, and finally Anton. Otto became as politically active as Gregor in the 1920s, thus intertwining the 2 brothers' stories far beyond their childhood. Growing up in Bavaria in the 1890s and 1900s, life was uneventful for Gregor. He attended Windsheim Primary School in Franconia, before attending Gymnasia in Traunstein and Burghausen. His family was staunchly Catholic, and much of his education was overseen by Jesuits in a part of Germany which had retained its allegiances to Rome throughout the Protestant Reformation and thereafter, unlike the vast majority of northern Germany. Gregor's family life was formative. Peter Strasser was a politically conscious individual, and in 1912 published a work entitled The New Way, in which he tried to amalgamate elements of socialism, Christianity, and nationalism into a cohesive whole. He was a supporter of the imperial government and tried to inculcate in his sons the benefits of a form of conservative socialism, political views which would significantly shape both Gregor and Otto's political outlook in years to come, a fact which was clearly acknowledged by Gregor himself years later when he published a collection of his speeches and dedicated the book to his father. Gregor came of age in a period of immense social and political change in Germany. The German Empire had only recently been established in 1871, following a series of wars in which Prussia had united the 30 or so smaller German states under its rule after centuries of Germany being divided into scores or even hundreds of small states, principalities, and independent cities. Following the unification of the country, it quickly emerged as one of the most powerful countries in the world, buoyed by its industrial growth in the 19th century and growing economic strength. As a result, Germany was able to begin demonstrating its strength as a great power. This was most pronounced in 2 major conferences to decide on a wide range of issues amongst the European powers at this time, had been held in Berlin in 1878 and 1884 rather than in London, a sign of the shifting political landscape of the continent. By the time Gregor was born in 1892, Germany was also emerging as a colonial power, acquiring colonies in East Africa, Southwest Africa, and in the Western Pacific. One other notable development within German society at this time was the emergence of the Völkisch or Folkish movement, one which looked back to Germany's past to foster a sense of the German people being a great race that ought to play a major role in world affairs. Although the Völkisch movement was a subculture in the 1890s and 1900s, it would become more prominent across Germany years later and would significantly shape Gregor's life and own political outlook. While these developments were playing out in the wider country, young Gregor was embarking on a career in the medical sector. He wanted to become a doctor, but his parents, as middle class as they might have aspired to be, did not have sufficient resources to send Gregor to medical school for many years, while also supporting 4 other children. Therefore, Gregor had to take the decision in his late teenage years to abandon his desire to become a doctor and instead become a chemist or pharmacist, a career option which would require far fewer years of study. He began serving an apprenticeship in Frontenhausen in 1910 after he turned 18, paying his own way for much of his studies by writing for a local newspaper. After 3 years, he completed his initial training and then headed for Munich, the capital of Bavaria, to study at the university there in 1913. His studies as a pharmacist would ultimately be interrupted by the outbreak of the First World War late the following summer, though he would return to them years later and become a trained pharmacist. Nevertheless, his experiences in the late 1900s and early 1910s left a lasting impression, and in the 1920s, he regularly expressed the view that the German educational system was poorly run and failed to aid students from less affluent families in achieving their goals. While Gregor was in his training as a pharmacist, Germany was hurtling towards war. In the course of the 1900s, the rise of Germany as a major power was leading to increased tensions across the continent. A naval race to see which country could build the most destroyer-class battleships, the foremost and most powerful battleship of the early 20th century, had developed between Britain and Germany. A web of complex alliances had also emerged, though 2 primary alliances began to become the most important. One was led by Germany and the Empire of Austria-Hungary, and the other comprised of France and Russia. Britain, though loosely connected through alliances to France, was not as integrated into the alliance structure, though they favored the Franco-Russian alliance over the Austro-German. Colonial rivalry was also inflaming relations between countries, and in 1911, France and Germany nearly entered another war during the Agadir crisis over the control of Morocco. Ultimately, it was hyper-nationalism in the Balkans that created the spark that led to war. Situated between the receding Ottoman Empire, the struggling Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the growing Russian Empire, the Balkans were filled with various ethnic groups who had begun to press for independence. The crisis began when the reform-minded heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, Archduke Franz Ferdinand, was assassinated by a Serbian nationalist in late June 1914. In the weeks that followed, it became clear that Russia intended to respond if Austria did not adequately respect Serbia's independence. In late July, this led to a week-long period in which Europe's nations declared war on each other, one after another. On the 3rd of August, Germany declared war on Russia and France and invaded neutral Belgium in an effort to quickly attack the French forces. The British, who had thus far avoided entering the war, were compelled by alliances to Belgium to declare war on Germany the following day. The conflict which followed would be fought most intensely in Europe and in particular on the Western Front in northeastern France, but theatres of it popped up all over the world. This conflict, sparked out of a poorly executed but successful assassination attempt, became known as the First World War. 2 weeks after Germany's entry into the war, Gregor joined the 1st Bavarian Foot Artillery Regiment. Over the next 4 years, he served extensively on the Western Front in northeastern France, the heart of the conflict where millions of soldiers from both alliances battled with each other in futile and disastrous frontal assaults. Strasser was present at many of the most important engagements of the war, including the Battle of Verdun in 1916 and the Battle of the Somme the same year. He was a well-respected soldier, with one commander recommending him as, quote, a complete character, who fully proved himself in the field in every possible way, close quote. By the time the conflict ended, he had been awarded the Iron Cross First and Second Class, as well as the Bavarian Military Service Cross. These distinctions aside, the war lowered Strasser's perception of the imperial government, and he became increasingly convinced that Germany needed a new type of political system, which would harness its potential as a nation and would be run more efficiently than it had during the war. By the end of 1917, both sides had become exhausted and appeared ready to collapse. The Russian Empire had collapsed in a communist revolution and was embroiled in internal conflict. France and Britain's resources were stretched thin, particularly as costly battles drained both empires of its manpower. Germany, Austria, and the Ottoman Empire were also at a crisis point from the conflict. However, it was not apparent even then that the war would end in total German defeat. However, a disaster in the shape of an American entry into the war took shape in April of 1917. The United States, which under the direction of its president, Woodrow Wilson, had long favored the Franco-Anglo alliance, sending vast amounts of munitions and supplies to sustain the conflict. The costly mistake of attempting to head off American support had backfired for the German High Command, resulting in the influx of thousands of fresh American troops. Still, military blunders and poor planning resulted in a continued stalemate as German troops maintained their lines through much of 1918. By the late autumn of 1918, the situation was looking increasingly desperate for the German army in occupied Belgium. Meanwhile, at home, the collapsing economy and wartime scarcity led to a revolution in Germany, as the navy revolted against the government. This soon led to revolts and insurrections breaking out across the country, much of it led by socialist movements in imitation of the Russian Revolution of 1917. On the 9th of November 1918, Emperor Wilhelm II abdicated, and the German Republic was quickly established. 2 days later, an armistice was signed with the British and French, and the war came to an end. Despite the end of the war, the immediate unrest continued across Germany for another year and a half, as socialist groups tried to seize control of Berlin, Munich, and other cities. In opposition, conservative organizations emerged to resist them. These political movements that shaped the remainder of Strasser's life were born out of the anarchy of the German Revolution in 1919. This was the same year that the Treaty of Versailles was signed between Germany and the victorious powers, imposing a war guilt clause on Germany, huge financial indemnities, loss of extensive territory in the east of the former empire, and a humiliating demilitarization of Western Germany and eventual occupation of the industrial lands there by France and Belgium. Strasser, like many early Nazis, despised the agreement and viewed it as a stain on the national honor of Germany. Following the war, Strasser returned to Germany and quickly completed his pharmacy studies at Erlangen University. While finishing his studies, Strasser's political activities were becoming more extreme. In the spring of 1919, he joined the Freikorps, a paramilitary organization which had been established following the war to try to suppress communist uprisings across Germany and restore order. This was necessary as the terms of the Versailles Treaty had required Germany to immediately reduce its army to 100,000 men, and the Freikorps was viewed as a way of legally circumventing this by claiming they were irregulars with no official connection to the government. Strasser despised communism and perceived the communists were denigrating the sacrifices that so many German soldiers had made during the war. He was not alone in this, and much of the fascist sentiment which swept Germany in years to come was forged out of these experiences in 1919 and 1920, in the immediate aftermath of the First World War. Ultimately, though, the Freikorps began to spiral into too large and powerful an organization, so much so that the new government of the German Weimar Republic and the heads of the Reichswehr, the small official German army, determined to reduce their numbers, and throughout 1920 and 1921 they were largely disbanded across the country. Disbanded, Strasser returned to civilian life in 1920, taking up a post as an assistant chemist in a pharmacy or chemist shop in Traunstein, where he had gone to school many years earlier. It was not long before the politically energized Gregor was involving himself in other political movements. By the end of 1920, he was a member of the Verband National Gesinnter Soldaten, a folkish movement largely comprised of army veterans, many of whom had subsequently joined the Freikorps. The VNS was effectively a political wing of the broadly disbanded Freikorps. and one which wanted to overturn the humiliating terms of the Treaty of Versailles, while also rebuilding a strong German Reich or empire. The group and others like it were significant antecedents of the development of the Nazi Party in the early 1920s. Strasser became the organizational head of the Landshut wing of the VNS. It was in this capacity that he met and formed a close political relationship with General Erich Ludendorff, one of Germany's war heroes who had been central to German victory in the Battle of Tannenberg against Russia on the Eastern Front in the first weeks of the war. Although Strasser would soon become disillusioned with the goals of the VNS and left the organization, this was a formative period in terms of his relationships with figures like Ludendorff. These were important years as well in Strasser's personal life. For many years, he had been involved in a relationship with Else Vollmuth, a woman from Landshut, subsequently described by an acquaintance as a charming, lively and attractive woman. The end of the war and the instability which followed, as well as Gregor's time in Munich finishing his studies, delayed their plans, but on the 15th of April 1920 they were finally married. It would be a happy marriage for Gregor, for an otherwise overly direct and sometimes gruff man. For a brief time, his marriage led him to withdraw from politics, and he began building a home for the couple. Twins, named Gunther and Helmut, quickly arrived in December 1920, and with 2 more mouths to feed, Gregor decided to quit his job as a chemist shop assistant and start his own business, opening a pharmacy in Landshut. It was very successful, and unlike many of the other early members of the Nazi movement, Strasser was a comfortably middle-class businessman throughout the 1920s and financially independent, a factor which allowed him to take an independent stance on many political and party issues. While Strasser was settling into a fairly regular, middle-class life in late 1920 and into 1921, Bavaria was becoming the hub of radical right-wing and conservative politics in Germany, as the region reacted to the emergence of the short-lived Bavarian Soviet Republic in April and May 1919. Many of the citizens were determined that no communist movement should be allowed to again emerge in southern Germany. These people began forming themselves into political groupings, some of which attracted the most outlandish political figures of the day. One such organization was the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or Nazi Party in short, which emerged in February 1920 out of the German Workers' Party, a German nationalist, anti-Semitic, corporatist and folkish movement founded in January 1919. The German Workers' Party and the Nazi Party were both formed and led by Anton Drexler, but within months of establishing the Nazi Party, an upstart member by the name of Adolf Hitler, a war veteran born in Austria, had come to prominence as a public speaker within the party, and he soon used his popularity to seize control of the organization from Drexler in the summer of 1921. Over the next 2 years, it steadily grew in popularity, with Ludendorff and other prominent war figures associating with it. Its rise was also fueled by the ongoing instability of the era, with France and Belgium militarily occupying the Ruhr region of Western Germany early in 1923 in reaction to the slow payment of Germany's war debts. It remains unclear to this day exactly when Gregor Strasser joined the Nazi Party. Many years later, he claimed that he had joined as early as 1920 and was a branch leader of the party in Landshut by the spring of 1921. His brother Otto, writing decades later, muddied the waters further by stating that Gregor had met with Hitler and Ludendorff privately in the first half of 1920 and became a member of the party at that stage. But this latter account is almost certainly spurious, as Hitler was not even a member of the party at that point, and Ludendorff was not really associated with it for some time to come. Unfortunately, Gregor's membership number, which would allow us to date his time of membership with some precision, has also not survived. The reality, Otto's fantasies and Gregor's self-mythologizing aside, it seems to have been that while he had a loose association with the party for some time before becoming a member, Gregor did not officially join the Nazis until sometime in the autumn of 1922. He joined the Sturmabteilung, or SA, as well around this time, this being the paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party, members of which wore distinctive brown shirts. despite his assertions that he founded the Landshut wing of the SA. This was already in existence for some time before Strasser became a Nazi member, though he did quickly emerge as a prominent figure within it, and by March 1923 he was appointed as the SA leader of the new Lower Bavarian Regiment. The rising popularity of the Nazis and the growth of the SA all took place during a deteriorating political situation in Germany, the most unstable year in the country's politics and society since 1919, as the Franco-Belgian occupation of the Ruhr aroused indignation across large sections of German society and inflation spiraled. It was in this environment that Hitler and other leading members of the Nazis decided to attempt a coup in Bavaria, the goal being to seize power in Munich and then descend on Berlin and take over the country in a manner which would mimic what Benito Mussolini and his Italian fascists had done in their successful march on Rome in October 1922. The abortive Nazi coup has become known as the Beer Hall Putsch, as it began at the Burger Bräukeller Beer Hall in Munich on the night of the 8th of November 1923. It was initially successful, as over 2,000 Nazis and SA men seized the beer hall and the surrounding region, as well as detained several prominent Munich political figures. But the momentum soon faded through inaction, and early in the morning of the 9th, the rebels decided to march on the center of the city. There they were met with an armed police unit that opened fire and killed 16 Nazis. The putsch collapsed and Hitler fled from Munich, despite the Nazis and SA still outnumbering the police detachments. Overall, the Beer Hall Putsch was a shambolic affair, badly planned and abandoned at the first signs of difficulty. Strasser played a minor role in the events of the 8th and 9th of November. As early as the 23rd of October, he attended a meeting of senior SA figures in Munich, chaired by Hermann Göring, one which engaged with the topic of an armed putsch, but at which details of what was planned by the upper brass of the party were not fully revealed. On the 7th of November, he was told to have the detachments under his command prepared to attend a rally Hitler would speak at, orders which were soon expanded into telling him to lead his division of SA men to Munich. By this time, he knew something serious was about to happen, but the precise details of the plot remained a closely guarded secret amongst Hitler and his confidants. Strasser was not involved in the events of the evening and night of the 8th of November at the beer hall itself, but when Strasser's unit of SA arrived in the district in the early hours of the 9th of November, he was ordered to secure a bridge over the river Isar near the beer hall. He duly did so, but his role in affairs ended later that day when news arrived of the fiasco in the city centre and the end of the putsch. Thereafter, in something of a pathetic scene for an attempted coup, Strasser led his division to the train station, singing patriotic songs, where they boarded the evening train back to Landshut. Despite his limited role in the beer hall putsch, Strasser decided he needed to disappear from Bavaria for a time in its aftermath. Despite the chaotic manner in which it had been attempted, the regional government was concerned enough by the events of the evening of the 8th of November and the morning of the 9th that it moved to suppress the Nazi Party and arrest and prosecute many of its senior members. As a regional leader in Landshut, Strasser was a person of interest, and so he absconded to northern Germany, even as figures like Hitler and Ludendorff were being arrested in southern Germany in the weeks that followed. Ludendorff was largely pardoned on account of his status as a war hero, but Hitler was sentenced to 5 years in prison, though he would only serve 8 months in the end, and the time away provided the opportunity for him to produce much of his lengthy, paranoid and rambling political manifesto, Mein Kampf. The Nazi Party was also prohibited across Bavaria, and many of its members, Strasser included, quickly joined other right-wing, hard-line nationalist groups in southern Germany, which effectively became fronts for unofficial membership of the Nazi Party. Gregor was eventually arrested and placed on trial in the spring of 1924 for his role in the beer hall putsch. He was prosecuted as part of a mass trial of Nazis who had played minor roles in the insurrection and was found guilty on the 12th of May of aiding and abetting treasonous activity. He was given a 15-month sentence at Landsberg prison, where Hitler had also been sent. Unlike his party leader, Strasser would only serve a few weeks of his sentence. This was owing to his election to the Bavarian Regional Parliament, the Landtag, late that spring, having put himself forward as a candidate for the Völkischer Sozialer Block, or VSB, a political party which had emerged in the aftermath of the putsch from a union of the Bavarian National Socialists and other folkish groups. Strasser, who had been involved in the formation talks, benefited greatly from this, as his election to the Landtag conferred political immunity on him and resulted in his release from Landsberg later that summer. He returned to a Germany where the National Reichstag elections of May 1924 had seen a shift towards more moderate centrist politics following the end of the occupation of the Ruhr and the beginning of a period of considerable economic revival in Germany. With this, it became clear to many senior Nazis that they could not hope to seize power through a future coup, but would have to enter electoral politics and try to gain influence in this way. Hitler was released from prison in December 1924, against the advice of many figures within Bavarian politics and the courts. Within 8 weeks, he had convinced the regional government to lift the ban on the Nazi Party, which had been imposed after the putsch. Strasser was quickly elected as the Gauleiter, or regional leader of the part of Lower Bavaria. He would hold this position for the next 4 years, and so was a major figure within Nazism from early 1925 on, following its reconstitution. Much of his role, as for the other Gauleiters and heads of the party during this period, was to try to reassemble it to what it had been in 1923 before the putsch, with many members having gone on to other pursuits in the intervening period. There were many moving parts in this, not least the management of Nazi publications and propaganda wings. Additionally, the work Strasser had to contend with doubled in 1926 when the Upper Palatinate region of Germany was added to his regional command. To take some of the burden off him, Heinrich Himmler, an emerging member of the party, was employed as his assistant. Gregor played a major role in the organization of the party and its activities throughout the second half of the 1920s. While the ban on the Nazi Party had been lifted, Hitler was still prohibited from speaking at public events for some time, and so it fell to the Gauleiters and other senior figures to give speeches across different parts of Germany, trying to drum up support for a minor party. Gregor was not the most gifted of orators, but his argumentation was persuasive, and he gained a lot of followers through his public appearances, along with his efficient administration of the party in the regions he was Gauleiter of. Some of this was facilitated by the work of Joseph Goebbels, an aspiring writer who had joined the party and become a propagandist for it, in the northern and western divisions under Strasser's direction. As a result, the party became 3 times larger in the area under his leadership by 1926 than it had been prior to the Beer Hall Putsch in 1923. In the course of 1925 and into 1926, Strasser, and to an extent his brother Otto, emerged as the leaders of a wing of the party which became a direct competitor of the centralized branches of it in the south of Bavaria in Munich and its hinterland. Much of this centered on Strasser's vitriolic attacks on the Weimar Republic, and in particular the Dawes Plan, an American-brokered initiative which reduced the burden of the war reparations payments which Germany had to pay and set the country up for an economic recovery from 1924 onwards, along with the economic system which pertained in Germany. While much of what Strasser was saying during this period aligned with mainstream Nazi policies, in terms of being extremely anti-Semitic, racial, and ultra-nationalist, some of it conflicted strongly with the mainstream party line in Munich. Owing to all of this, by the end of 1925, there was quite a rift developing between the northern wing of the party under Strasser's influence and the southern wing of the party, centered on Hitler and his closest associates in Munich. A showdown was brewing. One might ask at this juncture what Strasserism, as it has become known after Gregor and Otto's ideas, was and how it differed from the version of Nazism which emerged fully in the 1930s. What, in effect, were the various wings of the Nazi Party arguing over in the 1920s? Strasserism was more left-leaning than the Munich branch of Nazism. For instance, a person today might be confused as to why the Nazis espoused a political ideology which they termed National Socialism, even though ideologically they were vehemently opposed to communism, the most radical branch of socialism. Strasser was a huge influence on this concept of National Socialism, arguing for a form of socialism which was about the collective need of people in society, ergo socialism, to lead the national rejuvenation of Germany. He explained this quite clearly in a speech which he gave in the early 1920s, stating, "Because we had become nationalists in the trenches, we could not help becoming socialists in the trenches. We could not help coming home with the brutal intention of gathering the whole nation round us and teaching them that the greatness of a nation depends on the willingness of the individual to stand up for his nation." But Strasserism also was socialist in the sense that it leaned more to the left economically than the version of Nazism which became dominant in the 1930s. This was because Gregor and like-minded Nazis were rabidly opposed to the business classes of Germany and the capitalist system, perceiving them as having been largely responsible, along with the Jewish community of Germany, for the nation's defeat in the war and the acceptance of the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. As such, they wanted a more left-leaning form of socialism where the state would play a greater role in the economic sphere. In this regard, they were quite ideologically aligned with the communists in many ways, but where they were bitterly opposed was in their racial ideologies. Strasserites believed firmly in the superiority of the German people and wanted a national revival, whereas communism, which the vast majority of early Nazis held to be part of a vast Jewish conspiracy, was international in its theoretical ideas and rejected racial hierarchies in favor of economic ones, which prioritized the well-being of the international proletariat, or working classes. The clash between Strasserites and the Munich branch of the Nazi Party came to a head in the spring of 1926, when Hitler convened a conference in Bamberg to resolve the developing divide between the northern wing and the Munich wing of the party. This was in response to Strasser's convening of a separate meeting of northern leaders in Westphalia the previous September, and the very real possibility of the party splintering into two organizations. This became a greater possibility since Strasser was beginning to question the wisdom of the policy of using electoral politics to acquire power in Germany, given that the economic recovery of the 1920s was pushing voters back towards more moderate centrist parties rather than favoring groups like the Nazis. By the end of 1925, Strasser was after drawing up his own policy program, which contained many points which conflicted with Hitler's views on Germany going forward, notably over the foreign policy which Germany would follow under Nazi rule, and also the specifics of Lebensraum, the living space which the Nazis aimed to create for Germans by conquering much of Europe, particularly in the east into Poland and the Soviet Union. The conference at Bamberg was something of a last-ditch effort to prevent a major split in the party between Hitler and Strasser's wings, although the word conference does not accurately describe it. At it, Hitler showed up and basically informed the 60 or so delegates that there would be no further dissent within the party, and the concept of the Führerprinzip was immutable. This concept was that the leader of the party had the final say on all matters of party policy. Strasser might have tried at this stage to break away from the main party, but in the end he effectively surrendered, agreeing to accept Hitler's views henceforth and promising to try to have any copies of his draft manifestos produced and distributed weeks earlier collected and destroyed. This effectively ended the potential schism, though for months thereafter Strasser and his allies remained something of a threat, one which Hitler continued to try to undermine by courting figures like Goebbels and drawing them away from their alliance with Strasser. By 1927, the split had largely healed. Fresh federal elections were held in Germany in the early summer of 1928. These were the first Reichstag elections since December 1924 and would provide a good insight into how the party was faring countrywide since its re-establishment in 1925. Strasser's rehabilitation after the split in 1925 and 1926 was evident in his appointment to effectively oversee the propaganda campaign during the elections, in association with Goebbels. Nevertheless, the results were not promising for the party. They received just over 800,000 votes, equating to not much over 2.5% of the vote nationally. Much of this was geographically isolated to Bavaria. In certain parts of the country, notably the far north and northeast, they barely made any impression, as well as in Berlin, where they won just 1.4%. By way of contrast, their ideological enemies, the Communist Party of Germany, obtained 3.2 million votes and over 10% of the national vote percentage. This poor showing for the Nazis left them with only 12 members elected to the 491-seat Reichstag. Strasser was among them, gaining election for the Franconia district, while Goebbels and Göring were also elected, as was Wilhelm Frick, an ally of Strasser's. From an electoral perspective, this was a beginning of sorts for the Nazis on the national stage, but it must surely have seemed like an uphill struggle for members at this juncture if they were to seize complete control of Germany. But things were about to change dramatically just over a year later. Up until the late 1920s, the Nazis had ultimately remained a fringe movement within Germany, with individuals like Strasser being rare exceptions within it as figures who won election to the Reichstag. But despite this success and that of a few others, the Nazis were most certainly a fringe political party as the end of the decade loomed. All of that changed radically owing to the events of the autumn of 1929. It was at this juncture that the stock markets on Wall Street in New York City crashed spectacularly over the space of a few weeks, peaking between the 24th and 29th of October, 2 days known henceforth as Black Thursday and Black Tuesday. This came off the back of years of speculative investments across the Western world during a period of immense economic growth following the tumultuous years of the First World War and the revolutions which followed it. The Great Depression, a period of sustained economic decline, mass unemployment and political crisis, followed over the next half of a decade. Germany was hit particularly hard, and as it was, people began turning to the Nazis, with their message of national revival and scapegoating of Germany's problems on minorities and foreign countries as a viable party of government. The Nazis' growing popularity was evident already in 1930, as waves of disaffected people, unemployed, their life savings eviscerated owing to skyrocketing inflation, and their economic futures devastated, returned to the extremist political views of the early 1920s, which had abated briefly between 1924 and 1929. Hitler drew enormous crowds as he toured the country speaking in halls, and the party adopted a strategy of continuous campaigning, even when elections weren't looming. All of this soon translated into electoral success when an election was called. In the Reichstag elections of September 1930, 6.3 million Germans voted for the Nazis, representing an increase from approximately 2.5% of the vote in 1928 to over 18% 2 years later, a result which catapulted them from being the 9th party in the country to the 2nd largest. Membership of the party also increased over time, with over 500,000 members by the late spring of 1931. There was also a dramatic growth in the other wings of the party. By 1932, the SA had 400,000 members, while Heinrich Himmler's SS, a rising paramilitary group, originally established as a private bodyguard for Hitler, had over 10,000 members by that time. Strasser played a role that was absolutely central to the expansion of the party during these years. In 1928, the command structure of the Nazis had changed, with Strasser being given overall control of the party's organizational structure and administration countrywide, while Goebbels was selected to replace him as the chief propagandist for the Nazis. This was a promotion for Strasser and made him one of the most powerful figures in the party yet again, a seemingly strange decision so soon after the split of 1925 and 1926. While Strasser and Strasserism continued to be viewed as something of a threat to Hitler's authority in Munich, no one was in any doubt as to Gregor's ability as an organizer. It was for this reason that he was placed in charge of the organization of the party in 1928, a position he would hold down to the end of 1932, during the critical years of growth which would eventually bring the Nazis to power. Many of the reasons for his success in this role point towards his practicality as an administrator and his attention to detail, skills which were entirely lacking in many of the other senior members of the party during these years. For instance, after the 1928 election, Strasser began preparing for the next elections, whenever they might be held, by reorganizing the party cells and divisions so that they mirrored those of the Reichstag electoral districts. In this way, potential candidates for the next election could focus exclusively on the regions that they would stand for election in, when next Germans went to the polls nationally. Despite his promotion, there remained divisions between Strasser and Hitler in the late 1920s and into the early 1930s. Their divisions continued to focus on many of the issues which had arisen years earlier, notably the Strasserite emphasis on left-leaning economic policies and more ardent rejection of capitalism than the mainstream of the party. In 1930, this difference of views became more public when Gregor and his brother Otto set up the Nationaler Sozialist, a Berlin-based newspaper which sought to promote their version of National Socialism. This conflicted directly with Joseph Goebbels' Berlin newspaper Der Angriff, The Attack, and the clash of ideas led to a collapse of Strasser and Goebbels' relationship. The latter asked Hitler to intervene, which he did, once again making it clear to Strasser that he needed to toe the party line. These events were sufficient for Otto Strasser, who had always leaned even further to the left than Gregor, to leave Germany altogether, fearing for his safety. He headed to Austria, where he would subsequently establish the Black Front as a scion of Nazism in opposition to Hitler. Gregor remained in Germany and in his position within the party, but as Hitler's grip on it became more absolute, his position was becoming tenuous. Perhaps one of the reasons why Strasser was retained in his position, despite his repeated transgressions, was simply because of how effective he was, as evinced in 1932. There were 2 Reichstag elections held in quick succession that year. The first came in July 1932, after nearly 2 years of a minority government, which had become increasingly unpopular as the economic crisis deepened and showed no signs of easing in Germany. In it, the Nazis experienced a surge in support, becoming the largest party in the country with 37% of the vote, a result that translated into 230 seats in the 608-seat Reichstag. Yet this result did not lead to the formation of any kind of stable government, as none of the main parties, the Nazis, the Social Democrats, the Communists, and the Centre Party, were viable partners. As a consequence, fresh elections were held just over 3 months later, in early November, but this too failed to break the deadlock. Curiously, the Nazi vote fell by 4% on this occasion, but they remained the largest party in the country by a considerable margin. What troubled some centre and centre-right political figures with this second election result was that the Communist Party had increased their vote yet again from 14% to nearly 17% in the space of 3 months, between the July elections and the November elections. In such a politically tumultuous environment, many feared that they would find the popularity they had obtained back in 1919 and might surge to power before long if a stable government of some kind was not formed. Under these circumstances, negotiations between the political establishment that had run the Weimar Republic for much of the last decade and the Nazis were entered into in a concerted fashion late in 1932. Unexpectedly, these events quickly led to the end of Strasser's political career. The elections of November 1932 had clearly left the Nazis as the largest and most powerful party in the country. Despite this, the other major political parties and their leaders, as well as technocratic politicians such as the serving Chancellor of the country, Franz von Papen, and most especially the President, Paul von Hindenburg, were determined that the Nazis would not be allowed to lead a government and that Hitler should not become the Chancellor or Prime Minister of the country. To this end, negotiations focused throughout the early winter of 1932 on whether the Nazis would help form a government that would have a majority in the Reichstag on the basis of Hitler being given the more junior post of Vice-Chancellor or Deputy Prime Minister, and the Nazis being given several senior ministerial briefs. These terms were unacceptable to Hitler, who was determined that he would play hardball and only accept the office of Chancellor. Strasser was opposed to this approach and argued that the slight drop in support of the party between the July and November elections demonstrated that they could not acquire a majority in Parliament if another election were held. With this in mind, he entered into clandestine negotiations with Kurt von Schleicher concerning possible terms for the Nazis entering into government. Schleicher was a military figure who had served as a Minister for Defense and whom Hindenburg appointed as an interim Chancellor on the 3rd of December until the political impasse was resolved. Von Schleicher may have hoped to split the Nazi Party by reigniting the Strasser-Hitler divide and possibly acquiring an alliance with the Strasserite wing. This never transpired. Strasser's negotiations were discovered within days, and a meeting of the Nazi Reichstag members was convened, whereat the 30 or so members who supported Strasser were forced into denouncing him. On the 8th of December, he was forced to resign his positions within the party and effectively retire from political life. 6 weeks later, Hitler publicly denounced the former party manager, and in March 1934, Strasser resigned his seat in the Reichstag. His political career and his time with the Nazis was over. Within weeks, the Nazis were in government and began to tighten their grip on power. In the course of January 1933, negotiations were held in private between conservative and center-right political figures, such as the former Chancellor von Papen and leading German industrialists and business people, who were determined that a new government should be formed with Hitler and the Nazis to stabilize the economic situation. Out of these, an agreement was reached to form a coalition government headed by Hitler. He was appointed as Chancellor of Germany on the 30th of January 1933. Within weeks, the Nazis consolidated their grip on power, using a fire at the Reichstag blamed on communist elements, which the Nazis may or may not have orchestrated, to declare a national emergency, arrest thousands of their political enemies, and pass an enabling act, which effectively allowed Hitler and his allies to rule by decree. The Reichstag was maintained as an institution, one which rubber-stamped legislation which was sent to it, but effectively the Weimar Republic came to an end in the spring of 1933, and Germany was henceforth ruled as a one-party state, with Hitler as its absolute ruler, merging the offices of Chancellor and President to become Führer or leader in 1934 following the death of President Hindenburg. The events of the end of 1932 led to Strasser withdrawing entirely from political life. Aware perhaps of the danger he might be in if he tried to continue in German politics as the Nazis were taking control of the country, he determined to become a private citizen and to return to his prior calling as a pharmacist. This would not be by returning to his native Bavaria, where he had already sold his chemist business for a handsome profit back in the 1920s. Instead, with the permission of Hitler and the Nazi upper brass, he took up a job with Schering Kalbaum, the Berlin subsidiary of IG Farben, a massive German chemical and pharmaceutical conglomerate which had been formed by the amalgamation of pre-existing German pharmaceutical and chemical companies, like Bayer and Agfa in 1925. IG Farben had been previously derided by the Nazis as a front for Jewish dominance of parts of the German business world in the 1920s, but the company would later become intensely allied with the Nazi regime, and during the war, Camp 3 at Auschwitz, Auschwitz-Monowitz became a slave labor camp run by IG Farben to primarily produce artificial rubber for the German wartime economy. Yet in 1933, when he joined the Berlin subsidiary, IG Farben had not been overtly politicized, and Strasser appears to have abandoned all political activities when he took up his position there, going so far as to sunder relationships with some former political friends. All the same, the Nazi Party was keeping watch on his behavior throughout 1933 and into 1934. Luckily for Strasser, Hermann Göring's suggestion, given shortly after the Nazis seized power, that Strasser should be eliminated as a political threat was not heeded. In the year that followed the Nazis' monopolization of power, with the passage of the Enabling Act in the spring of 1933, Hitler moved to solidify and strengthen his position as leader of the Nazis and of the country at large. This effort faced some considerable challenges. One came from the military. A core goal of the Nazis was to begin rearming, in violation of the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, as quickly as possible, in preparation for a new war, which would restore Germany's position as a great power and ultimately lead to mastery of Europe. But as much as he aimed to do so, the military commanders of the German army, for the most part, were not members of the Nazi Party. It would take half a decade before Hitler was able to root out opponents within the army and replace them with commanders more loyal to him. However, the greater threat in 1933 and 1934 came from the SA and elements within the party who were still committed to a more Strasserite form of Nazism. These viewed Ernst Röhm, the head of the SA, whose numbers surpassed 3 million members early in 1934, as a potential figure to challenge Hitler. Strasser himself, though, remained aloof from any of these machinations, though he would soon be dragged into them and it would end his life. Hitler and his closest allies in the government, notably Hermann Göring, Heinrich Himmler, and Strasser's erstwhile former ally, Joseph Goebbels, began plotting a move against Röhm and the SA in the spring of 1934, in an initiative which would be led by the SS, which Himmler intended to supersede the SA as the foremost paramilitary group of Nazism. The plan was to strike against Röhm and the heads of the SA, as well as a range of other political enemies on the 30th of June 1934. The incident would become known as the Night of the Long Knives, though it actually began early in the day and would eventually consist of 3 days of violence across the country. Röhm was imprisoned in Munich on the 30th of June and executed the following day. There are varying estimates as to the death toll, but hundreds of targets were killed and the number could have been as high as 1,000. This purged the party of opponents of Hitler, and in the aftermath of it, the SA's influence was reduced and the SS began to emerge as a major paramilitary organization. Gregor Strasser was one of those who were murdered as part of the purges that occurred during the Night of the Long Knives. As we have seen, the party higher-ups had remained wary of him, and Göring had proposed murdering him in 1933. Now the wider purge of the SA and party was to include Strasser. Just after midday on the 30th of June, after having lunch at home, 5 members of the Gestapo, the secret police of the state of Prussia, which was to become notorious all over Nazi Europe in years to come, arrived to the door of Strasser's apartment in Berlin. They informed him that they needed to search his office at Schöring-Kalbam. Strasser assured his wife Elsa that everything would be fine and left with them. They never saw each other again. Instead, when Strasser arrived to his office, he found a number of SS officers there who detained him and took him to the Gestapo headquarters in Berlin, on Prince Albrecht Strasse. There he was told he would be questioned, but instead an SS captain entered his holding cell shortly afterwards and shot him several times. Gregor's body was cremated shortly afterwards, and a week later his wife, who had no idea what had happened to him in the intervening period, had an urn with his ashes delivered to their apartment. A week after that, Hitler briefly noted in an address to the Reichstag that Strasser had been involved in a conspiracy against the state with Röhm and others, a claim which no evidence has ever been found for. We might ask why Strasser was really killed in 1934. After all, he had accepted his political defeat at the end of 1932 and had retired to become a private citizen. There is no evidence to suggest that he was involved in any conspiracies against Hitler or the Nazis after he left politics, and in retrospect he did not pose a threat to the party in power. But suspicions lingered in Berlin. In particular, some feared that Gregor might be in contact with his brother Otto, who in exile in Austria had established the Black Front as a reactionary form of Nazism that sought to undermine the German party from abroad. At a time when the Nazis were already seeking to establish control over Austria, anyone associated with the Black Front was viewed with suspicion. There is no evidence to suggest that Gregor was allied with his brother in this, but the suspicion was probably enough for him to lose his life. Added to this was the very nature of the Night of the Long Knives, as an effort to settle old scores. Amongst the dead, for instance, was Gustav Ritter von Kahr, a Bavarian judge who had been giving a speech in the Bürgerbräu-Keller on the 8th of November 1923 when the beer hall putsch was launched, and had subsequently testified at the Nazi trials in 1924. 9 years later, the Nazis exacted revenge. In such a context, Strasser could not hope to avoid becoming a target, and in retrospect, the major question is why he didn't flee from Germany like his brother before Hitler and his allies came after him. The Nazis became ever more radical in government after Strasser's death and the Night of the Long Knives. With this, Hitler's grip on the party was assured, and the continued elevation of extreme ideologues like Joseph Goebbels and Heinrich Himmler too. With Himmler's SS, a much more dangerous paramilitary organization than the SA, emerging as a major force in German life, one which would administer the concentration camp system across Europe during the Second World War. Meanwhile, the farthest left wing of the Nazi Party largely vanished, with its leaders either dead or in exile, while others were pacified through the corporatist economic policies pursued in the 1930s, as widespread employment of German people through infrastructure projects such as the construction of the autobahns, as well as the enlisting of hundreds of thousands of men into the army as Germany remilitarized, did much to tackle the employment and economic problems, which had been one of the major focuses of the Strasserite wing of the party. Otto continued to live abroad, running the Black Front, gradually migrating from Austria to Czechoslovakia to France and then to Canada as the Nazis conquered each of the countries he had moved to in turn between 1938 and 1940. He spent much of the war as a vocal critic of the Nazis, appealing without much success to Germans to resist the regime. After the war, he was eventually allowed to return to his native Bavaria in 1955, where he spent the remaining 19 years of his life advocating for a rehabilitated form of Nazism in the context of the Cold War. Gregor Strasser represented a different wing of the Nazi Party in the 1920s and early 1930s. Like the form of Nazism which became dominant under Hitler in power in the 1930s, it was ultra-nationalist, fascist, anti-Semitic and inherently racial in its ideological framework, but it was more left-wing, with an emphasis on the social aspect of National Socialism, calling for a more wide-ranging attack on capitalism and a democratization of economic activity in Germany. Whereas in forging an alliance with the business and financial establishment of Germany in January 1933, Hitler effectively geared the Nazis towards a corporatist form of capitalism in alliance with right-wing business and political groups. Consequently, if Gregor and his brother Otto and their allies had won out in the ideological conflict within the party in the 1920s and early 1930s, there might have been a slightly different form of Nazism that developed once they claimed power in Germany. But what that would have meant in terms of the racial policies of the Nazis, the approach towards the Jewish people, and the manner in which Germany pulled Europe into the most violent conflict in human history in the late 1930s is all speculative. It would surely have been different in some ways, but in what ways is open to considerable debate. Yet this should not detract from the fact that Gregor Strasser was an ideological Nazi and was instrumental in the party's rise to power. The fact that he ultimately fell foul of Hitler and was murdered during the Night of the Long Knives should not earn him a reprieve in the judgment of history. What do you think of Gregor Strasser? Could a very different form of Nazism have developed in Germany if the Strasserite wing of the party had won out over the Munich wing in the 1920s, or would Strasser have merely continued to support Hitler despite ideological disagreements? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Erich Hans Albert Raeder was born on the 24th of April 1876 in Wandsbek, near to the city of Hamburg in Schleswig-Holstein, a former Danish province that had been seized by the German state of Prussia during the Second Schleswig War in 1867. His father was Hans Raeder, a local schoolteacher, whilst his mother, Gertraud, came from a family of distinguished musicians who encouraged Erich's musical talents throughout his early years. Raeder was a gifted student and was given stern encouragement from his parents. His father was a devoutly religious man who instilled in his children principles of discipline, frugality, and obedience. Erich was the eldest of 3 children, and his upbringing had a deep effect upon his leadership style as a naval officer, as would his father's distaste for party politics and his insistence that it was to be kept out of his home. This idea of him being above party politics became ingrained into Erich's world view from a young age, and would have a lasting impact on his life. Germany had, at the time of Erich's birth, been a collection of small and independent states that shared a common language and cultural traditions, but lacked any unity. In the 1860s, during a period in European history defined by a groundswell of intense nationalism, the large northern German state of Prussia led by its indomitable Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, embarked on a quest to unify and consolidate the German states into a single empire. Bismarck helped to lead his country into 3 wars in the 1860s, which would establish Prussian supremacy in Central Europe, whilst binding the German states to the Prussian Emperor. The Dano-Prussian War of 1864 led Prussia to annex the region of Schleswig-Holstein in the north, whilst the Prusso-Austrian War of 1866 established Prussia as the dominant power in Germany and effectively excluded Austria from the German nation through the consolidation of German states in a confederation. Finally, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870 resulted in a dominant victory for Prussia and rallied the southern German states to unite with the north and form the German nation in 1871, the new unified state being proclaimed in the Palace of Versailles. Erich was thus born into a young, dynamic, energetic, and yet fragile nation that was eager to assert itself on the European stage and to develop its economic and political potential. Erich grew up in this world of competing empires and a rising Germany. Many Germans were thrilled by the consolidation, believing this would now allow for the German people to finally participate more fully on the world stage, particularly in developing colonies in places like the Pacific, Africa, and China. As Germany consolidated, the German Navy grew in importance and size as the crucial arm of the young nation's imperial dreams. The Navy became an essential part of any colonization scheme and soon became a source of pride for many nationalists who believed it symbolized the hope and destiny of the German state. Unlike the army, which was still influenced by the individual German states, the Navy was a purely national project, leading many in the German middle class to see it as one of the most noble causes in the nation. In 1894, Raeder made the decision to become an officer in the Navy, despite the fact that he had up to that point been studying medicine to pursue a career as a military surgeon. Despite the sudden change in plans, his decision to change professions had the full support of his parents. He reported to the Marineschule in Kiel, the higher education institute of the Imperial German Navy, in April of 1894 to begin his training. Soon after he had entered the Naval Academy, Kaiser Wilhelm II, the German head of state, came to Kiel in order to admit his son, Prince Adalbert, to the institute. The Kaiser's arrival proved to be a defining moment for Raeder, who, after attending a ceremony where the new cadets swore an oath of loyalty to their leader, felt not only that the naval officers were elite vanguards of the new German state, but that he himself was playing a central role in the German national story. Following 6 weeks of onshore infantry drill, Raeder began service on training ships, where he learned basic skills of seamanship, including the handling of sails and navigation. After his first year, Raeder finished at the top of his class for the practical and theoretical tests. He took 2 more years of advanced training in leadership and naval tactics before graduating as a naval officer in 1897 with the highest honors. Following his graduation, Raeder received his first duty appointment in October of that year as a signal officer on board the SMS Deutschland, an armored cruiser ship assigned to the Far East. Raeder's voyage to the Far East took him to Singapore as well as Korea and Japan, but more important than his visit to new exotic locations was his observations on what seemed to him and many German officers and officials to be a concerted effort by British and American leaders to curtail the German Empire's efforts to become an international colonial power backed by a strong navy. Raeder noted that the British held the upper hand in the Far East, particularly in comparison to the relatively weak position of Germany outside of continental Europe. He also observed American hostilities towards the growing German power, a new attitude coming from the United States. After his return to Germany in 1899, Raeder was promoted and transferred to Lieutenant Zersee. In late 1901, he was appointed as watch officer on the battleship Kaiser Wilhelm der Große, which was the flagship of Prince Heinrich, the commander of the 1st Battleship Squadron. Such an illustrious posting was considered a step towards the highest ranks of the German Naval Command. Raeder was operating throughout this time in a navy dominated by Grand Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz, Secretary of State for the Imperial Naval Office from 1897 until 1916. Tirpitz believed in the expansion of German naval strength so as to compete with the Royal Navy and ultimately to be a conveyor of German power on the international stage. The Kaiser put great faith in Tirpitz and helped him to pass numerous bills aimed at promoting the expansion of German shipbuilding in the late 19th and early 20th century. As Germany rapidly expanded its navy, other global powers, particularly Great Britain, the preeminent global naval power at the time, grew increasingly alarmed. German leaders and officers such as Raeder were well aware of this and were unconcerned. It was a small price to pay for global influence. Raeder was one of many German naval officers who would be greatly impacted by Tirpitz and his belief that the power of a nation's fleet was inseparable from its overall influence on the world stage and required the focus and energies of a modern state to maintain an advanced fleet. At the heart of Tirpitz's plan was to target the British Royal Navy as a part of Germany's naval expansion, and he undertook to close the gap in the number of ships between the British and German fleets. Tirpitz thought it vital to German ambitions that their fleet be able to pose a substantial enough threat to the Royal Navy that the British would not risk taking it on in battle. Thus, he did not need to build up the German fleet so that it could defeat the Royal Navy, but just enough so that by confronting it, the British would suffer such grievous harm that they could no longer maintain their position of global influence. This risk theory was conceived to give the Germans the space they needed to pursue their global ambitions without British interference, resembling a naval form of mutually assured destruction. Due to his obvious potential for high command and his intellectual talents, in 1903, Raeder embarked upon a 2-year course at the Marine Academy in Kiel. During this time, Raeder married his first wife, Augusta Schultz, and she gave birth to their first child in 1904, a daughter. Raeder also wrote widely in these years, producing essays on a range of issues related to naval affairs, including international law and strategy, whilst he also spent some time in Russia in 1904. Raeder's intellect and interest in strategy helped him stand out amongst his fellow junior naval officers, and in 1906 he was called to work for the Secretary of State for the Naval Office, Alfred von Tirpitz, in the News and Public Relations section. Tirpitz wished to raise support amongst the political class and the general public for his ambitious naval expansion. Raeder's position at the Naval News Bureau brought him into close working contact with Tirpitz, and he was able to observe the way in which the admiral handled relations with the Reichstag, the German parliament, and observed how the Navy was positioned as an institution upholding national unity. He worked with Tirpitz to help lobby the Reichstag to pass another Navy law in 1906, further escalating the Anglo-German arms race. Following his 3-year service in Berlin, Raeder returned to the sea and was appointed as naval officer on board the Kaiser's personal yacht, the SMS Hohenzollern. This position put Erich in direct contact with the head of state, and indeed Raeder would always hold admiration for the emperor and remained in some form of contact with him until Wilhelm's death in 1940. By 1911, Raeder was a lieutenant commander, and the following year he was assigned to serve as the top staff officer to the Admiralty in the scouting forces. He was thus in a key position to observe the naval operations in the last years before the outbreak of war on the continent. By 1914, he could observe the concerns of the German High Command over the likelihood of a British naval blockade, concerns that turned out to be deeply prescient. On the 28th of June 1914, when Erich Raeder was 38, shots rang out on the streets of Sarajevo in an event that would live in infamy as the trigger for the greatest conflict the world had yet witnessed. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand, the next in line to the Austro-Hungarian throne, by a Serbian nationalist group, led to a declaration of war on Serbia by the Austro-Hungarian Empire, following which the system of alliances that had developed in Europe over the previous decades, that had held Europe in a state of immobilizing tension and hostility for decades, triggered a series of declarations of war from the major powers in Europe. Russia began to mobilize its armies to defend Serbia on July the 30th, which prompted Germany, who regarded Russia as its most dangerous rival, to begin its own mobilization. And after an ultimatum sent to Russia demanding it demobilize was ignored, Germany declared war on August the 1st. France, whose government and people held deep resentment towards Germany following the humiliation of the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, was bound by alliance to support Russia. Germany believed that it had to defeat France in order to take on Russia, and thus on August the 3rd it declared war on France. British involvement was not a foregone conclusion, as it was not bound by treaty to intervene in support of France or Russia, despite being allied to both. However, Russia and France put great pressure on Britain to intervene, and the British were themselves concerned that a potential German victory would grant the Germans domination of the continent. Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium in an effort to attack France tipped the scales for Britain, which had long guaranteed Belgian neutrality, and on August the 4th it declared war on Germany. All the major powers of Europe were now at war. In August of 1914, the commander of the German naval scouting forces, whose role was to carry out reconnaissance for the battle fleet, was Admiral Franz von Hipper, and his first staff officer and chief advisor was Erich Raeder. Raeder would later reflect that the German High Command did not consider an outright conflict with the British Navy very likely, because it was believed that the war on the continent would be concluded swiftly in Germany's favor. Tirpitz's naval plans were not designed to win a war in 1914. They were ultimately focused on deterrence and providing a platform for Germany to become a global power in the long-term future. For the war at hand, it was the land army upon whom the war effort was primarily focused, and who were expected to attain Germany's aims. Raeder's first major contribution to the war was his involvement in the bombardment of the British coastal town of Great Yarmouth in Norfolk. He helped to plan the operation with Hipper, though they considered the operation a failure, and Raeder bemoaned the lack of action on behalf of the German High Seas Fleet, which German military leaders were reluctant to bring into action and risk battle with the main British fleet. Raeder experienced his first battle on the 24th of January 1915, when a German squadron, composed of battle cruisers, in an attempt to attack British fishing vessels, were intercepted by the British Grand Fleet, and the Germans were forced to make a fighting retreat. The Battle of Dogger Bank saw the Germans lose a battlecruiser, the Blucher. Yet Raeder, who himself had displayed courage under fire, praised the performance of the scouting forces in their first major engagement. German naval strategy, as the war progressed, became ever more focused upon fighting a war of attrition with small, mobile forces, particularly U-boats, targeting enemy shipping. Thus, the bulk of the Navy remained close to home in German waters. Things changed with the appointment of Admiral von Scheer to overall command in January 1916. Scheer began to lay the groundwork for a potential major fleet engagement against the British, a strategy that elicited praise from Raeder. In May of 1916, Raeder played a prominent role in planning an attack on British targets in the North Sea that would lead to the greatest naval battle of the First World War, the Battle of Jutland. This battle was a cornerstone of German and British naval history, and its outcome and impact are still contested by historians. Raeder's scouting squadron of battle cruisers under von Hipper's command were to advance towards the Norwegian coast, with the main high seas fleet under Scheer's command following around 50 miles behind them. The British, who had intercepted previous German communications, once more intercepted German communications detailing the Germans' plan, leading to the commander of the British Grand Fleet, John Jellicoe, to order his battleships to set out from their base in the Orkney Islands to intercept the German vessels. The advanced units of both forces began to clash at around 2:30 p.m. on the 31st of May. German ships gained the initial advantage in the battle as Hipper's battle cruisers inflicted severe damage on the British vanguard. However, Scheer's high seas fleet then stumbled into the firing line of Jellicoe's Grand Fleet and was only able to extricate itself and avoid excessive damage due to the disciplined seamanship of the German crews and the effectiveness of the battleships themselves. It took a great charge from the German torpedoes and battle cruisers straight at the main British line to allow Scheer to escape with his main fleet. The British overestimated the danger of this torpedo advance, and Jellicoe ordered the Grand Fleet to turn away. Raeder's ship sustained heavy damage, forcing him and Hipper to transfer to a torpedo boat where they watched the remainder of the fight, with Raeder being a vital advisor to Hipper during the engagement. Raeder spent hours after the battle working to collect information on the losses and damages sustained by both fleets. Eventually, it became clear that the German Navy could claim victory over the British, having inflicted worse losses on the enemy and in so doing achieving Germany's greatest naval victory in its young history. The British lost 3 battle cruisers, 3 cruisers, and 8 destroyers, compared to the German losses of 1 battleship, 1 battlecruiser, 4 light cruisers, and 5 torpedo craft. Whilst British personnel losses had been heavy at over 6,700 men killed or wounded, in contrast to the loss of little over 3,000 for the German High Seas Fleet. This represented the bloodiest single day in the history of the British Navy, and the initial German reaction was jubilant, the German press advertising their triumph to the nation and to the world. However, as time went on, it became clear that the Battle of Jutland did not meaningfully alter the strategic situation in the North Sea. The Royal Navy, which was able to withstand such losses, remained dominant in the North Sea and posed a continual risk to the German High Seas Fleet. Historians tend to view the Battle of Jutland as a strategic victory for the British in the long run, as the German fleet remained contained for the remainder of the war, and the British blockade of Germany was never broken. The failure of Jutland to make a dent in British naval dominance led to a turn in strategy towards unrestricted submarine warfare on the 1st of February 1917, as the Germans focused on using U-boats to attack Allied shipping lanes, and Raeder and the German fleet were forced to support this strategy. Raeder supported the decision to engage in unrestricted submarine warfare, though he would later state that he regretted the failure of diplomacy which led to the entry of the United States into the war against Germany. However, the mutual hostility generated between U-boat crews and the officers of the High Seas Fleet, and the conflict between those who favored a U-boat strategy and those who advocated the primacy of the battleship, grew in the final years of the war and would persist long after 1918. In the last year of the war, Raeder was promoted once again and now given his own command on board a new light cruiser. He was now able to wield influence at the top of German military command, and in mid-November he was appointed as Chief of Staff at the Reichsmarineamt, which was the top administrative body of the German Navy, following the signing of the armistice on the 11th of November 1918, which saw Germany surrender to the Allies on all fronts. Prior to the armistice, Raeder had begun to fear what surrender could mean for the German Navy, which remained active right up to the end of the war, both building new U-boats and planning maneuvers for the High Seas Fleet. However, as the commanders of the High Seas Fleet planned a final great battle to restore German naval pride before the war's end, mutiny began to spread amongst the crew members. Raeder was sent to assess the situation at the port town of Wilhelmshaven, and to his shock he saw that the revolt had spiraled out of control, and by the 9th of November the Kaiser was informed that his navy could no longer be relied upon to fight. What was worse for the top naval officers such as Raeder was that this naval mutiny sparked a wider communist movement that spread throughout Germany. Raeder later argued that the communist parties had organized a plot against the navy, and he partially blamed the inactivity of the High Seas Fleet for sparking discontent in the ranks of the sailors. Raeder and his fellow officers worked hard to regain control, fighting back against the sailors' councils that had been established by the mutineers to organize their resistance. By early 1919, with the help of the government, the officer corps was able to reassert authority over the navy, just as the Weimar Republic was establishing itself as Germany's new form of government, amidst the anarchic street fighting between communist and far-right paramilitary groups. The chaotic post-war months were a trying time for Germany's naval officers, many of whom lost faith in the Navy and the officer corps. Though Raeder and many of his fellow officers felt no strong loyalty towards the Republic, they fixed their minds upon higher loyalties towards the country and the Navy. Raeder was encouraged by the appointment in early 1919 of his favored candidate as Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Adolf von Trotha. Under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, Germany's naval force was dramatically cut back, with only 15,000 men permitted to serve, along with a total prohibition of submarines. Raeder, however, did not for a moment think this situation would last, and believed that in the future he would help to guide the Navy and indeed the country back to its former glory. First, however, Raeder and his fellow officers had to find a way for the Reichsmarine to survive the terms of the Versailles Treaty. The restrictions relegated Germany overnight from its status as a naval power to that of a minor nation, and set draconian restrictions on future ship constructions. The one positive aspect of the Versailles Treaty for the German Navy was that it united Navy personnel of all ranks in opposition to the treaty, and Admiral von Trotha spoke for the entire institution when he urged the government not to sign it. In this spirit of defiance, ship commanders began scuttling German ships rather than handing them over to the Allies, providing a morale boost that went throughout the Navy. The treaty was eventually signed by the government in June 1919, but the naval spirit of defiance was now blazing out of control and would lead to the Kapp Putsch of 1920. The Kapp Putsch began as a rebellion by members of the Freikorps, a right-wing paramilitary force made up of First World War soldiers, after the Weimar government attempted to disband them in March. The Freikorps, which included members of the naval forces, marched against the government in Berlin and overthrew them, declaring a new government headed by Wolfgang Kapp. Admiral Trotha and the top naval command, including Raeder, immediately declared their loyalty to the new government in Berlin, despite the former government having fled further south. Though the naval officers presented themselves as wanting simply to maintain law and order, in reality they were keen to see the imposition of a right-wing government to replace the Republic. The putsch soon dissolved after the Weimar government called for a general strike which paralyzed Berlin and the country. Even within the Navy, many of the ordinary crews did not share the officers' support of the Kapp putsch and instead supported the general strike. This was a double-edged embarrassment for the Naval High Command, because not only had they thrown their support behind a failed coup attempt, but they had been unable to prevent splits emerging between naval crew and officers for the second time since the end of the war. The government and public opinion of the Navy had never been lower. Trotha was removed from command. Raeder himself was investigated for his role in the affair, and though exonerated, he was pressured to take an out-of-sight role in the Naval Archives to help write the official naval history of the Great War. The post-war years had been traumatic for Erik. He had divorced from his wife in 1919 and lost 2 of his brothers during the Great War. Though he remarried, more than ever he clung to his duty and service to see him through. Raeder held a position in the Naval Archives for 2 years, hoping to step back and allow the fallout from the Kapp putsch to cool, before resuming his advancement through the ranks. Indeed, in July 1922, he attained the rank of Rear Admiral, being appointed as Inspector of Naval Education. Though he kept away from any political maneuvering, Raeder hoped ultimately for a national regeneration led by a right-wing dictatorship. He believed that the nation could only be brought back to its pre-war greatness through these means. Accusations of Raeder and the Navy's close ties to right-wing anti-republican reactionary groups continued through the 1920s. In 1928, the Navy was shook by the Lohmann Affair, which revealed the use of secret funds to support illicit rearmament. This crisis led to the removal of many of the German Navy's top officers and opened the opportunity for Raeder to reach the pinnacle of the Reichsmarine. Though he played down his interest in the role of Navy Chief, Raeder thought himself to be the most suitable candidate for the role, as did many of the top naval officers. Though there was considerable resistance to his appointment by much of the press and left-wing groups, who saw him as a right-wing reactionary and a threat to the Republic, nevertheless, Defense Minister Groener had faith in Raeder, and in October of 1928, at the age of 52, Raeder was promoted to the rank of Admiral and made Chief of the Naval Command of the Reichsmarine. Raeder immediately set about establishing his absolute authority over all aspects of naval administration and creating a unified system of loyalty to him and his principles. He understood that in order to achieve its aim of rearmament and regaining its lost power and prestige, the Navy had to regain popularity with the government and with the German people at large. Raeder believed the chaos in the Navy's top ranks and the inability to show unity throughout the Navy in the post-war years had been at the root of its struggles. Raeder's directives and guidelines for naval operations, issued a year after he took command, were, by his own admission, authoritarian in character, but he was determined to create loyalty and unity throughout the Navy by any means necessary. The central government, though not the Reichstag, was supportive of Raeder's ambitions to restore Germany's naval strength, and in 1928 supported the establishment of a secret budget to fund rearmament, even though this technically violated German law under the terms of the Versailles Treaty. Though Raeder sought to avoid any more political fallout, he was well aware of political radicalism within the Navy, which in 1929 was primarily the influence of the National Socialist movement within the naval ranks amongst the officers and crew. Into the early 1930s, the support for the Nazi Party grew amongst these men as the younger officers and crew were increasingly frustrated with the Republic's stance on rearmament and foreign policy. Reports from his admirals informed Raeder of this support, and they even warned of the Navy's loyalty in the event of a seizure of power by Hitler. Raeder was still personally hostile to the Weimar Republic. However, since the elevation of Germany's most iconic First World War general, Paul von Hindenburg, to the presidency, his attachment to the government had grown, and he was keen to support Hindenburg wherever possible. As he became aware of the growth of the National Socialist movement, Raeder was keen to learn more about the Nazis and their potential impact upon the Navy. He was wary of Hitler, who in his book Mein Kampf had dismissed the importance of German naval power and overseas colonies whilst criticizing the naval leadership of World War I. Despite this, Raeder still hoped for the success of the National Socialists, as he supported their nationalistic military empowerment stance and their fervent anti-communism. Raeder still viewed communism as a far greater threat to the Navy. Hitler's appointment as Chancellor in 1933 was welcomed by most of the naval officer corps, including Raeder, heralding what they believed to be the long-awaited leader who would rekindle German national pride and place the military and the Navy once again at the center of the national body politic. Raeder now set about the task of convincing Hitler of the Navy's importance for the latter's plans of national regeneration. Hitler informed Raeder of his intention to abandon the Versailles Treaty and begin naval and army reconstruction, as well as his domestic social goals to enhance national spirit and eliminate unemployment. This was music to Raeder's ears, though in his memoirs, written after World War II, Raeder did not mention Hitler speaking to him of Lebensraum and German conquest, despite other senior military officers reporting Hitler saying this at the time. As Raeder worked with Hitler, he sought to help expand Hitler's vision of the potential of the Navy. Hitler had spent most of his life in Austria and southern Germany, far away from the Baltic and North Sea naval ports, and he had served in the trenches of the Western Front. He thus had relatively little knowledge of or interest in the Navy. Yet, as Hitler and his Nazi party began to monopolize power in Germany by banning rival parties and ruling by decree, it was vital for Raeder to make clear the Navy's total loyalty to him. The Navy thus enthusiastically joined the Third Reich, with the top command encouraging obedience and respect towards the Nazis and merging naval history with the vision of the National Socialists, much to the satisfaction of the Nazi propagandists. Raeder and most of his officers shared the ultimate goals of the pre-war naval command, for the German fleet to become a vehicle for the nation to express global influence. Once the Nazis had revived the nation internally, it was believed, the Navy would rise to prominence as a means of expanding power overseas. Raeder soon took advantage of Nazi rule when in March 1934 he put forward his new shipbuilding program, dramatically overriding the Versailles Treaty by aiming for naval parity with France by the year 1949, constructing new battleships, aircraft carriers, and a large fleet of U-boats. Hitler was supportive of naval expansion, though long-term plans were not accepted immediately. Instead, the Führer involved himself in the gradual expansion of naval build-up ship by ship. Hitler was keen to prevent antagonism with Britain, and Raeder did not see conflict with the Royal Navy as a possibility in the short or medium term. To this end, the Anglo-German Naval Agreement was signed in 1935, allowing the German Navy to be 35% the size of the Royal Navy. This allowed Raeder and Hitler to violate the terms of the Versailles Treaty without drawing diplomatic antagonism from Britain. It is hard to know exactly what Raeder thought about the most extreme ideological elements of Nazism. He does not seem to have been a virulent anti-Semite, although he never protested against anti-Jewish decrees, only registering complaints about how blatant shows of anti-Semitism, such as the Night of Broken Glass riots in 1938, damaged Germany's reputation abroad. He formed strong opposition to many Nazi extremists when they began to infringe upon his authority within the Navy, particularly Reinhard Heydrich and Hermann Goering. Raeder's anti-Semitism was not extreme by the standards of Nazi Germany, but he shared a level of anti-Semitism that was standard among most German conservatives. In February 1934, when an order was made to discharge any Jews serving in the Navy and armed forces, Raeder carried these out without any hint of protest, and even before this, the Navy had long maintained an unwritten policy of refusing to accept Jewish officers. Raeder was happy to go along with Nazi ideology up to a point, as long as it encompassed views that were broadly within the scope of his patriotic nationalist stance. But its attacks against the traditional church he refused to abide, and pushed back to ensure that church authority was not threatened within the Navy wherever he could. As the 1930s progressed, Hitler steadily increased his authority over the German military, becoming Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces in 1935. However, as the Army's independence from the Nazi regime was eroded, the Navy retained a strong degree of autonomy. Raeder's loyalty, as well as his general avoidance of politics, allowed him to remain atop the naval command, and he saw himself as steering a course whereby he avoided total ideological commitment to the regime whilst remaining loyal to it, so as to keep the ear of the Führer to the benefit of the Navy. Raeder's total obedience to the Nazi state was certain, but his internal convictions of ideological independence did not result in any kind of meaningful resistance to Hitler. In 1937, Raeder presented his vision for the German Navy's global role to Hitler and the Nazi High Command, and how naval expansionism could aid the Führer's own expansionist goals by ensuring Germany was well supplied and unable to be choked by a naval blockade, as it was during the First World War. Raeder put forward an aggressive maritime strategy that would seek to dominate shipping lanes in the Atlantic. Then in November of 1937, it was Hitler's turn to lay out his foreign policy plans to his top generals. Known as the Hossbach Memorandum, this meeting marks a sharp radicalization in the foreign policy goals that Hitler was willing to declare openly to his army. He spoke of his desire for annexation of Austria and Czechoslovakia as soon as was possible, and Germany's need for Lebensraum and his plans to attain this in Eastern Europe through military conquest. By 1938, naval war against Britain was becoming increasingly probable, where previously Hitler had sought to avoid it. As Hitler became more determined to move against Czechoslovakia, and Britain's opposition to this was made clear, Raeder and his officers began to plan around a conflict with the Royal Navy. The England Memorandum of 1938 set out the challenges in combating the Royal Navy in any future conflict, and it set out what would become an integral part of German strategy, that is, the policy of focusing attacks upon commerce and waging an economic naval war. There soon developed an intensity within naval planning and construction, as it became clear that war was coming sooner than most had realized. Raeder, now in his 10th year as commander of the Navy, felt intense pressure to accelerate building as 1939 dawned and war in Europe seemed inevitable. In March 1938, Germany and Austria had unified in the Anschluss, in violation of the Versailles Treaty, and on September 30th of that year, the Munich Agreement was reached, whereby France and Britain agreed to Hitler's annexation of the Sudetenland in Czechoslovakia, in return for a promise of no further German territorial expansion. In January of 1939, therefore, Raeder put forward the Z Plan. This outlined the construction of 10 battleships, 4 aircraft carriers, 5 heavy cruisers, and other vessels in order to take on the Royal Navy, whilst also ordering around 250 U-boats to be built. Raeder targeted this to be done by 1948, but Hitler insisted on 1944. The importance of the Z Plan was that Raeder brought it forward alongside a demand that the Kriegsmarine, the Third Reich's successor to the Reichsmarine, be given priority with regards to resource allocation ahead of the Army and Air Force, in order that Hitler's targets for naval construction be met. Hitler's approval of the Z Plan, along with his prioritization of the Navy amongst the German armed forces on the 27th of January 1939, seemed a vindication of Raeder's relationship with Hitler and a triumphant moment for the Navy. The plan, however, was hopelessly ambitious and represented Raeder being drawn towards building a grand fleet rather than preparing properly for a commercial war. The Z Plan also broke the terms of the Anglo-German Naval Agreement of 1935 and may have helped push Britain towards war. Changing circumstances soon saw the plan fade and the naval prioritization of resources dissipate. In the autumn of 1939, the German fleet was not complete nor ready for a global war. Hitler and the German High Command remained ultimately focused upon the continent rather than future battles on the high seas, and whilst war with Britain was not in Raeder's interests for some years, Hitler's pursuit of his goals on land forced the Navy to be dragged along with him into a war that they were not yet ready to fight. In April of 1939, Hitler made Raeder a Grand Admiral, a rank not held by any other naval commander. Weeks later, Hitler formally abrogated the Anglo-German Naval Agreement. Yet Raeder had faith that Hitler would manage international diplomacy so as not to provoke world war in the immediate future. Raeder's supreme faith in the Führer showed its first cracks when Hitler invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939. Following the invasion 2 days later, Britain and France declared war on Germany. Raeder recorded his reaction, stating that, "Today the war against England and France broke out, which the Führer had previously assured us we would not have to confront until 1944, and which he believed he could avoid up to the last minute." Raeder stated that his naval forces were in no way ready for the conflict with the Royal Navy, and that in spite of a well-organized fleet of U-boats, they were still too weak to exert a decisive influence on the war. Nevertheless, Raeder resolved not to allow the Navy to be the mostly passive observer that it had been in the First World War. The start of the war shifted Hitler's priorities towards the land war on the continent and towards the Soviet Union, with the Navy never again receiving priority in terms of resource allocation. Raeder wanted more attention focused towards the global war at sea against Britain, whose Royal Navy had proved a decisive factor in the last World War. Along with Karl Dönitz, commander of the Navy's U-boat squadrons and mastermind of Germany's attacks on Allied shipping in the Atlantic, Raeder pressed Hitler to expand U-boat production, though production never reached the levels that were required. Raeder was encouraged by the early success of German ships in attacking British vessels, with many Royal Navy ships sunk in the opening weeks by Germany's sudden attacks on the shipping routes. Raeder sought to build on this with a campaign to lay mines along the east coast of Britain, which succeeded in causing damage to a number of British ships. As the German army geared up to strike west after the successful invasion of Poland in late 1939, Raeder saw an opportunity for the Navy to make a major contribution to the war effort. The reputation of the Navy had been dinted in the eyes of the Führer during the Battle of the River Plate off the coast of South America. The Graf Spee, a damaged German ship facing a British force, was scuttled by its captain, thus saving the lives of his men, rather than fighting to the death. Hitler firmly believed that German forces everywhere had to fight to the last man, and was furious upon hearing of the scuttling. Raeder emphasized to his men that they must fight to the death rather than surrender, and he now looked to redeem the Navy in the eyes of Hitler. Raeder had long been considering moves against Scandinavia to take advantage of its geography. In particular, the Norwegian North Sea coast had numerous locations for German naval bases, from where a more effective U-boat campaign against British shipping could be launched. In addition, the occupation of Norway would prevent Allied forces linking up with the Soviets through Finland, whilst also protecting vital iron ore shipments from Sweden, and Raeder believed the British to be planning for a Norwegian occupation of their own. In October 1939, with the approval of Hitler, planning for a Norwegian campaign was underway. The Allies saw Norway as vital to the German war effort, as German steel production was reliant upon iron ore from Sweden that was exported to Germany through Norway, and particularly through the crucial port of Narvik. As the Allies realized that German plans for an invasion were underway, they decided to challenge the Germans by making invasion preparations of their own. On April the 9th, German troops moved into Norway in a lightning attack, whilst Norwegian waters swarmed with German ships. German troops rapidly seized Oslo and a number of key ports along the coast. At the same time, Germany sent ships into Copenhagen harbor to land their troops and seize control of Denmark. As German troops moved up through Norway, combined attacks by land and sea targeted its northern ports, with German destroyers landing troops to seize the important port of Narvik. The Allies focused their counterattack on Narvik and managed to retake the port from the Germans on the 28th of May. However, with the collapse of the French armed forces by mid-June, the Allies found little reason to continue holding the Norwegian port and had evacuated Norway, leaving it in German hands. Though the German Navy played a vital role in the successful invasion, it paid dearly for its involvement. As the Allied submarines mobilized, they caused severe damage on German transport ships, whilst dive bombers sank the cruiser Königsberg in Bergen Harbor. In Narvik, the Royal Navy launched a surprise attack, sinking 2 German destroyers and damaging 3, though the Germans were able to counterattack and sink 2 of the attacking British destroyers, including the flagship HMS Hardy. In the final Allied invasion, the German Navy also managed to sink the HMS Glorious, which was carrying the last contingent of RAF pilots and planes on its decks. Nevertheless, the Kriegsmarine had lost a heavy cruiser, 2 light cruisers, and 10 destroyers, losses that it was not in a position to sustain in the midst of a war in which it was already overstretched. 2 of the Navy's best ships, the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau, which had sunk the HMS Glorious, were so damaged in their attack that they were put out of operation for months. Operation Weserübung was nevertheless a success in the short term, and Raeder believed the Navy to have proved its worth by spearheading this campaign. However, some would argue that Raeder had committed far too many of his best ships to the Norway campaign out of his desperation to ensure that the Kriegsmarine was seen as being an active contributor to the German war effort. This meant that the German Navy was heavily reliant on U-boat attacks instead of large-scale fleet operations for the remainder of the war. Raeder was determined to utilize Norway for the German war effort to the fullest extent, insisting on making Trondheim the primary base for the German fleet, even after the fall of France in late June of 1940 and the opening of the French Atlantic ports to the Germans. His insistence on the importance of Norway most likely reflected his refusal to countenance the sacrifices made by the Navy in April and May 1940 going to waste in any way. After the fall of France, Raeder and the Navy began to make long-term plans for the future of the Navy and its role in bringing Germany fully onto the global stage as a world power. Part of these plans involved the division of the colonial possessions of Britain and France between Germany and Italy, and ensuring Germany had prime access to the seas to allow it to take its place as the foremost colonial world power. They also envisioned a massive expansion of Germany's naval rearmament, planning ultimately for 80 battleships, over 200 cruisers, and 500 U-boats. All of these plans assumed that Britain would surrender imminently, given Germany's dominant position in the summer of 1940. Their plans were further wrecked by the Führer, who had turned his attention towards Russia. However, in August 1940, Hitler still was focused on Operation Sea Lion, the invasion of Britain. Hitler considered numerous political and military options for dealing with Britain, as his ultimate goal was to neutralize any Western threat in order to strike east, but Raeder was strongly opposed to an invasion. He knew that the Kriegsmarine, even before its battering in the Norwegian campaign, did not have the strength to support such an operation. Raeder convinced Hitler that an invasion could only take place under particular conditions, namely once German air superiority was established over the English Channel. Raeder was nevertheless ordered to begin planning for an invasion, and immediately he clashed with Hitler and the army generals over details such as the landing location and the date of any attack. Raeder proposed a later date in May of 1941, whilst Hitler was pressing for an invasion to occur in the autumn of 1940. In early September, the Germans began gathering resources at the Channel ports in preparation for a large seaborne assault. However, it soon became clear that the Luftwaffe was not winning the aerial battle, and its decision to bomb civilian targets was not having the desired effect upon British morale. In October, Raeder pressed for Sea Lion's suspension, as neither German air nor naval superiority in the English Channel appeared likely in the foreseeable future. Hitler agreed, yet he ordered the Navy to remain prepared for an invasion. Early 1941 saw the Kriegsmarine begin to see greater success due to Germany's new Atlantic bases on the French coast. Operation Berlin from January to March 1941 saw German battleships set loose upon the Atlantic, with the battleships sinking over 20 merchant vessels in only 2 months. Whilst causing enormous concern among Allied planners, this momentum could not be maintained for long, however, as the Navy's lack of ships, an RAF bombing campaign against French ports, and Hitler's fear of provoking the US by expanding German operations in the Atlantic, saw the initial German success begin to dissipate. With Operation Sea Lion scrapped, Raeder began to put forward his Mediterranean strategy as an alternative. Raeder believed this strategy would allow Germany to strike at Britain on the periphery and dominate a sea that was vital to Britain's shipping lanes, whilst giving Germany a foothold towards advancing her global ambitions by claiming bases in North Africa and the Mediterranean. Raeder's plans included seizing the Suez Canal, occupying North Africa, and taking the Canary Islands and Azores as Mediterranean bases. Though promising, his Mediterranean plan was thwarted by Hitler's relative lack of interest and the Italian presence in the region, which the dictator of Italy, Benito Mussolini, insisted on being his sphere of influence. German troops thus only came to North Africa upon Italy's request for aid in 1941. This was the Afrika Korps under General Erwin Rommel, and by that time the goals were more limited, as Hitler's attention was firmly set towards the east. Raeder would later state that he had long argued against an invasion of Russia, though whether he was opposed due to the potential damage it could bring to the war effort, or because such an operation prevented the Navy from having a significant impact on the war, is hard to say. Hitler promised Raeder that once Germany's last great enemy on the continent had been dealt with, then focus would turn again to the global war against Britain's navy. On the 22nd of June 1941, the invasion of the Soviet Union began at last, and with it, Raider and the Navy's dreams of world dominance were torpedoed. Despite Operation Barbarossa's immense scale and ideological importance to the Nazi Party, Raider continued to insist that the Atlantic was the most important theater of war and demanded that more attention be given to naval operations. Hitler, however, was wary of provoking the United States by fully committing to the Atlantic U-boat war. Raider was opposed to communism, but saw the Soviet Union as an ally against Britain, France, and the United States, who he viewed as preventing Germany from becoming a world power. Raider and Hitler both envisioned Germany as a world power, but the way they wanted to pursue this diverged drastically, something that only became more evident with each passing day. Hitler was also frustrated at the sinking of the great battleship Bismarck in May of 1941. The Bismarck was one of the largest and most impressive battleships in the world, at over 800 feet long, and after being sighted off the Norwegian coast, it was engaged by a powerful Royal Navy squadron, including the battleship Prince of Wales and the battlecruiser HMS Hood. After damaging the Prince of Wales and destroying the Hood, the Bismarck escaped into open sea, leading to a great search operation by the Royal Navy. The Bismarck was found near the coast of occupied France and bombarded by torpedo bombers, which rendered the ship immobile, before being attacked by a British fleet. Eventually, the order went out to scuttle the ship to prevent it falling into enemy hands, and only 115 of a crew of over 2,200 men survived. The sinking of the Bismarck, a great blow to German prestige, fatally undermined Hitler's trust in Raider for the remainder of the war, and Raider was ordered to prevent any more damage to Germany's major capital ships. Throughout 1941 and even earlier, Raider had been hoping for the entrance of Japan into the war against the United States. He realized that the opening of conflict in the Pacific theater would divert Allied forces and distract America from the Atlantic, allowing the Kriegsmarine to isolate Britain. The Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in December 1941 made this hope a reality, opening a new ocean front in the war. However, whilst this was theoretically advantageous for Germany, its navy lacked the capacity to coordinate a global maritime war with Japan against the Allies, creating new frustrations for Raider and his admirals. That America would now be entering the war did not bother Raider, who, unlike Hitler, took a bellicose attitude towards the US and saw them as a natural enemy of German ambitions. He had long been pressing for permission to shoot US vessels escorting British shipping on sight, believing that the Kriegsmarine could cripple the US naval presence in the Atlantic. Germany duly declared war on America on the 11th of December 1941, thus unleashing Raider's fleet of U-boats. The late spring and summer of 1942 saw German U-boats cause devastation against the American Navy, the height of their effectiveness against the US in the war. The U-boats' successes heightened the prestige of the Navy in the German High Command, although much of the plaudits went to Admiral Dönitz, commander of the U-boat fleet, who was a critic of Raider for his devotion to old-fashioned battleship warfare. Relations between Dönitz and Raider suffered as the war went on, with the former resentful of Raider for not prioritizing U-boat construction before the war, and Raider incensed by Dönitz's contempt for the naval officer establishment. Despite the contempt the men had for each other, new events in the Mediterranean gave Raider hope at last of a great strategic victory for the Kriegsmarine, though it was to be his final attempt to seize the initiative of the German war effort. Raider's plan, put forward in February 1942, sought to coordinate Germany's efforts with Italy and Japan and aimed to strike at the Suez Canal in the eastern Mediterranean to both disrupt British shipping and open a link between the German Navy in the Atlantic and the Japanese in the Pacific. Raeder was encouraged in his goals by the success of Erwin Rommel's Afrika Korps as they drove back the Allies along the North African coast towards Egypt in the early months of 1942. Alongside the capture of the Suez Canal, Raeder's plan called for the seizure of the island of Malta, just south of Sicily in the Mediterranean, as a base for the German Navy and Air Force. Raeder's plan, however, never took shape. The German and Japanese forces did not establish the level of cooperation in the Near East that was required, as the Japanese were focused on Southeast Asia, whilst the focus of the Nazi top brass was by this point firmly on the Russian invasion, which was facing serious problems. Raeder could not bring the cooperation of land, air, and sea forces to bear, nor were the Germans able to destroy the Allied defences on Malta despite a concerted bombing campaign. Raeder's grand triumph was once again denied. In November of 1942, Allied forces made surprise landings in North Africa in Operation Torch, setting the Axis powers onto the defensive in the Mediterranean theatre and signalling the end of Raeder's ambitions in the Near East. Though German U-boats continued to be successful in the Atlantic, traditional warships were bottled up in ports surrounding continental Europe. This further diminished Raeder's prestige as his advocacy for surface ships and their role in the Atlantic came to be seen as a failed strategy. Since the Bismarck's sinking, surface ships had hardly played a role in the Atlantic theatre. Raeder became increasingly disillusioned with the war effort and with the Führer. The fatal incident occurred in late December 1942, when a German surface squadron in the North Sea spotted Allied shipping heading towards the northern Russian port of Murmansk. With the Eastern Front in a serious situation for the Germans, Hitler was desperate for the convoy to be sunk, as Allied shipping was vital to supplying the Soviet war effort. The German squadron reported their approach to the Allied vessels and then reported that they had engaged. Confused communications meant that Hitler was convinced that the Allied ships had been sunk. However, when he found out later that the German ships had actually taken damage before evacuating, he was incandescent with fury. His explosions of anger at Raeder and the Navy reflected his despair at Germany's failing war effort overall. But instead of aiding the cause, it instead damaged Hitler's relationship with the Grand Admiral beyond repair, as Hitler had attacked not just Raeder, but the honor and spirit of the Navy itself. Raeder was not suited to the world of cutthroat political intrigue that now surrounded Hitler, and as he refused to spend his time lingering in the Führer's inner circle, he became more isolated from the center of decision-making. Raeder clashed with many of those closest to Hitler, such as Hermann Göring and Joseph Goebbels. Admiral Karl Dönitz, an ideologically committed Nazi, was far more popular than Raeder with Hitler's inner circle, and as an increasing rift developed between Raeder and Dönitz over U-boat policy, the latter came to be seen more and more as the leading figure in the Navy, and Dönitz himself became more contemptuous of Raeder's authority. Dönitz was known to ridicule Raeder's obsession with battleships, which he labeled as dinosaurs. In January 1943, just weeks after Hitler's furious criticism of him following the failure to intercept the Murmansk shipping convoy, Raeder met with Hitler and asked to be relieved of his duties at the end of the month, an offer Hitler readily accepted. In his last memorandum, Raeder bemoaned the sudden outbreak of war which had prevented the Navy from building the fleet that he had envisioned. He also praised the spirit of the Navy in taking the war to the Allies despite being greatly outnumbered. Raeder's pleas to recognize the importance of the fleet was to no avail. Shortly after he departed, Hitler and Dönitz decommissioned the Navy's large surface ships to focus upon U-boats, tanks for the Eastern Front, and Western coastal defenses. Germany was now well and truly on the defensive, and Raeder's ambitions, held by the old naval establishment since German unification for a grand surface fleet to dominate the globe, were finished. Raeder made no attempt to denounce Hitler or the Nazi regime. Far from it. Upon his stepping down from command, he urged the Navy to retain the utmost loyalty to Hitler and to the National Socialist State. In his retirement, Raeder stayed out of the war for its remainder, though he visited Hitler shortly after the assassination attempt against him on the 20th of July 1944 to assure him of his personal loyalty. As Soviet troops approached Berlin, Raeder would not countenance fleeing the city and remained to see the unconditional German surrender on the 7th of May 1945. Raeder was placed under house arrest by the Soviet military and was then sent to Moscow as a prisoner of war, though he was well treated. When he learned that he was to be tried as a war criminal by the Western powers, Raeder was shocked and contemplated serving for the Soviet Union as an alternative. Raeder nevertheless appeared at the Nuremberg trials, where an international military tribunal was held to prosecute Nazi leaders for their crimes against humanity and international peace. Officers from the US and Royal Navy urged against prosecuting Raeder and Dönitz, but these objections were overridden by the prosecution. Raeder's trial lasted for 6 days, from the 15th to the 21st of May 1946. The tribunal did not allow the presentation of any evidence regarding the actions of the Allied powers, which Raeder found particularly galling. During the trial, he had to defend his actions in building up the Navy in violation of the Treaty of Versailles, which he insisted was built up for defensive rather than offensive purposes, and his support of Hitler. Raeder defended himself at all times, seeking to protect the independence of the Navy, and he insisted that the Navy was not ready for war in 1939, and thus he had not sought conflict. Raeder stated that he had no knowledge of the Holocaust, and that if he had, he would have moved to intervene. Above all, he insisted that he had fought the war fairly, as a soldier rather than a criminal. In the end, Raeder was found guilty on counts of conspiracy to commit crimes against peace, waging a war of aggression, and war crimes. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Raeder requested to be executed by firing squad instead, but this was denied. There has been debate amongst historians as to whether this judgment against Raeder was excessively harsh. Raeder's waging of war is not judged by most to constitute war crimes, as the German Navy fought no differently than the Allies at sea. However, Raeder's tenacious support of the Nazi regime once they were in power cannot be denied, and even if he was not involved in the most hideous aspects of the regime, support from top military men like him enabled the Nazis to take hold of the German state apparatus and inflict horrors against humanity. Raeder, now 70 years of age, was imprisoned at Spandau on the outskirts of Berlin. Previously used to intern opponents of the Nazi regime, it now housed Raeder along with 6 other high-profile Nazi leaders who were found guilty in the Nuremberg trials. These included Karl Dönitz, Albert Speer, and Rudolf Hess. Raeder was released after 10 years in prison, at a similar time to Karl Dönitz, and upon their release they made a public display of solidarity. His release had long been campaigned for by his family and by his naval colleagues. He spent the final years of his life working on his memoirs, which he published in 2 volumes in 1956 and 1957, under the title Mein Leben, My Life. The focus of this work was on portraying a sympathetic and positive picture of the Navy and Raeder's role within it. He also involved himself in supporting the Bundesmarine, the new West German Navy, encouraging officers of the Kriegsmarine to join the new force. Though he attempted to stay out of public attention, he was a controversial figure in national politics when his legacy was invoked by the new naval leadership, and his attendance at some naval events also stirred controversy over the past. Eventually, Raeder succumbed to old age and passed away on the 6th of November 1960 in Kiel, just over a year after the death of his wife. As a mark of their reconciliation, Raeder asked Karl Dönitz to deliver the eulogy at his funeral. At his funeral, Raeder was lamented as the father of the modern German Navy, and as a man who had kept the Navy unified and strong, whilst demonstrating humanity and morality to his subordinates at all times. Meanwhile, Raeder's passing sparked a debate in German politics and the media as to whether the man convicted at the Nuremberg trials could be remembered as anything other than a criminal. These varied reactions to his passing were perhaps apt for a man whose legacy will always be clouded in controversy. Erich Raeder was an intelligent, disciplined, and driven man whose formidable leadership qualities enabled him to rise to the top of the German Navy and dominate it for well over a decade, steering it through some of the most turbulent and chaotic periods of Germany's history. He was a man committed to fundamental principles, and he put his service towards what he saw as the interests of the Navy and the country before all else. He never abandoned his commitment towards the Navy and towards his country, serving them as best he could, even when it would have been easier for him to abandon them. Nevertheless, whilst one cannot fault Raeder for the level of his commitment to his core principles, one can very easily argue that his commitment blinded him to what the true interests of his country and the Navy were, and that they rendered him blind in the face of an evil that was increasingly recognized by others. In his belief that Hitler would revitalize the Navy and the country, Raeder pledged total loyalty to him, and these soldierly instincts persisted even as the Nazi regime drove the Navy and the country to destruction. Other army officers like Stauffenberg and Rommel eventually turned against Hitler, whilst Raeder stayed totally loyal to the very end, and though he was a Navy man before he was a Nazi, he still wore the golden Nazi Party badge on his uniform with pride until the end of the war. Those with total ideological commitment to the Nazi project were a fringe minority, but it was respected and capable men like Raeder from within the establishment, whose embrace of the Nazis helped them to establish their grip on the German state and armed forces. For this, history will always judge him harshly. What do you think of Erich Raeder? Was he a war criminal who was as guilty as his fellow Nazis, or was he simply a loyal sailor who avoided controversy and supported his nation's government no matter what? Please let us know in the comments section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
The man known to history as Heinrich Himmler was born on the 7th of October 1900 in the city of Munich in Bavaria, in southern Germany. His mother, Anna Maria Himmler, née Haida, came from a traditional Catholic family, and as well as Heinrich, she also parented two more boys, Gebhard Ludwig, born in 1898, and Ernst Hermann, born in 1905. Himmler's father, Josef Gebhard Himmler, known as Gebhard, was a 35-year-old schoolmaster at the time of Heinrich's birth and had previously gained a degree in phonology and languages at Munich's University. After this, he was appointed to be the tutor of Prince Heinrich of Bavaria of the House of Wittelsbach, the senior most aristocratic family of southern Germany, before returning to Munich as a professor and teacher. A proud, organized and pedantic man, Gebhard took great pride in his career success, and would decorate the Himmler household with quality furniture, paintings and collectibles, including old German coins and memorabilia. As a result of his success, both Heinrich and his two brothers enjoyed a comfortable but strict middle-class upbringing. This was in stark contrast to previous generations of the Himmler family, as while Gebhard had made a success of himself, his father, Heinrich's grandfather, had been a poor soldier throughout his life. In contrast, the Himmlers had largely survived thanks to the support of Anna's family in Regensburg in the southeast of Germany, as her father was a successful tradesman there. This had enabled the Himmlers to move into a spacious second-floor apartment on the Hildegardstrasse in Munich, where Anna gave birth to her second son in 1900. This child they named after Gebhard's former student, Prince Heinrich. The prince also consented to becoming Heinrich's godfather, and so the middle son of the Himmler children would grow up with some semblance of aristocratic pretensions. As was typical of children of their age and class within German society, the Himmler brothers received a strict, regimented upbringing, one which was only intensified by their mother's religious ardor and their father's occupation. Any hopes they may have had of escaping their parents' attention was soon crushed when all three were sent to a grammar school in Landshut, northeast of Munich. Here their father was the joint schoolmaster. It was during this time in Landshut that the young Himmler began to take an interest in Germanic heritage and history in general, a fascination which had perhaps been inspired by the Bavarian towns, castles, and countless old buildings that still dotted southern Germany at that time. After beginning to also show a keen interest in his father's historical memorabilia, Gebhard went to every possible length to encourage his son's newfound fascination. Young Himmler returned his father's attention by becoming an obedient, methodical, and devoted son. Over the coming months and years, Heinrich soon proved himself to be his father's son, as he became a hard-working, if quiet and unimaginative child, which is evidenced by the fragments of a surviving diary he commenced writing in 1910. In this, instead of writing his daily accounts in sentences, Heinrich merely listed his trivial daily activities, such as mealtimes or when he took a bath, and referred to any adults by their full name or title, giving the impression that from an early age Himmler was proper, organized, and fastidious. While Heinrich was growing up, his native Germany was drifting towards war. For decades, the continent had been becoming more and more volatile in its politics. Much of this was due to the unification of the approximately 30 small German states into a German empire in 1871. With this, Germany began its ascent as the major political, economic, and military power of continental Europe. Only Britain was more powerful. This event destabilized the balance of power in Europe, and in the decades that followed, the continent's politics became more and more fractious. Eventually, shortly after Heinrich's own birth in 1900, two major alliances came into existence, one consisting of Britain, France, and Russia, and the other of Germany and the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Nationalist tensions in regions such as the Balkans and colonial rivalry in the scramble for control of Africa from the 1880s onwards fueled this descent towards war. The spark which lit it finally came in the summer of 1914, when a regional crisis in the Balkans escalated into a full-blown European war. Such was the global presence of the countries involved, which had colonies all over the world, that this was deemed a global conflict, the First World War. As Heinrich grew older, his diary entries became more descriptive. The most notable aspect of them was often his recounting of additions to his stamp collection or the holding of church services which he had attended. However, after the outbreak of the First World War in 1914, Himmler began to write about events and battles which he had read about in the local press, as well as letters his father received from Heinrich's godfather, Prince Heinrich, who had joined the German army in 1901 as a lieutenant, and who shortly after the outbreak of war was badly wounded in action on the Western Front in northeastern France. It is evident that the prince was something of a hero to Himmler, as, after reading the news of his godfather being wounded, Heinrich wrote in his diary that he and his friends would like nothing better than to go and fight the British and the French. Other accounts within his diary recall occasions when French prisoners of war arrived at Landshut railway station in Bavaria. Of these Frenchmen, Himmler spoke with some sympathy. However, Himmler had no such compassion towards the Russian prisoners of war who were brought to Germany. These he described as vermin, in a surprisingly early sign of his racial animosity towards the people of Eastern Europe. It was also during this period that Himmler began to prepare himself to join the German army when he was deemed old enough, by exercising regularly and lifting weights in an effort to gain muscle mass. However, as much as young Himmler may have wanted to appear as a strong, youthful German during this period, he also complained of regular colds, stomach pains, and other illnesses. These ailments were a cause of constant frustration and concern for him. At school, Heinrich proved himself to be a hard-working pupil who neither excelled nor failed at the various subjects he was expected to master, which included science, mathematics, history, geography, Latin, and Greek, as well as piano lessons. He showed little natural talent for this musical training, and after many years of failure, eventually plucked up enough courage to request from his parents that he be allowed to quit. All in all, Heinrich's greatest interests during his childhood years seem to have been German history and folklore. It is therefore perhaps not surprising that within his diary there are various entries in which he continuously stated how much he wished to join the German army and fight in the war, despite still only being a teenager. Due to his age, he would ultimately never get the chance to experience frontline combat before the end of the First World War. It was in late 1915 that Himmler's diary entries began to subside in number, which was a gap that may have been perpetuated by the death in 1916 of Prince Heinrich of Bavaria in the mountains of Romania. Although this undoubtedly was a severe blow for both Heinrich and his father, their reaction to the prince's death is not recorded, but it is probable that they were greatly affected by it. Indeed, we get a glimpse of the possible impact of the prince's death on Himmler in 1917, when his father wrote to the Bavarian royal household asking for his son to be considered as a future officer cadet, but not before he reached maturity. In the meantime, Himmler was called up for training in 1917 at his mother's hometown of Regensburg with the 11th Bavarian Infantry Regiment. However, the next year, Himmler continued his army training, first as a machine gunner and then as an officer. Yet despite his later claims that he saw action on the Western Front in the First World War, records from the time clearly show that Heinrich never finished his army training before the end of hostilities, as he was discharged in December 1918 without completing his officer training course. The war had come to an end just over a month earlier. Germany had found itself without sufficient resources for its economy to keep functioning, and Britain and France had been aided by the entry of the United States into the war on their side in 1917. Thus, with the government collapsing in Germany, the country surrendered in early November 1918. In the aftermath of the First World War, the German army was massively reduced in size, largely due to the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, the peace agreement signed between Germany on the one hand and the victorious powers of Britain, France, and the United States on the other. The country's economy had also been decimated as a consequence of the war, meaning that, although Himmler still wished to join the military in emulation of his idol Prince Heinrich, he was forced in the aftermath of the war to seek out a civilian occupation. In the short run, this led to Himmler obtaining employment on a poultry farm as an apprentice near the city of Ingolstadt, where his father had also taken up a teaching position. However, whilst working there, he began to feel ill and was soon diagnosed as having contracted paratyphoid fever caused by salmonella poisoning. This, in turn, had been caused by ingesting unsanitary meat or water. On his doctor's advice, Himmler was told to steer clear of farm work for at least a year. However, he evidently wished to seek a career in farming at this time, as he then enrolled on an agronomy course at the Munich Technische Hochschule in October of 1919, where he studied crop and soil usage until 1922. During this time he joined a fencing fraternity and even received the badge of honor that was a fencing scar on his face. During this period of his life, Himmler enjoyed the fairly stereotypical life of a student of the time. He learned to dance, although he did not enjoy it, while he also engaged in intellectual debates with his fellow students, at least when he wasn't practicing his fencing skills. Because the university did not provide meals for its students, Himmler dined at the home of a lady called Frau Loitz, whose daughter, Maya, he soon became close to, although his diaries reveal no romance taking place between them. This platonic but also paternal pattern of relationships with women would come to repeat itself over the coming years. On one occasion, after meeting a young lady on a train, Himmler revealed his views on male-female relationships and also some of his sexual proclivities in his diary. Here he remarked on her innocence and also stated his belief that women should be loved in 3 ways: as a child that must be punished when she is foolish, but also protected due to her weakness; secondly, as a loyal and devoted companion; and thirdly, as a wife whose feet he longed to kiss. It is also clear from Himmler's diary entries during the early 1920s that he felt uncertain and even aimless, writing that he was only engaging in his studies as it gave him peace of mind and quelled his doubts about his life. He also stated that he had considered leaving Germany altogether to travel across Europe, although he reveals that in his conversations with Maya, he had confided in her that he believed that Germany was entering a period of great change. He also yearned to join the army again, and with his small circle of friends often practiced shooting. All told, Himmler's diary, as well as the accounts handed down to us by his fellow students at the time, paint a picture of a methodical, even pedantic, traditional young man, who seems to have taken his studies and church-going extremely seriously, and who took great pride in Germanic culture and traditions, whilst avoiding intimate relationships with young women, as he thought they should be protected and prevented from going astray due to temptation. He even told his brother Gebhard that he intended to remain a virgin until he was married. These beliefs were no doubt at least in part formed due to his father's dutiful disciplinarian manner, combined with his mother's devout faith, as Himmler at this time still regularly attended Mass. It was during this period in the early 1920s that Himmler's diaries also reveal another possible influence over his worldview. This concerned events which were unfolding in Russia, where a civil war had been underway since 1917. By the early 1920s, it was clear that the Bolshevik communists were victorious in this. Himmler's diary entries reveal that he was deeply perturbed by this emergence of a major communist power in Eastern Europe. His views in this regard had been shaped by the events of 1919, when Munich and Bavaria as a whole became a hotbed of communist agitation, leading eventually to the Bavarian Revolution in April 1919, after which a Soviet republic was briefly set up. It was soon crushed by the Nationalist Freikorps, a paramilitary group which had emerged within Germany after the war, consisting largely of army veterans and nationalists who opposed the communists across the country. Towards the end of his studies, Himmler joined the Freikorps, with whose nationalistic ethos he clearly felt a kinship. It was the beginning of his descent into extremist politics. It was also during this period that Himmler began to spend a large part of his time at a student society named the League of Apollo. This largely consisted of ex-soldiers and top graduates. Its president was a Jewish man named Abraham Hofner. Although Himmler was at first polite to the society's Jewish members, it is clear that he was also forming strong anti-Semitic views by this time, as he was involved in violent arguments as his time attending the League of Apollo went on, during the course of which he protested against the membership of the League, including Jews. This stance soon earned him a reputation as a nationalist militarist himself. Then, on the 25th of January 1922, at a meeting of his rifle club, Himmler by chance met a man who changed the course of his life and started a chain of events that would ultimately make him one of the most notorious individuals in human history. The chance meeting was with a German army captain called Ernst Röhm. Röhm was one of the few officers who had been able to retain his position in the German army, or Reichswehr, after the First World War. Himmler and he soon found common ground in their discussions, as both were virulently opposed to the rise of communism in Eastern Europe. This meeting is considered to be the first hard evidence of Himmler becoming involved in organized nationalist politics. After concluding his agricultural studies in August 1922, Himmler joined Röhm's newly formed paramilitary Bund Reichskriegsflagge, or Imperial War Flag Society. Like the Freikorps, this was a nationalist paramilitary group. By this time, Himmler had also become aware of the growing influence of the Munich-based National Socialist German Workers' Party, or as they were more widely known, the Nazi Party. Since 1921, these had been led by Adolf Hitler, whose bombastic speeches within Munich's beer halls were attracting the admiration of the local nationalists, including Ernst Röhm, as well as the hatred of the communists, resulting in regular street battles in the city. Around this time, as Himmler was becoming involved in Röhm's organization, support for nationalist parties was growing amongst certain sections of the population in regions such as Bavaria. This was driven by Germany's economic woes. Crippling economic indemnities had been imposed on the country through the Treaty of Versailles, and the French and the Belgians had reserved the right to occupy the industrial heartland of Germany in the Ruhr and the Rhineland in the west of the country, if Germany faltered in its payments. To compound the matter, inflation had become a problem, as had unemployment. Many young men and middle-aged army veterans were drawn to nationalist parties such as the Nazis, with their message of revitalizing Germany, and also their extreme antipathy towards the country's Jewish population. This was not necessarily unusual in Europe, where anti-Semitism was unfortunately widespread in the 1920s, but the Nazis' views on the country's Jews was especially harsh, believing they were responsible for Germany's defeat in the war. Like many others, Himmler decided to join the Nazis in 1923. He also remained a member of Röhm's Reichskriegsflagge paramilitary group. This was around the same time that heightened nationalist activity in Munich was beginning to draw the attention of Bavaria's regional government. This resulted in the Bavarian Prime Minister Eugen von Knilling banning political rallies in the region and declaring martial law on the 26th of September 1923. He then appointed Gustav von Kahr as the Staatskommissar or State Commissioner, giving him free rein over the maintenance of law and order across Bavaria. In tandem, Colonel Hans-Ritter von Seisser was appointed as Chief of the Bavarian Police, and Otto von Lossow as commander of the Bavarian branch of the Reichswehr, the German army. Their appointment was notable, as Hitler had formed the idea by this time of attempting to emulate in Bavaria Benito Mussolini's fascist seizure of power with his march on Rome in October of 1922. The Nazi leader's goal was to seize control of the government of Bavaria and afterwards attempt a similar march on Berlin. As plans for doing so escalated in the autumn of 1928, he even enlisted the First World War general and war hero Erich Ludendorff in an attempt to gain the upper hand over von Kahr's government in Bavaria by winning over additional supporters. The attempted coup would be launched in early November 1923. Hitler received word during the planning process that Kahr, along with Seisser and Lossow, were due to address a public meeting in Munich's Bürger Bräukeller Beer Hall on the 8th of November 1923. The Nazi leader perceived this as the opportunity to seize Bavaria's government he had been waiting for. He and the leadership of the Nazi Party quickly forged a plan to storm the Bürger Bräukeller on the 8th of November, following which they planned to take the government leaders in Bavaria hostage and force them to surrender power to them. They would be aided in this by Ernst Röhm, who had recently established a new paramilitary organization known as the Sturmabteilung, or SA, meaning Storm Detachment, as the military wing of the Nazi Party. On the evening of the 8th of November, Hitler, along with a 600-strong contingent of the SA, stormed into the public meeting being held by the head of the Bavarian government, Gustav von Kahr, at the beer hall. Hitler proclaimed that a revolution had begun. Ludendorff arrived shortly afterwards, following which the triumvirate of police and army officials effectively surrendered the government of Bavaria to Hitler and Ludendorff. Having seized the beer hall, Hitler then made the mistake of leaving to attend to a crisis elsewhere, and Kahr and the other members of the Bavarian government escaped. They quickly took charge of the situation and began pouring military and police forces into the city to crush the revolt. The next morning, after realizing that his coup was on the verge of failure, Hitler, accompanied by Ludendorff, agreed to march through the streets of Munich with their followers. There they would join up with Röhm's troops. These included Himmler, who played a minor role in the beer hall putsch, as it later became known. Thus, he was present to see the coup quickly suppressed as armed state troops arrived and opened fire on the gathered Nazis in Bavaria on the 9th of November. A panic quickly ensued, and Hitler and his supporters fled the scene. The last pockets of resistance throughout Bavaria surrendered in the hours that followed, bringing the short-lived attempted coup to an end. Hitler was subsequently arrested and tried for high treason in February of 1924 and was given 5 years in prison at Landsberg prison, along with several other ringleaders of the putsch, but Ludendorff was released without charge. Himmler was arrested but was released due to lack of evidence, although his involvement in the putsch did lose him his job. Moreover, as the Nazi Party and the SA were officially banned by the government following the coup, Himmler was forced to return home to his parents. Although Hitler's beer hall putsch had ended in a humiliating failure, Himmler still maintained contact with Ernst Röhm, who had been incarcerated himself at Stadelheim prison, and even took the time to visit him in February 1924 on his motorcycle, shortly before Röhm was released on probation. This should have been the end of National Socialism and the Nazis in Germany. However, Hitler used his time in prison to begin plotting a new way to seize power. Firstly, he wrote his infamous book Mein Kampf, a paranoid, sprawling political testament in which he blamed Germany's recent woes on a vast Jewish and communist conspiracy to destroy the country. He also determined at this time that henceforth the Nazis would seek to claim power in Germany via peaceful means. They would do so by attempting to grow as a political party and to take over the country through the ballot box. Moreover, he would be able to set out on this mission sooner than expected. Just a year after being sent to Landsberg prison, he was released, and shortly afterwards, the Bavarian regional government removed the ban on the Nazi Party in what was retrospectively one of the poorest political decisions in modern European history. Thus, from 1925 onwards, the Nazis were seeking to seize power through elections to the Reichstag. Meanwhile, Himmler had no intention of giving up his political activities. During the mid-1920s, he refused to look for normal work, much to his parents' displeasure, and instead worked as a low-level campaigner for the National Socialist Freedom Movement during the 1925 elections, an organization which had been formed as a front for the Nazis following their brief proscription. In this role, Himmler toured Bavaria's towns and villages, making speeches on the evils of capitalism, as well as the Jews. As such, he became a prominent member of the party, and when the Nazis were allowed to reform in 1925, Himmler was amongst those who rejoined. By this time, he was 24 years of age and joined the staff of Gregor and Otto Strasser, two of the most senior members of the party, as a general assistant. Himmler soon became indispensable to Gregor Strasser, who, as well as being a member of the German parliament, was the Nazi Party leader in Lower Bavaria. Later, his brother Otto would recall how Himmler at this time was placed in charge of checking the various arms dumps the Nazi Party had built up around Bavaria, and ensuring they were not discovered by the regional government. Himmler's virulent personal anti-Semitism was also becoming more and more evident during these years. For instance, It was around this time that he began drawing up and publicizing lists of local German Jews with the goal of shaming them in a region in which anti-Semitism was proliferating during the 1920s. Shortly afterwards, he was promoted to become Strasser's deputy in Lower Bavaria, although Strasser remained dubious himself about Himmler's personal abilities. It was also in 1925 that Himmler joined a seemingly obscure bodyguard unit within the National Socialist Party. This was named the Schutzstaffel, or SS, meaning protection squad. It was initially a personal bodyguard unit for Hitler's protection. From the earliest days of the Nazi movement, there had been plans to form a bodyguard for Hitler, largely because in the aftermath of the First World War, there were as many as 380 political assassinations within Germany. The first of these prototype bodyguard units was the so-called Ordinartruppe, or steward's troop, but as the formation of paramilitary groups had been outlawed by this time, the group was disguised as a sports division of the party. In early 1923, this was renamed the Stoßtrupp Hitler, consisting originally of only 8 men, including its commander Julius Schreck, who would eventually become Hitler's personal chauffeur. This organization adopted the Totenkopf skull and crossbones symbol as its emblem, one which had previously been used by the elite Prussian Hussars of the Imperial German Army. It was subsequently adopted by the SS along with the Nordic victory runes when it was formed in April 1925. Himmler was one of the new paramilitary unit's first members, number 168. He would soon rise to become its leader and transform it into one of the most brutal institutions in human history. The SS was initially established as a subgroup of the much larger SA. However, even from its earliest days, it distinguished itself as an elite unit. For instance, its members wore caps with the Totenkopf skull and crossbones, as well as a field grey uniform, differing considerably from the brown-shirted SA members. But despite already having different clothing from the main body of the SA, the SS would soon adopt the black German army-style uniforms with doffed caps and polished boots, which became notorious in future years. This uniform and insignia would become the unit's signature look in years to come, and truly mark them out as the elite policing and security force within Nazi Germany. Himmler was promoted within the SS. In 1926, he was made an SS Gauführer, or district leader, within Lower Bavaria. However, the head of the paramilitary organization, Josef Berchtold, resigned as SS leader in 1927. He was replaced by Erhard Heiden, a poorly equipped bureaucrat who proved unsuitable for the task. Heiden would eventually be replaced, and when he was, it would open up an opportunity for Himmler to become one of the leading figures of the Nazi movement. By 1926, Himmler's salary was about 120 marks a month, and his SS duties largely consisted of canvassing members of the Bavarian public to subscribe to the party newspaper. He was also charged with securing advertisements, and it was this background in journalism that would see Gregor Strasser promote Himmler in 1926 to become deputy propaganda chief within Bavaria, in which role he often worked alongside another rising member of the party, Joseph Goebbels, who in his own diary professed to liking Himmler, calling him intelligent and a good fellow. It is unknown as to when Himmler first met Hitler in person. However, it is likely that he came to the Führer's attention from even before he was sent to Landsberg prison following the Beer Hall Putsch. What is clear is that Himmler met with Hitler in September 1927 and told the leader of the party about his idea to turn the relatively insignificant SS into an elite paramilitary unit of the Nazi Party. The idea evidently impressed Hitler, and he promoted Himmler to become the deputy SS leader under Erhard Heiden, at the rank of SS Oberführer. He was now the second in command of the SS. By this time, the membership of the larger SA was ballooning in size, whilst the SS membership had actually declined from around 1,000 to less than 300 members. Much of this was owing to Erhard Heiden's poor leadership. As soon as he became Heiden's deputy, Himmler began demonstrating his organizational abilities by setting up separate SS jurisdictions across Germany. This activity soon made it clear to those who chose to look that Himmler was far more able than his SS superior, whom he soon began to eclipse and upstage. It was also around this time that the Nazi Party as a whole was beginning to expand its reach beyond its homelands of Bavaria, meaning that the attention or focus of its campaigning increasingly centered around Berlin, resulting in Himmler in 1927 embarking on a lecture tour of the German capital. On one of these visits to the German capital, Himmler met his future wife, a 34-year-old nurse named Margarete Boden, who owned a nursing home in Berlin and was, according to several accounts, of Polish heritage. Himmler, who was just 27 years old at this time, clearly formed a close bond with Margarete, as, like him, she was fastidious, hard-working, and shared his anti-Semitism. Therefore, only a few months after their first meeting, Margarete sold her nursing home, bought a house in the country near Munich, and married Himmler in July of 1928. As Himmler was still on a modest salary by this stage, the couple supplemented their income by keeping around 50 chickens and selling produce, although Himmler had little to do with this modest enterprise. Nevertheless, it has given rise to the notion that Himmler was a chicken farmer, when really it was his wife that attended to their small number of livestock, as he was away on party business more often than not. The following year, 1929, would prove to be one of the most important of Himmler's life, as in August both he and Margarete greeted their only daughter Gudrun into the world. More significantly, earlier that year, Erhard Haydn was dismissed by Hitler on the grounds of his general incompetence and was replaced as head of the SS by Himmler. Although the SS was tiny compared to the SA in 1929, its primary role of guarding top party officials gave Himmler direct access to the very top of the National Socialist Party, and it was clear that Himmler's vision to transform the SS into an elite Praetorian Guard-like force had met with Hitler's approval from the beginning. This meant that he could now proceed to effectively mold and expand this unit into what he saw as the ideal Germanic warriors, whose loyalty, racial purity, physical fitness, and courage were surpassed by none and feared by all. This also occurred as the circumstances which would allow the Nazis to secure power in Germany were developing. In the autumn of 1929, a severe economic crisis hit the Americas and Europe after the stock markets on Wall Street in New York City tumbled. Nazi popularity soared in the aftermath of the Wall Street crash and the Great Depression which followed, as ordinary Germans found themselves unemployed and impoverished. In the process, Hitler soon became one of the most high-profile political leaders in Germany, along with Hermann Göring and the new propaganda head within the party, Joseph Goebbels. For the time being, Himmler remained in the background, continuing his early strategy of quietly accumulating power and expanding the influence and membership of his SS, which grew from 300 to 3,000 in the space of just 12 months at the start of the 1930s. This mirrored the rise of the Nazis politically, who in the Reichstag elections of 1930 secured 17% of the vote nationally, and then, in the next elections in the summer of 1932, became the largest party in the country, with just short of 2 out of every 5 German voters giving them their support. At the beginning of 1931, Himmler began setting up a counterintelligence division of the SS. One of the candidates for admission to this was an unemployed former Navy officer named Reinhard Heydrich, who had recently been fired from the Navy on account of several affairs with married women. Himmler interviewed him and was impressed enough that he hired him. Heydrich rose fast and soon became the head of a new organization named the Sicherheitsdienst, or SD, meaning Security Service. In the hands of Heydrich, this body would come to act as the covert espionage and surveillance arm of the SS. In the process, Heydrich would become second only to Himmler himself within the SS, and one of the most powerful men in the Third Reich as a result. Following the summer Reichstag elections of 1932, the Nazis had become the largest political party in Germany. However, the centrist and centre-right political establishment of the German Republic were broadly unwilling to allow Hitler to become Chancellor of Germany. The party's political manifesto was seen as being too extreme, and there were many who were rightly wary of the fact that they had attempted a military coup in Bavaria back in 1923. Accordingly, a technocratic government was pieced together in mid-1932 to prevent Hitler becoming the leader of the government. However, by the winter, it was clear that this lacked the necessary political support to tackle the country's seemingly never-ending economic woes. Accordingly, in January 1933, Hitler was appointed as Chancellor of Germany, and several government ministries were allocated to Nazi officials. After this, Hitler immediately sought to claim total control of the country and dissolve parliament so that fresh elections could be held in March. Before these could be held, a fire at the Reichstag in February 1933 was used as the justification for suspending all basic civil rights and allowing the detention without trial. The fire was blamed on the German Communist Party, which was all but shut down over the coming months. Shortly afterwards, the Reichstag deputies met at the Kohl Opera House and voted on an enabling act which gifted Hitler de facto control over Germany for a period of 4 years and enabled him to pass laws without the consent of the country's parliament. In voting for this act, the Reichstag effectively signed its own death warrant, as the bill's passing made Hitler the dictator of Germany in all but name, meaning that German democracy was now dead. Over the coming months, all political opposition was, with the aid of Himmler's SS, crushed throughout the country, as political parties were forced to shut down, and any persons who were considered any kind of threat were arrested and interned, either in prisons or temporary detention centers. Soon they were being sent to new concentration camps that were being built by the Nazis throughout Germany. By 1933, the SS membership had ballooned in size to over 50,000 members, all of whom were now subject to strict entry rules such as checks on their ancestry, physical fitness, and height to ensure only the most Nordic-looking Germans gained admission to Himmler's elite force. Conversely, those within the Third Reich who were deemed to be undesirable or were political or racial enemies of Nazism, such as the country's 500,000 Jews, Romani gypsies, homosexuals, or the disabled, soon began to feel the full implications of Himmler's planned purge of the German population. Of course, the irony of all this was that Himmler, who was becoming one of the foremost advocates of the idea of a blonde, blue-eyed German race with his black hair and frail physique, was the furthest thing possible from the racial ideal his SS was trying to promote. One of the first stages of this program of racial cleansing under the Nazis was the setting up of the SS Race and Settlement Main Office. This was tasked with maintaining the high entry standards for SS members. For instance, members who sought to marry were required to produce a full family tree dating back several generations in order to prove that they were of sufficiently pure German blood. Once they passed this test, and actually married, it was also expected of them that they would sire many children in order to propagate the German race. In conjunction with instigating measures designed to ensure the purity of the SS membership, Himmler, after Hitler's rise to power in 1933, also began to adopt other measures to contain and even persecute those he considered to be of impure blood or enemies of the burgeoning Nazi state, culminating in the setting up of concentration camps, such as Dachau near Munich. These were initially designed to hold political prisoners, but years later, and under Himmler's direction, they would become the centers of one of the most brutal genocides ever seen. Back in Berlin, only two obstacles now stood between the Führer, Adolf Hitler, and absolute power in Germany, one of which was President Paul von Hindenburg, who was still technically Hitler's superior. The second was the army, or rather the Army High Command, who were now increasingly voicing their concerns regarding Ernst Röhm's massive SA, which had swelled by 1933 to well over 2 million members. This all culminated in Hindenburg telling Hitler he had to rein in the SA and its leader Röhm. Hitler was inclined to do so, as by now Röhm was not just a direct threat to the army, but to the government and to Hitler himself. For some time, Hitler and the other Nazi leaders became concerned that Röhm was planning to seize power himself, as by 1933 he was becoming increasingly arrogant and insulting in his behavior towards Hitler himself. As a result, in the spring of 1934, an operation codenamed Operation Hummingbird, headed by Hermann Göring, one of the chief Nazi ministers, along with Himmler and his accomplice Heydrich, was launched. The plan was to decapitate the leadership of the SA and bring it back in line with Hitler's goals. The operation was initiated on the 30th of June and would result in 3 days of violence, which has subsequently become known as the Night of the Long Knives. Thousands of the Nazis' political enemies and Röhm's leading supporters in the SA were either arrested or murdered in coordinated attacks across the country. These included Röhm himself and also figures like Himmler's old boss in the mid-1920s, Gregor Strasser, who during the Great Depression had begun to publicly distance himself from Hitler. Another victim was Ritter von Kahr, the former leader of the Bavarian government at the time of the Beer Hall Putsch, who was dragged into a wood and hacked to death with hatchets. A huge proportion of these attacks were carried out by Himmler's SS, and as a result, Himmler's paramilitary organization now began to politically supersede the SA, which was allowed to continue after Röhm was killed, but the political significance of which was greatly reduced from the summer of 1934 onwards. In addition to now being head of the foremost paramilitary and security force in all of Nazi Germany from the mid-1930s onwards, Himmler was also increasingly monopolizing control over the policing services of Germany. Back in 1933, Hermann Göring had formed a police force of his own, named the Geheime Staatspolizei, or Gestapo. However, from 1934 onwards, the Nazi state began rearming in anticipation of a future war of revenge against the European powers. Consequently, Göring's attentions drifted towards establishing a new air force called the Luftwaffe, and in April of 1934 he handed over control of the Gestapo to Himmler. The SS chief quickly placed it in Heydrich's capable hands, and on that same day Hitler rewarded Himmler's loyalty and efficiency by placing him in charge of all Germany's police forces outside of Prussia itself, meaning that he now had control over the close protection of the Nazi elite, the secret services, and the police. In many ways, this effectively made Himmler the second most powerful man in Germany after Hitler himself. Thus, in little under 5 years, Heinrich Himmler had gone from relative obscurity as a Nazi party official in Lower Bavaria to control the interior of virtually the entire German state. The mid-1930s saw the Nazis begin to implement their extreme anti-Semitic policies in Germany. This began with the introduction of the so-called Nuremberg Laws. These forbade marriage between Jews and non-Jews and deprived Jews of German citizenship. They also prohibited Jews from hiring non-Jewish Germans. The introduction of these laws marked the beginning of an increasingly severe series of governmental measures designed to persecute German Jews, which would eventually culminate in what many consider to be one of the worst periods of mass murder in world history. Himmler would be central to these developments and their unfolding over the years that followed. In the meantime, Himmler's power over the interior of the German Third Reich, or Empire, hit even greater heights in June of 1936, when Hitler decreed the unification of all state police forces within Germany and named Himmler the head of all of Germany's police forces, effectively bringing them under the umbrella of the SS as a result. Now that the SS controlled Germany's police forces and secret services, Himmler, perhaps in an effort to fulfill his dreams of a military career, began the formation of a new fighting arm of the SS, which would eventually become amongst the most feared of the entire Second World War. This branch would eventually become the Waffen-SS, or Armed SS, whose origins can be found as early as 1933, when a unit called the Sonderkommando was formed in Berlin under the leadership of Sepp Dietrich. This initially acted as an elite bodyguard unit to Adolf Hitler, pledging allegiance and obedience to him until death. However, after the 10th anniversary of Hitler's beer hall putsch in 1933, this unit was renamed the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, making it Hitler's elite paramilitary bodyguard. A year later, Himmler renamed it as the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, as he wanted it to be clear that the unit was comprised of National Socialists and was not part of the German armed forces. The Leibstandarte would eventually form the first of 38 SS military divisions, each consisting of around 15,000 to 20,000 elite troops. The Waffen-SS would grow to include the 5th SS Panzer Viking Division that was comprised of men from Norway, Denmark, Sweden and other Scandinavian countries, whilst the 13th Waffen Mountain Division was comprised of Bosnians, Slavs and Croatians. In addition, there were even divisions consisting of French, Belarusian, Flemish, Hungarian, Dutch as well as Latvians, meaning that the total manpower of the Waffen-SS numbered in the region of 900,000 men at its height in the early 1940s. Although Himmler is well known as being the head of Nazi Germany's police and intelligence services, a less well-known aspect of his character is his fascination with Nordic mythology, as there are records of him approving expeditions and research projects to find ancient relics as well as evidence of the existence of Germanic cultures before the spread of Christianity, which, despite his mother's fervent Catholicism, he had grown to believe to be a threat to the morality and purity of the German-speaking peoples. These antiquarian interests included a wide array of obscure and even fanciful projects and expeditions, such as sending German scientists to Japan to ascertain if there were genealogical links between the Asian and Germanic peoples, and he also sought evidence from the German Ancestry Research Society for ancient intellectual history that undertook archaeological and research projects across Europe and beyond, in an attempt to prove the superiority of the Aryan race. Historians also surmise that it was Himmler's intention to replace Christianity altogether within the Third Reich. Jesus, after all, was a Jew. Therefore, Himmler felt that the Aryan peoples should return to their ancient Nordic pagan roots, which he and the SS would have jurisdiction over, giving Himmler yet another method of control that he and the Nazi elite could use to bend the German population to their will. The replacement of Christianity manifested itself in the SS by its members having to renounce their faith for the new SS pseudo-religion, which consisted of Christmas being replaced by winter solstice festivals and Christian weddings being changed to pagan ceremonies. These were devised by Himmler, who in 1933 bought a Renaissance-style castle at Wewelsburg in Bavaria, which Himmler intended initially to become an SS training center, but that soon became a venue for hosting SS dinners and pagan ceremonies. An example of Himmler's reverence for Nordic history and mythology is the SS logo itself, which was designed by an SS graphic designer named Walter Heck in 1933 and consisted of two Scandinavian Sikh runes that originally represented the sun. However, these were interpreted in error in 19th century Germany as meaning victory, as the German word for victory is Sieg. Therefore, the infamous SS logo not only stands for Schutzstaffel, but is also supposed to mean victory, victory. Indeed, the cry Sieg Heil was soon adopted by the masses during Hitler's rallies, in which they would give the Nazi salute whilst crying Sieg Heil, meaning victory, hail. While Himmler was establishing the Waffen-SS and completing his takeover of all policing and security services in Germany, Hitler was making preparations for a new war, one which, as the Nazis saw it, would bring about retribution for the humiliation Germany had suffered at the end of the First World War. In this, they would aim to reclaim the lands they had lost in 1918, as well as acquiring vast new territories in Eastern Europe, which would be used as Lebensraum, or living space, for colonization by Germans. As early as the spring of 1935, a massive program of rearmament had been initiated, with the newly formed German Wehrmacht, or armed forces, expanding way beyond the 100,000 men Germany was supposed to cap its military forces at under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles. In 1935, Hitler and his generals began conscripting hundreds of thousands of men. A new air force, as previously seen under the command of Hermann Göring, was also created, and the German Navy or Kriegsmarine was also expanded. Then, in 1936, the demilitarized Rhineland was reoccupied by the Nazis in a further show of aggressive intent. However, Britain and France had no desire for war and allowed Hitler to continue these bullish methods. Ultimately, though, the scene was set for a war in Europe in the coming years. Originally, Hitler and the other senior Nazi leaders such as Himmler had envisaged waiting until the early 1940s, perhaps as late as 1942 or 1943, to launch their new war. However, as the 1930s proceeded, and they saw that Britain and France were failing to rearm and prepare for conflict, these plans were moved forward. Thus, from early 1938, a more intense program of diplomatic aggression was initiated. In the spring of that year, Austria was forcibly annexed into a Greater Germany. Himmler was deeply involved here, ensuring that the SS was quickly expanded into the new regions of the Reich, whilst also rapidly expanding his control over the policing services in Vienna and elsewhere. No sooner was this done than claims were made by Hitler on parts of Czechoslovakia. Again, Britain and France caved to Hitler's aggression and gave him parts of the west of the country in September 1938. But when the Germans moved in and annexed the rest of the country in the spring of 1939, both London and Paris made it clear that any further act of aggression would result in war. This was exactly what happened when Hitler ordered the invasion of Poland on the 1st of September 1939. 2 days later, Britain and France declared war on Germany. The Second World War had commenced. The outbreak of the war saw Himmler, with Heydrich's aid, establishing a new element of the SS. These were called the Einsatzgruppen, meaning task forces or deployment groups. These were effectively squads of SS members who were established to travel in the rear of the main German army, acting as death squads. As they moved into Poland in the first weeks of the war, the Einsatzgruppen began murdering thousands of Polish intellectuals and political leaders who had been identified as potential leaders of a Polish resistance movement. And these were just the first of the actions undertaken by Himmler's Einsatzgruppen. In the years that followed, they would be used extensively in action all over Central and Eastern Europe, committing enormous atrocities wherever they went. For instance, following the German invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, the Einsatzgruppen were responsible for some of the single worst atrocities of the entire war, such as that at Babi Yar in the Ukraine. Here, some 33,000 Jews were executed by the Einsatzgruppen in the space of 2 days in late September 1941. All of these activities were overseen and commanded by Himmler. This, however, lay in the future. In the immediate term, Germany's goal was to conquer Poland and then switch to Western Europe to knock the French and British out of the war. This all proceeded very well initially for the Nazis. Poland was conquered in a matter of weeks in September and October 1939. Then, after a lengthy period of inaction, Denmark and Norway were occupied in the spring of 1940, before a massive invasion of France in the early summer. This was a blisteringly quick military campaign, and within 6 weeks, Paris was occupied, and the British Expeditionary Force was forced to flee over the Channel to Britain. But London was not defeated. Instead, the island nation held out in the months that followed against a German naval blockade and bombing campaign. And it was at this juncture that Hitler made the fatal decision to leave Britain be, and instead turn eastwards to invade the ideological enemy of Nazism, the Communists of the Soviet Union. In the summer of 1941, he ordered the invasion of Russia in what was the largest military campaign ever undertaken. Millions of men streamed into Russia in what was termed Operation Barbarossa. The war in the east initially went very well for Germany again. Hundreds of kilometers of territory were captured in the first months of the war as the German armies closed on Moscow and Leningrad. However, as the Russians mounted a more solid defense in the early winter, the Germans stalled outside these cities. It was the first time a German army had been checked during the war, and it was the beginning of a major reversal of fortunes for the Nazis in the war effort. As the German armed forces proceeded into Ukraine, eastern Poland, the Baltic states and Russia from the summer of 1941 onwards, the actions of the Einsatzgruppen, which Himmler commanded, became ever more brutal. As we have already seen, tens of thousands of individuals were massacred in the space of just a few days in some regions. These included Jews, Romani people, the disabled, Soviet prisoners of war, and almost anybody else who was considered racially inferior or a direct political enemy of the Third Reich. Proof of these massacres can be found in a report sent by the commander of Einsatzgruppen A, based in the modern-day Baltic states, Franz Walter Stahlecker, to Reinhard Heydrich in January of 1942. This detailed the numbers of Jews that had been killed by his units since the start of the German invasion, and even included a map listing the exact number of Jews killed in each of the Baltic states. The number of people murdered totaled over 220,000 men, women and children in this region alone. By the end of the war, it is estimated that the Einsatzgruppen were responsible for the mass murder of over 2 million people, the vast majority of them in Eastern Europe. Of these, approximately 1.3 million were Eastern European Jews, including women and children, often being shot at point-blank range. However, the sheer logistics of murdering so many Jewish people using these methods, combined with the psychological effects on SS soldiers who often had to shoot children, soon prompted Himmler and Heydrich to turn the extermination of the Jews into an industrialized process. German expansion into Eastern Europe had brought millions of additional Jewish people under German rule between 1939 and 1941. Originally, the Nazis had been intent on simply coercing German Jews to leave the country by robbing them of their rights as citizens and persecuting them through pogroms such as the Night of the Broken Glass in late 1938, when thousands of Jewish businesses, synagogues and homes were attacked across Germany and Austria. However, there were only 500,000 Jews in Germany, whereas millions more lived in countries like Poland, Ukraine, and other parts of Nazi-controlled or influenced Europe such as Hungary. A new way of dealing with what the Nazis termed the Jewish question or Jewish problem was needed once the war began. Initially, after the invasion of Poland, areas in the country's inner cities were walled off, that were then populated with the country's Jews, the most famous of which were the Warsaw and Krakow ghettos, the conditions inside which were grim. Here the inhabitants were systematically starved from 1940 onwards, being given just a few hundred calories of food a day. Soon the weak and infirm were left dead or dying in the streets, whilst families were forced to live with dozens per room, often with no heating or running water. However, soon even this barbaric policy would be eclipsed, and Himmler and his SS were at the center of these developments. In August of 1941, Himmler traveled eastwards into those parts of the former Soviet Union which had been occupied by the Nazis following the inception of Operation Barbarossa. His destination was Minsk, where he attended the mass executions of an unknown number of Jews. But as he observed the firing squads carrying out their horrendous work, followed by the sight of corpses dropping into pre-prepared graves, the SS leader was deeply affected. This was according to his chief of staff, Karl Wolff, who later testified, "After many volleys, I could see that Himmler was trembling. He ran his hand across his face as he swayed. His face was almost green. He immediately threw up and complained that a piece of brain had splattered on his face." After the killings had stopped, Himmler told an aide to, quote, "devise a less gruesome means of mass execution, rather than just shooting people." This change in policy with regard to the mass executions quickly led to experiments being undertaken in which Jews were loaded into vans and were effectively gassed to death by pumping car exhaust fumes into the vehicle. However, these experiments were still deemed to be inefficient, and thus plans were drawn up in early 1942 for gas chambers to be added to some of the existing concentration camps which had been erected across Nazi-occupied Europe to house political prisoners. 6 camps were eventually identified as those which would act as death camps, where the continent's Jews would be sent to be gassed to death. These were all in a confined location in Poland and consisted of Auschwitz-Birkenau, Treblinka, Sobibor, Bierzec, Chełmno, and Majdanek concentration camps. These plans for what became known as the final solution were formulated by Himmler's deputy Reinhard Heydrich, who on the 20th of January 1942 summoned Nazi Party officials from various departments together at the now infamous Wannsee Conference, which was held in the suburb of Wannsee outside Berlin. Here he outlined the SS plan for the so-called final solution to the Jewish question in territories under German control and coordination of all government departments to that effect to over a dozen senior Nazi bureaucrats. The orders for the final solution had come down to Himmler and Heydrich in the late summer of 1941, shortly after the invasion of the Soviet Union was initiated from Hitler and a number of other senior Nazis such as Hermann Göring. However, over the 4 years that followed, it was Himmler and initially Heydrich who were responsible for carrying out the Holocaust of Europe's Jews. The policing services which Heydrich oversaw across Europe, such as the Gestapo, would be responsible for identifying and apprehending all of the continent's Jews, while Adolf Eichmann, a logistician with a knack for organizing the movement of hundreds of thousands of people from place to place, would oversee the actual deportation of the continent's Jews to the 6 death camps. But it was Himmler's SS which ran things within the camps. It was they who selected who would die immediately and who would be used for slave labor when people arrived to the camps, and it was the SS overseen by Himmler which carried out the final solution over the 3 years that followed. It is clear that by the spring of 1942, the plans for the final solution had been finalized and were ready to be put into effect. But one of the main instigators of the Holocaust, Reinhard Heydrich, would never see the final solution become reality, as he died of a bacterial infection on the 4th of June 1942, after 2 Allied-trained Czechoslovak agents attacked him in his chauffeur-driven car in Prague on the 27th of May 1942. Leading to thousands of Czech citizens being murdered in reprisals. After Heydrich's death, Himmler took personal command of the implementation of the final solution, though in January 1943 he did eventually appoint a new head of the security services as Heydrich's successor, an Austrian member of the SS named Ernst Kaltenbrunner. During the course of 1942, 1943 and 1944, over 4 million Jews were mass murdered in the death camps run by Himmler's SS. The most notorious of these was, of course, Auschwitz-Birkenau, which Himmler had ordered the expansion of in early 1942, with the addition of gas chambers and furnaces where Jews, Romani gypsies, homosexuals, and those who the Nazis termed undesirables were killed using a pesticide called Zyklon B. Their bodies were then quickly incinerated in purpose-built crematoria nearby. All in all, it is estimated that over 6 million Jews died during the Holocaust. Whether they were killed in the death camps or by the Einsatzgruppen in Eastern Europe, Himmler's SS was front and central to their murder. However, because the Third Reich and Himmler's SS in particular were careful to cover their tracks, there has been a significant amount of skepticism in some circles since the war that the Holocaust took place at all, despite the previously mentioned Einsatzgruppen reports sent to Reinhard Heydrich, as well as photographic evidence of Einsatzgruppen mass killings, the signed confession of Adolf Eichmann at his trial in Israel in the early 1960s, and quotes from Himmler's chief of staff, Karl Wolff, who confirmed that he had been present at mass killings with Heinrich Himmler during the war, not to mention the countless eyewitness statements of the survivors of the Holocaust themselves, be they Jewish or otherwise. Perhaps the most damning piece of evidence, however, came from Himmler himself, as on the 4th of October 1943, during a secret meeting with SS officers in the city of Poznan, Himmler expressly referred to the mass murder of the region's Jews. The Poznan speeches and others Himmler made in 1944 were recorded and are without a doubt the voice of Heinrich Himmler.
Ich will auch ein ganz schweres Kapitel hier vor Ihnen in aller Offenheit nennen. Es soll zwischen uns ausgesprochen sein, und trotzdem werden wir nicht in der Öffentlichkeit nie darüber reden. Ich meine die Judenevakuierung, die Ausrottung des jüdischen Volkes. Es gehört zu den Dingen, die man leicht ausspricht. Das jüdische Volk wird ausgerottet. Das sagt Ihnen jede Parteigenosse. Ganz klar steht in unserem Programm drin, Ausschaltung der Juden, Ausrottung machen wir, Kleinigkeit.
In the end, Himmler's programs to bring about a racially pure nation would prove to be nothing but counterproductive, as his insistence and obsession with purging the Third Reich of racial impurity simply wasted massive amounts of resources which could otherwise have been used to greater effect on the fighting fronts against the Russians, as well as the Western Allies. In short, the National Socialists' hatred of the Jews proved to be one of their several Achilles' heels. In essence, Hitler, Himmler and Heydrich diverted hundreds of thousands of troops and billions of Reichsmarks away from the war effort to genocidal projects that did nothing but weaken the Nazi state as a whole. For instance, 50,000 guards served in the concentration camp system, and hundreds of thousands more Germans and their allies were involved in this program of mass murder in one fashion or another. Whether it was trying to identify Jews, Romani and other enemies of the regime who were in hiding in cities like Paris, Amsterdam or Vienna, or in managing the ghettos in Warsaw, Riga and other cities, or simply running the train systems and the administrative branches of the concentration camp system. All of this entailed a massive bureaucracy which tied up hundreds of thousands of Germans. This manpower was very much needed elsewhere. By 1944, it was evident that Hitler's attempt to secure European domination had comprehensively failed. After the German armed forces had stalled outside Moscow and Leningrad in the winter of 1941, the Russians had begun pumping millions of men into the war effort. The war on the Eastern Front now became one of attrition, while at the same time the United States finally ended the Second World War after being attacked in December 1941 by Germany's ally, the Empire of Japan. Thus, from the end of 1941 onwards, a new powerful alliance of Britain, the United States and the Soviet Union, as well as further allies such as Canada and the Free French, had coalesced to fight Germany and its allies. 1942 did not bring a major breakthrough, but the Germans were quite simply losing too many men against a numerically superior enemy. Hitler's hopes now rested on seizing the city of Stalingrad in southwestern Russia, and with it the oil fields of the Caucasus on which the Russians relied for their oil needs. This ultimately failed in the winter of 1942 in the first major defeat of a German army of the war. It was all downhill for the Nazis from there. In the spring of 1943, the combined forces of Italy and Germany in North Africa, which had been attempting to seize the Suez Canal in Egypt, and with it control of the Middle East, were pushed back into Tunisia and finally expelled from North Africa altogether. The Western Allies followed up this victory by opening a new southern front in Italy through the invasion of Sicily that summer. This occasioned the Italian fascist government to remove its dictator, Hitler's ally Benito Mussolini, from power and surrender unconditionally to the Allies. However, there would be no quick end to the war there, as Hitler established a puppet regime headed by Mussolini in the north of the country and continued to resist the Allied movement north. Yet this, in turn, diverted resources from Eastern Europe, and by late 1943, the Russians were beginning to push the Germans back towards Poland. By 1944, they were making rapid advances westwards, a development which was compounded when the Western Allies opened a Western Front in France that summer following the D-Day landings. The Third Reich's days were numbered. The massive reversals suffered by the German army in the Soviet Union, as well as the Allied landings on D-Day, led Hitler to order the creation of new army units, consisting of every able-bodied man the German state could muster. As a result, Himmler finally realized his childhood dream of becoming a soldier when he was appointed as commander of Army Group Upper Rhine in the winter of 1944. As well as this, Hitler also ordered Himmler to facilitate the creation of so-called Volkssturm units, which were little more than armed civilians or militia, in the desperate hope of holding back the advancing Allied forces. Nonetheless, these units, although nearly 500,000 strong, largely consisted of teenagers as well as pensioners who were equipped with makeshift weapons and who, despite their best efforts, were unable to offer much resistance against the Soviets, who in many cases just swept them aside. As a result, by the winter of 1944, the Allies were amassing in eastern France and the Low Countries for an assault on the Rhineland early in 1945, while the massive armies of the Soviet Union had spread out across Poland and were preparing for their own entry into eastern Germany. It was now simply a question of which side would capture Berlin first. Himmler's time as an army commander in Western Germany overseeing Army Group Upper Rhine coincided with the final Nazi offensive of the war, as Hitler tried to launch a counterattack against the Western Allies in the Ardennes forests straddling Luxembourg, Belgium and eastern France. This was launched in mid-December 1944, though operational command was held by Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, and there is little evidence to suggest Himmler played a major role in the operation, which met with some considerable success in the opening days of it, but was soon repulsed. Shortly thereafter, Himmler was transferred to the command of the newly formed Army Group Vistula, named after the river Vistula in Poland, near the front lines where the Russians now stood. In this capacity, Himmler was charged with contributing to the defense of northeastern Germany, the Pomeranian region, from the impending onslaught by the Red Army. Himmler's appointment to oversee a major aspect of the military defense of Germany and the route to Berlin was strongly criticized by the career generals within the German army. But Hitler, who held many of his most capable commanders responsible for German defeat in the war by this time, refused to countermand his decision. Himmler proved incompetent in this role, setting up his headquarters on a train with few resources available. He was known to work for only a few hours every day, and when Army Group Vistula was sent into action in February 1945, his forces became bogged down in rain and mud. Within days, he was revoked from his command, an ignominious end to his short career as a military commander. One might ask at this juncture why Himmler was given command of two sizable military forces at this critical time in the effort to slow the Allied advance towards Berlin. The answer lies in his personal relationship with Hitler. From early on, Himmler made it clear that he would obey Hitler's commands unquestioningly. Moreover, his position as head of what was originally Hitler's personal bodyguard unit gave him personal access to the Führer. He also had ambitions to succeed Hitler one day, who was 11 years his senior and in poor health. Thus he cultivated his relationship with him as much as he could from the late 1920s onwards. The result of all of this was that Hitler trusted the head of the SS, referring to him as the faithful Heinrich. He consequently promoted him in 1943 to the position of Minister of the Interior, in addition to his already sizable list of titles and positions. However, this is not to suggest their relationship was ever close, and while Hitler considered Himmler to be one of his most loyal followers, he otherwise had disdain for many of the SS leader's beliefs and did not count him amongst his inner social circle in the same way that he did figures like Goebbels. Thus, when he arrived at the conclusion that Himmler had failed him in his command of Army Group Vistula, the SS leader plummeted quite quickly in Hitler's eyes. In the weeks that followed his revocation, as the noose was tightened around the neck of the Third Reich, Himmler was just one of many senior and mid-ranking Nazi officials who attempted to initiate peace negotiations. Some of these, such as his second-in-command within the SS since early 1943, Ernst Kaltenbrunner, attempted to do so through the Red Cross stationed in neutral Switzerland. Himmler's efforts also focused on a country which had remained neutral throughout the war, Sweden. In the final weeks of the war, as the Russians were surrounding Berlin and as Hitler holed himself up in his bunker in the center of the city and refused to countenance surrender, Himmler made contact with Nicholas Masur, a Swedish representative of the World Jewish Congress. In these negotiations, he discussed the possible release of tens of thousands of Jews from the concentration camps, which were still controlled by the SS, to Scandinavia. Through this action, the man who had overseen the Holocaust released 20,000 Jews in the final days of the war as he plotted some way to save himself. As a result of this gesture of some good faith, Himmler was able to meet with Count Bernadotte, the head of the Swedish Red Cross, on the 23rd of April 1945. Here he claimed to be acting as the head of the German government, despite the fact that Hitler was still alive, and submitted a written proposal which he wished to be sent to the Supreme Commander of Allied forces in Europe, the US General Dwight D. Eisenhower. In this, he offered Germany's surrender to the Western Allies, but his proposals were quickly refused. News of Himmler's peace offer was broadcast by the British Broadcasting Corporation on the 28th of April 1945. Once he learned that his loyal Heinrich had betrayed him and tried to negotiate Germany's surrender, Hitler flew into a rage. He then stripped Himmler of all his offices and titles and issued a warrant for his arrest. This was not incongruous, and Hitler turned on many other senior Nazis in the final weeks of the war, either for countenancing peace negotiations or because he could lay some of the blame for the fall of the Third Reich at their feet. His decision to remove Himmler from his position was one of his last major actions. Shortly afterwards, on the 30th of April 1945, the Nazi leader, whom Himmler had first encountered over 20 years earlier back in Bavaria, killed himself in the Reichschancellery bunker in central Berlin. His appointed successor, Joseph Goebbels, the propaganda minister, followed suit the next day. With that, the German army and interim government entered into peace negotiations. The Second World War in Europe was thus brought to an end on the 8th of May 1945, henceforth known as Victory in Europe, or VE Day. In the final weeks and days of the war, a huge number of the Nazi leadership had fled Berlin for northern Germany. Here they formed an interim government at the town of Flensburg on the Danish border. The goal of eloping here was that this region was relatively unaffected by the war, and they would be captured by the Western Allies rather than the Russians. Himmler had headed to the German-Danish border in the Hamburg region, but he was under no illusions that he would avoid detention and prosecution. He, perhaps more than anybody else, had been responsible for the Holocaust of 6 million of the continent's Jews and the mass murder of millions of more Romani, Soviet prisoners of war, and other groups in Central and Eastern Europe. It was the SS which he built into an army within the Reich, which staffed the Einsatzgruppen and ran the concentration camp system. Indeed, by the time the war came to an end, the Allies had determined that most Germans would not be punished for the war, but that all members of the SS, and in particular its officer class, were prime targets. As such, Himmler, like many other members of the paramilitary organization he ran, went underground in the first days of May. Himmler sought to go into hiding by masquerading as an ordinary German soldier, traveling with some companions. However, his efforts did not last long. With Allied troops spreading out across Germany, Himmler and his comrades were detained at Bremervorde in Lower Saxony at a checkpoint set up by former Soviet prisoners of war on the 21st of May 1945. His captors, however, did not know who he was at this juncture. Over the following 2 days, Himmler was moved between several internment camps before being brought to a British civilian interrogation camp near Lüneburg on the 23rd of May. During an interview here, Himmler, without any major prompting, openly admitted who he was. His captors probably found this unusual. This was the leader of the notorious SS, a man who would stand trial before the International Military Tribunal, which was being planned to be held at Nuremberg. There he would encounter justice with figures such as Goering, who was still alive amongst the Nazi hierarchy. After this confession, he was transferred to British Second Army headquarters in Lüneburg, where a doctor began a medical examination of him. But when the physician attempted to look in Himmler's mouth, he resisted, and a few seconds later collapsed onto the floor. Despite efforts to revive him, Himmler died 15 minutes later. It was later determined that he had bitten into a potassium cyanide capsule, which the SS leader had probably been carrying for weeks with the intention of killing himself if he was apprehended. Shortly afterwards, the former Reichsführer's body was interred in an unmarked grave in Lüneburg, the location of which remains a mystery to this day. As a result of his suicide and the assassination of Reinhard Heydrich near Prague in 1942, Ernst Kaltenbrunner would be included in the primary trial at Nuremberg as the most senior surviving figure within the SS. Heinrich Himmler was undoubtedly one of the most significant figures within the Nazi regime. While Hitler will forever be the paramount figure associated with the crimes of National Socialism, there were a handful of individuals who are always considered as being nearly as consequential in the regime. 3 in particular stand out, they being Hermann Göring, Joseph Goebbels, and Heinrich Himmler. What is unusual about this is that Himmler rose from fairly humble origins within the party. While Göring, for instance, was a senior figure as early as the time of the Beerhold Putsch in 1923, Himmler only became a member of the Nazi Party a few months before the attempted coup in Munich. He played a negligible role in the insurrection, and even in the years that followed he can hardly be said to have been a major figure within Nazism. However, all of that began to change from the late 1920s onwards as he gradually gained control over the SS. After becoming its leader in 1929, and as the Nazis rose to power in the early 1930s, he used his significant administrative abilities to build the organization into the leading paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party. He not only managed to replace Röhm's SA in this respect, but also used the SS to monopolize control over policing and security services within Germany during the mid-1930s, aided considerably by his brutal sidekick Reinhard Heydrich. By the late 1930s, the SS, which had originally been a small bodyguard unit when Himmler joined it, became effectively a small ideological army within the Third Reich, one fashioned around Aryan racial ideology and German folk history. However, Himmler's creation was monstrous. Already by the late 1930s, it was beginning to develop into a brutal instrument of Nazi terror, one which was used to police Germany and then Austria, rooting out those who were considered racial and ideological enemies of Nazism. Many of these were already being rounded up and sent to concentration camps by this time. But things became even worse once the Second World War commenced in September 1939. As soon as the German army crossed into Poland, it was accompanied by the Einsatzgruppen, detachments of fanatical members of the SS who acted as death squads. As bad as their actions were in Poland, they were eclipsed by what happened following the invasion of the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. In the years that followed, though primarily in the first 6 months of the invasion, these SS death squads, acting on Himmler's orders, murdered in excess of 1.5 million people as the German army moved eastwards. And this was just the prelude to the implementation of the final solution through the concentration camp system which was run by the SS. When all was said and done, the SS murdered upwards of 10 million people during the Second World War through the camp system and their actions on the Eastern Front. Himmler did not create the SS, but he did turn it into the killing machine that it became. As such, there is an argument to be made that he was more responsible for the crimes of the Third Reich than any other individual within it. What do you think of Heinrich Himmler? Was he the worst of all the Nazis, whose crimes are second only to Hitler himself? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching. The man known to history as Karl Dönitz was born on the 16th of September 1891 in Grünau, which was a town near Berlin at the time, but which is now a suburb of the German capital. Karl's father was Emil Dönitz, an engineer, a profession which ensured that the Dönitz family were comfortably middle class in the Berlin of the late 19th century. His mother was Anna Dönitz, née Bayer, who also had a second oldest son with Emil. Karl Dönitz's early life and childhood were markedly uneventful. He was born into a middle-class family, and he enjoyed the fruits of this circumstance at a time when Europe was swimming in new money created by the Industrial Revolution and the first age of globalization. He attended elementary and secondary school in Berlin, and thereafter enlisted in the German Navy in 1910 when he was just 18 years of age. It was a significant time to be joining Germany's naval forces. Typically, Germany had been a major land power, whose armies had been the most well-respected in Europe since the 18th century. But in the 1890s and 1900s, Germany had set out on a course to challenge Britain as the preeminent power in Europe. This required a navy, and so the 1900s had witnessed a growing arms race between Britain and Germany, as both sought to build large numbers of major new battleships such as the Dreadnought class. As a result, when Dönitz joined the Navy in 1910, there was no shortage of opportunities to rise fast within the ranks for anyone with the ambition and skill to do so. And that is exactly what Dönitz did. After completing his initial training, he was quickly commissioned as a sub-lieutenant, the first of many ranks he would obtain all the way to the top of Germany's naval forces over the next 3 decades. Further opportunities for promotion came faster than he could have expected. Less than a year after he completed his naval training and was commissioned as a sub-lieutenant, war broke out across Europe. The tensions which had been brewing between Britain and Germany were just one cause of this. Others included imperial rivalry between the great European powers in Africa and Asia, as well as regional disputes in different parts of Europe, notably the Balkans, where the Empire of Austria-Hungary and the Russian Empire were vying to replace the Ottoman Empire as the dominant power. A regional crisis here in June and July 1914 was the spark which eventually triggered the war. By early August, an alliance known as the Entente, and comprising Britain, France, and Russia, was at war with Germany, Austria-Hungary, and the Ottomans. Eventually, it would involve other global powers such as Japan and the United States, making this the first truly global world war. When the conflict erupted, Dönitz was quickly sent to serve on the SMS Breslau, a light cruiser deployed to the Mediterranean Sea. Here he was involved in efforts to prevent British naval forces breaking through the Bosphorus and besieging Istanbul from the sea, an ambition which was largely thwarted when Britain engaged in the disastrous Gallipoli campaign of 1915. In the spring of 1916, Dönitz requested a transfer to the newly established submarine school within the German Navy, which was located at Flensburg-Meerweg in northwestern Germany near the Danish border. Ironically, it was here, almost 30 years later, that he would briefly lead Germany as its chancellor from. In 1916, he quickly completed a year of submarine training at a time when the naval campaign in the North Atlantic was becoming ever more intense, as Germany sought to damage the merchant navy which kept Britain supplied from abroad, and to disrupt arrivals of troops from the wider British Commonwealth to Britain and France. It was also while he was training at the submarine school in Flensburg that Dönitz began courting Ingeborg Weber, the daughter of Erich Weber, a senior German naval commander who had been given a major role in the German naval mission to the Ottoman Empire. By 1915, Erich was appointed as a general major, and so Weber's aid helped Dönitz to rise more quickly within the German Navy. Dönitz and Ingeborg married in May 1916. The first child, a girl named Ursula, was born in 1917. The new submarine school which Dönitz entered during the war was a novel development. The first primitive submarines had been developed hundreds of years before, with various models and theoretical drawings appearing in several countries across Europe in the 16th century. Others, which relied on human power to move them, were subsequently developed. But it was not until 1878 when the Irish inventor John Philip Holland demonstrated the Holland I prototype that a submersible ship powered by a combustion engine was first demonstrated. By the end of the 1890s, many countries including the United States, Britain and France were working on producing submarines for use in their military navies, and by the time that the Russo-Japanese War broke out in 1904, it was possible for several major powers to deploy submarines as part of their naval campaigns. Yet these remained limited in their scale, with the ships often being unable to submerge themselves to a considerable depth, travelling at very low speeds and having to spend most of their time above the surface of the water. For instance, the U-19 class of German submarines, which were first commissioned in 1910, were only able to travel at an average rate of 20 kilometers per hour and at an average depth of 50 meters when submerged. Moreover, these ships were small, with a crew of just over 30 men and a limited number of torpedo tubes, which ensured that their crews had to return regularly to port to rearm. Given their limited utility, the major powers only had a limited number of submarines when the First World War broke out in the summer of 1914. However, this situation quickly changed as the science of submarine warfare, as with aviation warfare, evolved rapidly during the war. Dönitz would be central to the submarine revolution in the German Navy. After finishing at the submarine school, Dönitz was appointed as the watch officer on U-39 in 1917. His role here was to oversee the ship's navigation in order to detect enemy shipping, whether of the merchant navy or one of the Entente's warships. This was extremely important as submarines generally travelled on the surface of the oceans and seas until the middle of the 20th century and had to dive quickly if they encountered enemy shipping to avoid detection. His role was successful. U-39 was the second most significant submarine dispatched by the Germans during the war, sinking dozens of ships alone in 1917. For instance, in the last week of July 1917 alone, the submarine sank 5 ships, displacing over 15,000 tons. Dönitz's role in this was recognized, and in February 1918, he was promoted to the position of commander of UC-25, a mine-laying submarine, followed by being appointed as commander of UB-68. He was ordered to the Mediterranean, where the Germans were aiming to aid their allies of Austria-Hungary and the Ottoman Empire against attacks by the British Royal Navy and the Italian Royal Fleet. This command was substantially successful, with 9 British, Italian and French ships sunk between April and October of 1918. But on the 4th of October, Dönitz's submarine ran into technical difficulties, and he was forced to scuttle the ship in the waters between Sicily and Libya. 1 man was killed, while Dönitz and his 30-plus crew were captured by the British. They were sent to Britain, where they were detained at Redmires Camp near Sheffield as prisoners of war. Dönitz and his crew members would not have long to wait to obtain their freedom. Even by the time they were captured by the British in early October 1918, the wider war was coming to an end. The entry of the United States into the conflict on the side of Britain and France in 1917 brought unparalleled resources into play for the Entente powers on the Western Front. Meanwhile, Germany and the Austria-Hungarian Empire began to crumble internally as war-ravaged economies led to deprivation and then internal revolt against their rulers. In the 6 weeks after Dönitz was captured by the British, each of the Central Powers surrendered to the Entente. However, the cessation of hostilities did not lead to the immediate release of prisoners of war such as Dönitz. While an armistice was agreed between the Entente Powers and Germany on the 11th of November 1918, months of peace negotiations followed before terms were concluded. The Treaty of Versailles, a wholly punitive set of impositions being placed on Germany, which would, in time, contribute to a new conflict across Europe. Thus, it was well into 1919 before Dönitz was released, and it was early in 1920 before he made his way back to Germany. When he returned to his homeland, Dönitz faced an uncertain future. One of the major stipulations of the Treaty of Versailles was that Germany had to massively reduce the size of its armed forces. No more than 100,000 men were to be allowed in the military, while the country was also forced to scrap its air force entirely. The situation with the navy was not as absolute, but the Reichsmarine was still limited to a small number of surface ships, while submarines were completely prohibited. As such, It was not clear initially if Dönitz would be decommissioned and have to find some alternative form of employment under the new Weimar Republic which ruled the country. Yet his abilities as a naval commander ensured that he was one of the lucky few who kept his position. Moreover, he continued to earn promotion during these years, being appointed as a lieutenant in 1921 and as lieutenant commander in 1928. His field of specialization was also recognized, and by the time he was made a full commander in the early 1930s, he was understood to be one of the leading torpedo boat specialists anywhere in Europe, despite the prohibition on Germany possessing a submarine fleet. He and Ingeborg continued to raise their young family as well, with 2 further children, Klaus and Peter, joining their older sister Ursula in the early 1920s. While Dönitz was rising through the admittedly limited ranks of the German Navy during the period of the Weimar Republic in the 1920s, the country's politics were fluctuating. The end of the First World War had brought years of chaos to many parts of Europe as the old orders which had ruled the continent for centuries collapsed. More people died between 1918 and 1923 across the continent than lost their lives during the war. Germany was hard hit, and the late 1910s and early 1920s saw extreme right-wing nationalist groups vying with left-wing socialists to seize power in cities like Berlin and Munich. Paramilitary outfits proliferated in tandem across the country. Eventually, things did calm down, and between 1923 and 1929, the country actually entered a period of remarkable economic growth and a cultural flourishing. But with the Wall Street crash in the autumn of 1929 and the onset of the Great Depression which followed for years thereafter, the country plummeted into economic, political and social crisis. As a consequence, the old political extremism of the post-war years re-emerged, and groups like the Communists and Nazis began to gain an unprecedented number of votes in national and local elections. Eventually, in January 1933, the leader of the Nazis, Adolf Hitler, was able to exploit the political chaos sufficiently to have himself made Chancellor of Germany. Within weeks, the Weimar Republic was snuffed out, as the Nazis turned Germany into a one-party dictatorship. Any passing examination of Nazi ideology, as exemplified in the writings of Hitler or other senior ministers like the propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, should have made it clear that they always intended for there to be a new pan-European war, one in which Germany would exact revenge on its neighbours and transform Europe into a German empire, the Third Reich. To that end, Hitler and his associates began systematically dismantling the Treaty of Versailles in the mid-1930s. One of the most significant aspects of this was rearming the country. In early 1935, the Nazis effectively declared to Europe that they viewed the terms of the German demilitarization to be null and void. Hundreds of thousands of new troops were to be recruited into the army, a new air force was to be created, and the Weimar Reichsmarine was to be transformed into a new Kriegsmarine, one which would quickly eclipse its Weimar forerunner. To this end, the Nazis began the construction of dozens of new ships from 1935 onwards, while the Anglo-German naval agreement signed between the governments in London and Berlin that summer allowed for Germany to begin building a small submarine fleet. Dönitz's expertise in this area was immediately recognized, and he was appointed in command of the new U-boat flotilla. Just a few weeks later, he was appointed as a naval captain, one of the senior ranks within the new Kriegsmarine. Dönitz's rising position within the German Navy brought him into direct conflict with his immediate superior, Admiral Erich Raeder, the commander-in-chief of the German Navy since 1928. Despite being a commander inherited from the Weimar era, Raeder found favor with Hitler and was retained in his position. But he did not have total control over naval policy. Raeder generally believed that the Kriegsmarine should be developed in such a way as to expand the surface fleet to the maximum extent possible. This would have meant that resources would be pumped into building more battleships, frigates and other warships. He did so in the stark realization that the German Navy was massively under-resourced by comparison with the British Royal Navy. This view brought Raeder into direct conflict with Dönitz. Dönitz's view was that the Kriegsmarine could never hope in the short to medium term to catch up with the Royal Navy in terms of the strength of its surface fleet. Instead, he urged Hitler and the Nazis to focus on building a large fleet of U-boats, which could strike at Britain and its allies' merchant shipping and surface fleet when war broke out. He did so in the realization that a single U-boat, which was much cheaper to build than a battleship, could successfully sink dozens of ships, whereas a full battleship was really only as powerful as another battleship in open combat. As the years rolled by, the two figures became more antagonistic towards one another, as Dönitz became increasingly committed to the idea of prioritizing the U-boat fleet over the surface fleet. That Dönitz was able to rise to such a significant position within the new Kriegsmarine and to challenge Raeder's supremacy within it was doubtlessly owing to Dönitz's own ideological views. Although he did not officially join the Nazi Party until 1944, Dönitz's own political outlook was clearly aligned with those of Hitler and the other senior Nazis. Much of this focused on his anti-Semitism, a central pillar of Nazi ideology. For instance, in the 10 years between the creation of the Kriegsmarine and the end of the Second World War, Dönitz is on record as having articulated views of a Jewish plot to destroy Germany and Nazism on many occasions. Much of this was perhaps owing to his fervent belief in Hitler as the leader who would save Germany and restore it to a position of preeminence within Europe. He was not alone in this, and though it may strike us as strange today, there was no shortage of individuals both in the political sphere and within the German armed forces who became fervent followers of Hitler in an almost cult-like manner. While Dönitz's rivalry with Raeder was brewing through the 1930s, the Nazis were preparing for war. With remilitarization sufficiently advanced by early 1938, Germany's foreign policy became extremely aggressive. Austria was annexed in March of that year by placing diplomatic pressure on the government in Vienna to accomplish the Anschluss and create a Greater Germany. The following September, Britain and France allowed the Nazis to annex the Sudetenland in western Czechoslovakia, in return for a promise that Berlin would not make any further territorial demands on its neighbours. This promise was broken within half a year, as German tanks and infantry streamed into Czechoslovakia and occupied the rest of the country almost overnight. In response, the governments in London and Paris declared that any further act of aggression would result in war between Germany, Britain and France. And so it was. When Germany invaded Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the two Allied nations of Western Europe declared war 2 days later. The Second World War had commenced. Within weeks of the beginning of the conflict, as German tanks were rolling into Warsaw and Krakow in Poland, Dönitz was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral and Commander of the submarines. He was given a major amount of operational freedom in this role, effectively operating his own submarine fiefdom without interference from Raeder, who continued as the overall head of the Kriegsmarine. Dönitz began to gain the upper hand on Raeder quickly, in part because the Z-Plan, an operational plan which had been devised in January 1939 to build scores of battleships and other surface boats, was way behind schedule when the war commenced, and in part because Dönitz was able to prove the effectiveness of submarine warfare in the first months of the war. By the end of 1939, his U-boats had sank 221 British, French and Allied boats, all for the loss of just 9 U-boats. This made clear to Hitler and anyone else observing naval affairs that Dönitz's submarine divisions offered a far higher return for the investment which was needed to build and man them than would traditional battleships and a surface fleet. These early engagements also attested to Dönitz's lack of compunctions when sinking civilian ships. The first ship, sunk by his U-boats on the 3rd of September 1939, was the SS Athenia, a civilian liner which sank with the loss of 117 crew and passengers after being torpedoed by U-30 to the northwest of Ireland in the North Atlantic. Dönitz's submarines would continue to attack civilian and merchant shipping throughout the war in actions which can be interpreted as war crimes. Dönitz was central to one of the first notable naval engagements of the Second World War. It was realized by both the Germans and the British that the waters along Norway's massive coastline westwards to Britain and Iceland would be critical in controlling the shipping routes into northern Europe during the conflict. As such, the British had concentrated a large force of the Royal Navy off Scapa Flow, near the Orkney Islands off Scotland, as the war began. In response, Dönitz drew up a plan to be known as Special Operation P, through which German submarines would be used to attack the Royal Navy at Scapa Flow and give Germany greater control of the North Atlantic shipping routes in the early stages of the war. The plan only resulted in a minor victory when the German U-boat U-47 sank the British Revenge-class battleship, the Royal Oak, off Scapa Flow on the 14th of October 1939. Yet, while the strategic significance of Special Operation P was minor, the sinking of the Royal Oak was widely advertised and used for propaganda purposes by the Nazi regime in Germany in the early stages of the war. Otherwise, the early stages of the war in the autumn and winter of 1939 were relatively quiet from a naval perspective by comparison with what would follow in the years ahead. 1940 was a very significant year in the war from the perspective of the German Navy and the commanders of it, such as Dönitz. When the war first broke out, the Kriegsmarine, and with it the U-boat commands, were restricted to a small number of ports in a geographically restricted body of water along the northern coast of Germany. This included Hamburg, the main entrepot for German shipping and naval routeways into the North Sea, and further to the east, a number of significant ports in the Baltic Sea, such as the port of Kiel. The German Navy's confinement to these ports was debilitating in the early stages of the war, and so one of Hitler's first actions in the spring of 1940, even before an attack was launched against France and Britain, was to invade Denmark and Norway, two neutral nations which were largely defenseless against such a show of force. Thus, by the end of April 1940, the Nazis had secured control over a vast array of new North Atlantic ports, such as Bergen and Trondheim in Norway. The swift conquest of the Low Countries and France in the early summer ensured that commanders such as Dönitz would henceforth be able to deploy submarines and surface fleet ships to ports stretching from the Bay of Biscay in western France all the way north to Norwegian ports within the Arctic Circle. This would prove strategically significant for the next several years of the war in the North Atlantic. Exactly how important Germany's control over these ports was would become clear within weeks of acquiring them. With France defeated, the primary German target was now to quickly defeat Britain, leaving the Soviet Union in the east as the Nazis' only major military threat in Europe. As such, in the autumn of 1940, a concerted campaign was undertaken to bring Britain to its knees by bombing major cities such as London and strangling the island nation's supply chains by attacking not just the British Royal Navy, but also its merchant fleet. Dönitz's U-boats would prove central to what became known as the Battle of Britain. Over the next several years, the British and German navies would carry out an enormous naval campaign in a vast array of water stretching from Norway westwards to the waters of Newfoundland in eastern Canada and south to the Azores and the coast of North Africa. In the course of this, Dönitz's U-boats became central to efforts to destroy Britain's supply lines and force Winston Churchill's government in London to seek peace terms. Before exploring how the Battle of Britain played out in greater detail, we might ask a simple question. What exactly was a U-boat during the Second World War? How did they function, and why were they so central to the war effort? A U-boat is a contracted term for Unterseeboot or undersea boat. It effectively is a broad catch-all term for Germany's submarines, and there were different classes of U-boat being manufactured and used throughout the war. Some, such as the Type 5, a type of miniature submarine, were experimental and never entered mass production. By far the most widely used by Dönitz and the Kriegsmarine during the Second World War was the Type 7 U-boat. These were crewed by between 44 and 52 crew members and had 5 torpedo tubes and 14 torpedoes and mines on board. What this effectively meant was that a Type 7 U-boat, if it fired off its torpedoes accurately, could potentially sink upwards of a dozen vessels before having to return to port in Germany, France or Norway to rearm. Additionally, while the Type 7 primarily sailed on the surface of the water, when it encountered enemy shipping, it could dive to a depth of over 230 meters, meaning that it was much more difficult for enemy ships to hit it with mines and other anti-submarine weapons during an engagement. As a result, 703 Type 7 U-boats were built by Germany during the Second World War, and it was these which Dönitz effectively oversaw the deployment of all over the Atlantic during the conflict. Dönitz was central to developing the strategy through which these U-boats were being employed during the Second World War. This was the concept of the wolf packs, whereby groups of submarines travel together like a pack of wolves, waiting to pounce on their prey. This was not an entirely new invention. Hermann Baur, the commander of the German U-boats, which had been employed during the First World War, had proposed establishing patrol lines along which German submarines would prowl in groups across the North Atlantic, with the aim of attacking British shipping and that of other Entente powers at the time. Sporadic efforts were made to employ this tactic in 1917 and 1918, but it was premature given the state of submarine development at that time. Now, in 1940, Dönitz resurrected the idea. Operating from his newly established headquarters in occupied France, he began overseeing the patrol lines of scores of U-boats throughout the North Atlantic, creating patterns for them to act in accord to attack British merchant shipping and ships as effectively as possible. When one member of the wolf pack spotted a convoy, they would signal the other members of their wolf pack to get them to join them before commencing a coordinated attack on the convoy. This was done using encrypted messages, sent using radio messaging systems like the Enigma code, which blocked British interceptions of German messages. If a wolf pack worked as planned, a group of half a dozen or so U-boats would pounce in a coordinated manner on a convoy, destroying multiple ships with their torpedoes before the enemy even had a chance to respond. Dönitz's tactics in this regard would prove enormously successful in the early stages of the Battle of Britain. The Battle of Britain and the Battle of the North Atlantic, which Dönitz played a critical part in on the German side, might best be understood as two different conflicts which overlapped for a period of time. The Battle of Britain was effectively fought between the German conquest of France in June 1940 down to the early summer of 1941. Through it, the Germans aimed to force Britain into accepting peace terms through sustained bombing and efforts to blockade Britain by attacking its shipping routes. It was abandoned after a year without success as Hitler decided to turn his attentions eastwards and invaded the Soviet Union in the summer of 1941. The Battle of the North Atlantic was more sustained, effectively being the umbrella term for the naval war in the North Atlantic between Germany and Britain in particular. It was at its most intense during the Battle of Britain, but continued right through until the end of the war in 1945. Dönitz was unquestionably the most significant figure in leading the Battle of the North Atlantic on the German side. His view was very clear from the beginning of the war. If enough U-boats were provided and the Kriegsmarine was given enough resources in general, it could choke Britain off from its supply lines and defeat them without any land invasion. Central to the Battle of Britain and the Battle of the North Atlantic was the intelligence battle. Both sides had developed methods of sending coded messages to their own ships and bases early in the war in an effort to prevent the other side from learning the location of their ships and convoys. Early on in the battle, the Germans had the upper hand in this respect, in large part owing to the Enigma code, a cipher which was complex enough that the British could not decipher messages being sent between U-boats and other German vessels even when they intercepted them. It was this which allowed the German wolf packs to alert other ships to the location of merchant convoys and also prevented the British from learning where German submarines were concentrating. Dönitz had been aware of the utility of the Enigma code for many years and was a firm advocate of its use in the early stages of the war. In the first stages of the Battle of Britain, this allowed German U-boats to sink a massive amount of shipping in the North Atlantic by comparison with their own losses. As a result, the period between July 1940 and April 1941 became known as the First Happy Time by German U-boat captains. In the first 4 months of this period alone, nearly 300 Allied ships comprising 1.5 million tons of shipping were sunk at the loss of very few U-boats. But it could not last forever, and when the British managed to capture an intact Enigma machine from a German ship in early May 1941 and quickly deciphered how it was being used, it altered the course of the Battle of the North Atlantic as counterintelligence measures were stepped up and the British were able to begin identifying the locations of German submarines in waters between Norway and Newfoundland. Throughout this most intense period of the Battle of the North Atlantic, Dönitz based himself out of France, occasionally returning to Germany to consult with Hitler and the other generals and admirals. He continuously pushed for greater resources and more U-boats. Yet Britain was also acquiring additional aid in tandem in the form of the Royal Canadian Navy and unofficial aid from the United States. Nevertheless, there is no doubt that Dönitz's campaign was meeting with significant success and might have been ultimately successful had he been given the resources he needed. In total, by the time the Battle of the North Atlantic would come to an end, the Allies would lose over 3,500 merchant ships and 175 warships. By way of contrast, 783 U-boats were lost and less than 100 surface vessels. Thus, in the main, the Germans won the Battle of the North Atlantic from a statistical point of view, yet they ultimately lost it as resources were pumped into the land invasion of Russia from mid-1941 onwards. Dönitz had understood the strategic game better than others, declaring at one point, quote, "The enemy's shipping constitutes one single great entity. It is therefore immaterial where a ship is sunk. Once it has been destroyed, it has to be replaced by a new ship, and that's that." Had this maxim been followed ruthlessly, the war might have ended differently. The final months of 1941 were not just significant in terms of the German shift eastwards towards invading Russia, but also because of the entry of the United States into the war in December 1941, following the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Empire of Japan, Germany's Pacific ally. In the long run, this would prove ruinous for the Nazis as US economic and military power was brought to bear against Germany. But in the short term, it led to a period which for the Kriegsmarine was known as Operation Drumbeat, or the Second Happy Time. This ran for much of 1942 after US entry into the war and was known as such by U-boat sailors, as it was a period in which they encountered significant success in sinking enemy shipping across the Atlantic. This is because American shipping was largely unprotected for months and unable to counter the U-boat wolf packs, which had no problem finding targets once American ships became fair game to sink. During the course of a 9-month period, German U-boats sank scores of Allied ships across the Atlantic as far east as the Gulf of Mexico, while less than 20 German U-boats were sank. However, as with the initial stages of the Battle of Britain, eventually American intelligence gathering of convoy protection methods evolved, and by the autumn of 1942, the Second Happy Time was coming to an end. The extension of the war globally also opened up new theatres of operation for the Kriegsmarine. one which involved many of Dönitz's U-boats, was the Battle of the Mediterranean. The conflict had begun here in May 1940 following Italy's entry into the war on Germany's side and the joint Italo-German efforts to conquer the Balkans and North Africa. As it did, efforts to stop Britain from resupplying its bases in North Africa and the eastern Mediterranean became a key concern, one which escalated after American entry into the war as the US and Britain made securing North Africa a key priority. By 1941, several German U-boats were being sent to the Mediterranean on active duty there, though this ran contrary to Dönitz's own wishes. He repeatedly stressed to Hitler that the government should be focusing its naval energies on the Atlantic and trying to strike at Allied shipping there. And he was right in this. Eventually, the Battle of the Mediterranean proved extremely costly for the Kriegsmarine, resulting in the loss of over 65 submarines and most of their crews. Furthermore, it ended in failure, with the Allies eventually driving the Germans and Italians out of North Africa and launching an amphibious landing on Sicily in the summer of 1943. Despite the setbacks in the Mediterranean, by late 1942, Dönitz's star had risen to a new high in the eyes of Hitler and the other senior Nazi ministers. His U-boats had been critical to the Battle of Britain, and if the Western Allies were going to be held off for long enough to allow Germany to win on the Eastern Front, it was imperative that the successes Dönitz had met with were continued. Moreover, the head of the Kriegsmarine, Erich Raeder, was held directly responsible for the German Navy's defeat at the Battle of the Barents Sea off northwestern Russia on the 31st of December 1942, during which a squadron of German destroyer-class ships was soundly defeated by a British flotilla of ships escorting a resupply convoy to the Soviet Union. Raeder was dismissed from his position a month later, and Dönitz was appointed as his successor on the 30th of January 1943. As the new Grand Admiral of the Kriegsmarine, Dönitz nevertheless made it clear that his focus would be on the U-boat arm of the Navy. Accordingly, he immediately ordered the construction of scores more U-boats, with the idea being that 40 new submarines and torpedo boats would be brought into action every month. However, by this time, the German war economy was beginning to run into serious supply problems, and Dönitz's plans as the new commander-in-chief of the Kriegsmarine were always hamstrung by a critical lack of steel to manufacture new ships. Dönitz had also become commander-in-chief of the Kriegsmarine at a time when Germany was entering into a period of what was termed total war by the Nazi regime. The war effort had turned dramatically against Germany in 1942 and early 1943 as the Western Allies emerged victorious in North Africa and the Soviets turned the tide of the war in Russia following the siege of Stalingrad. As this occurred, a new deployment of every resource available to Germany was undertaken. New measures were put in place to begin escalating U-boat construction and to conscript mariners from outside the age group of those between 18 and 40, which had made up the bulk of the German armed forces up to that point. On one hand, this made extra resources available to the Kriegsmarine, but it was eclipsed by the increased capacity of the Royal Navy and the US Navy in the Atlantic by this point. The Battle of the Atlantic continued in a sporadic fashion, but by the summer and autumn of 1943, dozens of U-boats were being sunk every month, and Dönitz had no option but to effectively withdraw his ships from the North Atlantic. Henceforth, the submarine fleet was increasingly used against specific, well-defined targets, while there was a realization that the effort to cut off supply lines in and out of Britain would have to be abandoned. Although it was never declared, the Battle of the North Atlantic was effectively over by the end of Dönitz's first year as head of the Kriegsmarine. The most significant period in this changing situation was May 1943, a period which, from Dönitz's and the Kriegsmarine's perspective, became known as Black May. Allied shipping had been hit heavily in the spring months, and the Western Allies became committed to increasing their resources in the Battle of the North Atlantic at this time in order to ensure the swift arrival of goods to Britain and North Africa in advance of the opening of a southern front in Italy. Thus, extra resources were committed against Dönitz's Kriegsmarine. These proved immediately effective. Ironically, this was also the period when Dönitz's hand was strongest, with 240 U-boats in active service at the end of the spring of 1943. But as convoys of Allied goods were suddenly supplemented by greater numbers of patrol ships and frigates, the number of U-boats which were being identified and attacked in May 1943 increased substantially. Within days there was a simultaneous increase in the number of U-boat losses and a dramatic decrease in the number of Allied ships. By the 24th of May, over 40 U-boats had been lost in the space of 4 weeks, an average of one every 16 hours. At that rate of attrition, Dönitz realized that he would effectively be stripped of his submarine fleet entirely by the end of the year if he did not change course. Consequently, he ordered the suspension of U-boat attacks on Atlantic convoys and called many back to German ports to regroup and form a new strategy. There was worse yet to come. Following the victories of Black May, the Allies pumped additional resources into forming what were known as hunter-killer groups, groups of fast anti-submarine ships which escorted their convoys and which had additional air support with the specific purpose of tracking down and destroying Germany's U-boats. Within weeks, the effectiveness of these were clear, as Dönitz, who had been able to operate his U-boats as far south as the South Atlantic off the coasts of Brazil and Argentina, was forced to withdraw all ships closer to Europe. By the late summer of 1943, he was effectively fighting a holding action, sending out his submarines on limited missions in the waters of the North Atlantic, rarely venturing any further south than the Azores and typically concentrating around the waters west of Ireland and Iceland. Boats which ventured too close to Britain faced attack from above, as the Type 7 U-boats, being primarily employed, still spent much of their time on the surface, and the Western Allies had clear aerial superiority in Western Europe and over the North Atlantic by this time. These hunter-killer groups effectively brought the era of the German wolf packs to an end. An example of this was seen in October 1943, when a pack of some 14 U-boats attacked convoy ONS-20 ON-206 as it made its way to Britain. The convoy consisted of 114 supply ships in total, with 3 separate escorts totaling 7 warships and 11 smaller military ships. In previous times, the wolf packs might have considered attacking a convoy like this to be like shooting ducks, such was the number of supply ships. But owing to the more advanced tactics of the hunter-killer escorts and the air support the Allies enjoyed, it certainly did not work out this way. Instead, 6 of the German U-boats were sunk, while they made almost no inroads on the convoy, sinking just 1 Allied ship. As a result of this strategic shift, Dönitz abandoned the use of the wolf packs altogether by the end of 1943. Henceforth, the limited number of U-boats which he had at his disposal were sent out individually to try to target single specific ships deemed to be of strategic importance. The latter years of the war also brought a significant amount of personal tragedy for Dönitz. It was deemed the obligation of every Nazi and German to contribute to the war effort, regardless of their station or rank, and so Dönitz's 2 sons, Klaus and Peter, both joined the Kriegsmarine. Peter, the younger of the pair, was killed in combat in 1943 when he was just barely into his 20s. He was serving on board U-954, a Type 7C submarine, when it attempted to attack convoy SC-130 in the North Atlantic as it tried to break through to the port of Liverpool on the 19th of May 1943. The U-boat was detected by the convoy's British escorts and was attacked using a hedgehog assault, a form of anti-submarine weapon which all British frigates and sloops carried by this time in the Battle of the North Atlantic. U-954 was sunk by one of these and sank with all its crew, Peter Dönitz included. Thereafter, Dönitz's other son, Klaus, was removed from active duty in line with a directive from Hitler himself that senior officers who lost a child in combat should have their surviving child removed from service. And so, Klaus began training as a doctor back in Germany, but on the occasion of his 24th birthday on the 13th of May 1944, he convinced some naval friends to allow him to unofficially accompany them on a raid to Selsey near the coast of Chichester in England on board an E-boat, the Kriegsmarine's particularly quick and agile raiding surface vessels. It was a fateful decision. As a small vessel, it was sunk in the North Atlantic. Thus, just before the one-year anniversary of Peter's death, Klaus too died in the North Atlantic. As much as Dönitz must have suffered upon learning of the death of his sons, these were but two casualties of a war which had become unimaginably brutal as it went on. Much of this was not associated with direct military engagements. Rather, millions of people died in Eastern and Central Europe from 1939 onwards, owing to the racial policies of the Nazis, ones which sought the genocide of the Jewish people, the Romani people, and other groups across the region, while Poles, Czechs, and others were viewed as slave labor that could be worked to death to keep Germany's war factories running. Millions perished in concentration camps and factories as a result of this Nazi ideology. There is a debate on how complicit Dönitz was in any of this. Later, he would, perhaps with some justification, claim that he was not responsible for what was occurring in places like Auschwitz-Birkenau and Treblinka, and his focus was on the North Atlantic and the northern coastline of Europe. Yet there is also little doubting that Dönitz was aware of what was occurring, and there is evidence to support his direct knowledge of the Holocaust. Moreover, his U-boats' blockade of the North Atlantic involved attacks on civilian vessels throughout the war and efforts to starve Britain's people into submission. Finally, as the war progressed and the use of slave labor in Germany's factories became more pronounced, there is no doubting that the Kriegsmarine's boats and ammunitions were being produced as a result of slave labor. Thus, while Dönitz might not have been directly involved in the worst of the Nazis' racial crimes in Central and Eastern Europe, there is no doubt that he was considerably involved in its many crimes in other ways. By the time the Holocaust was entering its most brutal phase in 1944, the Western Allies were preparing to open a third front in Europe by launching an amphibious invasion of France. Given the role shipping would play in this, Dönitz's Kriegsmarine and the U-boats were central to efforts to interfere with supply lines. Dönitz benefited during this time from a number of remarkable technological innovations which Germany achieved in the final years of the war. A seldom mentioned one was the development of the Type 21 submarines, a large diesel-electric submarine which, unlike its predecessors, was designed to operate almost entirely underwater. The room inside the submarine was also larger and could complement over 50 crew, while it was faster than many other submarines of the time and armed with a larger number of torpedoes that could be loaded faster. Following the development of these in 1943, Hitler commanded the manufacture of over 1,000. However, only just over 100 entered construction and only 2 ever saw active service. Nevertheless, the innovations involved were substantial, and the Type 21, which Dönitz had been a great promoter of, influenced submarine design for many nations in the post-war period. Yet, while resources were being pumped into it, Dönitz had to face the reality of the situation in Europe. In the summer of 1944, the Western Allies invaded France from England, and within months most of the major ports of Western Europe were in US and British hands. Henceforth, the Kriegsmarine was limited to operating out of ports in northern Germany and Norway, and its role in the war effort became much more limited as Hitler focused resources on combating the land invasion of Germany. By the spring of 1945, the war was nearing its final stages in Europe. The Western Allies had advanced from France and the Low Countries into Western Germany. More critically, the Soviets invaded eastern Germany early that year, and by March were encircling Berlin. The final siege commenced in April. Hitler had no intention of being taken alive, and with the final hope that the Soviets and the Western Allies would fall out with each other seeming ever fainter, he decided to commit suicide in the Reichschancellery bunker in central Berlin on the 30th of April 1945. For many years, it had been the intention that the head of the German Air Force, Hermann Göring, would succeed him as Chancellor of Germany should Hitler die prematurely. However, Göring had fallen out of favour with Hitler in the final stages of the war, and so the propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels now, briefly, became the head of the Third Reich. Yet he too decided suicide was a better option than falling into the hands of the Soviets, and so he killed himself on the 1st of May, a day after Hitler had done so. Curiously, it was now revealed that Hitler had put in place measures for Dönitz to succeed Goebbels in this eventuality. Many would have assumed that a more senior Nazi ideologue like Göring or the head of the SS Heinrich Himmler would have been next in line. It was not so, and in line with Hitler's last will and testament, which he finalized on the 29th of April, Dönitz became president of Germany and, as a consequence, the leader of what remained of the Third Reich. Dönitz established his short-lived government at the town of Flensburg-Meerwijk in the far north of Germany in the Schleswig-Holstein region along the Danish border, where he trained in submarine school nearly 30 years earlier. Many senior Nazis had fled here as the Russians encircled Berlin, a decision owing to the region being out of harm's way in terms of the fighting and, more importantly, the likelihood that they would be apprehended by the Western Allies rather than the Soviets in northern Germany. Dönitz himself was here by mid-April, having abandoned Berlin for the security of Schleswig-Holstein as the siege of the capital began. At Flensburg, Dönitz attempted to negotiate with the US and Britain alone, hoping for more conciliatory terms in line with the Nazi view that a falling out between the Western Allies and the Soviets was imminent. To this end, he made his first public radio address just hours after Goebbels' suicide to announce that his primary goal was to, quote, save Germany from destruction by the advancing Bolshevik enemy. For this aim alone, the military struggle continues. As far and as long as this aim is impeded by the British and Americans, we shall be forced to carry on our defensive fight against them as well. Yet this view was wholly unsustainable. Within days it was clear that Germany would need to surrender and could not continue to offer anything but the most paltry of defense in the shape of guerrilla warfare in regions like Bavaria. Consequently, on the 7th of May, he bowed to reality and organized for the surrender of all German armed forces to the Allies. This directive came into effect the following day, the 8th of May 1945, henceforth known as VE Day or Victory in Europe Day. Just over 2 weeks later, on the 23rd of May, Dönitz and many of the other senior members of the Flensburg government were arrested in northern Germany by the Western Allies. Dönitz was somewhat surprised in the aftermath of his arrest to learn that he would stand trial along with the other senior members of the Nazi regime in the International War Crimes Tribunals, which were being organized at the city of Nuremberg by the Western Allies. As primarily a military commander, his view was that he had been taking orders rather than devising policy. The Allies did not agree with this perspective, and so he would stand trial along with figures like Göring, the governor of the General Government of Poland, where much of the Holocaust had taken place, Hans Frank, and the German Foreign Minister Joachim von Ribbentrop. Dönitz fell into a different category from these senior ministers and was, like Wilhelm Keitel, the overall commander of the German military, and Gustav Krupp, one of the leading industrialists who had supplied the German army, viewed as being responsible for running the war on behalf of Hitler and his closest associates, or supplying the German war machine. Thus, when the International Military Tribunal began its first trial on the 20th of November 1945 at Nuremberg, Dönitz was amongst the senior Nazi figures charged. The charges against Dönitz were considerable. One of the foremost was his oversight of the program of unrestricted submarine warfare, which had ensured that the Kriegsmarine attacked civilian shipping and even the ships of neutral nations. It was conclusively proved that Dönitz had issued orders to this effect to his U-boat commanders late in 1939, within weeks of the outbreak of the war, and he had never rescinded such orders, even after becoming Grand Admiral of the Kriegsmarine. He had also issued directives for German naval commanders not to rescue survivors from ships which had been attacked and sunk, another breach of the general rules of war at the time. However, in the end, some of these charges were removed from the list of charges against Dönitz, a decision made on the basis that the Western Allies had engaged in a certain amount of unrestricted submarine warfare themselves during the conflict. Moreover, because Dönitz was not directly involved in the Nazis' genocidal policies in Central and Eastern Europe, he was only found guilty on the lesser crimes of planning and inciting a war of aggression and committing crimes contrary to the established rules of war. As a result, unlike others like Göring, von Ribbentrop and Frank, he escaped the death penalty and was instead sentenced to 10 years imprisonment at Spandau prison. He would remain there until his release on the 1st of October 1956, remaining unrepentant about his actions during the war throughout this period. Dönitz was one of several senior members of the Nazi regime who was released from Spandau prison in the course of the 1950s and 1960s. They returned to a world which was much changed, in which Germany had become divided between a West Germany allied with the United States, Britain and other Western nations, and an East Germany which was run by a communist regime and which was in many ways simply a satellite state of the Soviet Union. Dönitz went to live in West Germany, in the small town of Aumühle, near the Danish border. Like several other senior Nazis, he attempted in his retirement to restore his reputation by composing 2 memoirs of his wartime activity. The first of these, entitled 10 Years and 20 Days, was published in 1958, the title making reference to the 10 years he spent as head of the German U-boat program and the 20 days he spent as President of the Third Reich in May 1945. A second memoir, entitled My Ever-Changing Life, and published in 1968, offered a more personal reflection on his life prior to the rise of the Nazis to power in the mid-1930s. In both, Dönitz presented himself as a simple military commander who was caught up in the ideological tensions of the interwar period. As such, they attempted to rehabilitate his reputation. However, he remained unrepentant throughout his later years for his role in the war, claiming, like many other German military commanders, that he was simply serving his country rather than the Nazis. He held this view down to his death from a heart attack on the 24th of December 1980 at 89 years of age. As the oldest living former admiral of the German Navy at that time, he was afforded a funeral complete with full military honors. It was a strange afterlife and death for perhaps one of the most enigmatic of the senior Nazi regime members. Karl Dönitz occupies a strange position within the history of the German Third Reich and the Second World War. He is not a very well-known figure on the whole, certainly less so than others like Hermann Göring and Heinrich Himmler. However, unlike Göring and Himmler, Dönitz was one of just 3 individuals who ruled Germany under the Nazis, the others being Hitler and Joseph Goebbels. We might ask why Dönitz was chosen to succeed as head of state after Hitler and Goebbels killed themselves within less than 48 hours in central Berlin in the dying days of the war, and the evidence would clearly seem to suggest that Dönitz was chosen in this way because his political and racial views adhered very closely to those of Hitler and the other central figures within the regime. Much as Dönitz tried to suggest, like a great many other senior Nazis after the war, that he was just a military commander following orders and serving his nation, Karl Dönitz was a committed Nazi. Moreover, While he was not involved directly in the most heinous of the Nazi regime's crimes in the concentration camps of Central and Eastern Europe during the war, his actions in overseeing the campaign to attempt to force Britain into surrendering by starving its population of resources constituted a certain form of war crime in and of itself, as did the Kriegsmarine's unlimited submarine warfare and use of slave labor to build its boats in the latter years of the war. In the end, perhaps his only saving grace was that he brought the war to a speedy end when he succeeded Goebbels on the 1st of May 1945, and in doing so prevented further loss of life in Europe. What do you think of Karl Dönitz? Was he treated too leniently at Nuremberg, given his centrality to the Nazi regime in the last years of the war, and the war crimes he was guilty of? Please let us know in the comment section, and in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.